When severe storms strike, even the most reliable electric utilities can experience power outages lasting.
Really won when it came down to the results here as Prestige just poked through that portal and finished things off. Much to the dismay of Team Liquid.
Alright guys, I'm here. I just want to make sure. Okay, what the heck's going on here? No. I need this.
Position they find themselves in, they will be able to reside here for quite some time.
Alright, let's see.
They're set up shop. They'll be able to deal some damage to the teams who are going to be arriving a little bit later. I actually do like the position from Zipline Mafia as well.
Just want to make sure everything's going right.
Later,
okay.
Hold out unlimited, potentially pick up some KP too. Shopify got to be careful because Neo are actually wrapping behind them at the vault tunnel.
Sorry everybody, I am awake.
His attention.
And oh god. Uh-oh.
See a joke in there.
Stream's lagging. God dang it.
SAUL now has to be careful that he doesn't get shot in the back. TLNP. I will learn how to say that fluently by the end of this tournament. Still struggling though. Still just the 5 points on the board throughout the group stages at the moment. Hit the survey beacon though is going to let them know where everyone is, but outside of zone at this point, this is going to be a risky evac to make.
You might not have to say their team name past the group stages at this point. We need to see more from the Pirates. To put it frankly, they have just not been good enough. As they are going to hurtle their way through the skies over the likes of Team Falcons here to try and get ahead of them. But Falcons are quite spread out through Skyhook, and all the meanwhile, Neo are also coming through from Vault Tunnel. As Falcons, they'll utilize the portal to make sure they get back to a 3 here.
Hello.
Smart and intelligent play so they don't get landed on.
Yeah, Kleiner's actually had to walk back to his teammates. I think they tried to pick off Guild, who they thought was isolated on his own at the top of that building.
That's weird.
Guild played it well. The rest of Falcons regrouped.
Okay.
And now seeing that zone pull, Falcons probably playing for that northern side that we were talking about earlier, the countdown side, now have to rethink completely how they approach this zone. So they've gone from moving all the way from Big Moor towards Countdown, perhaps all the way to the north of the map, and now they have to go back down to the south. It is going to be some serious mileage. The step count is going to look good for the Falcons boys.
I wonder if Neo will go back through the tunnel as well, because they kind of came towards Skyhook because they saw the likes of Shopify Rebellion, but now they are going to be held out by 2 more squads, so they do have the option if they would rather take what they think is more of a natural 3v3 back on that Shopify Rebellion side, whereas here it's so congested up towards Skyhook, and it doesn't get much better as you go further south. Dog Red are waiting up towards Countdown.
Okay, let's see.
In that building we saw earlier at Vision, also are going to be up towards the Trials area, so
I'm trying to see where we are at. Okay. Since day 2 started, I see Team Falcons are taking the lead.
A lot of things to worry about here on in Skyhook.
Okay, like they're looking at Guild.
Around as well. It looks like they're committing to Skyhook. They're not going back. I mean, the fact that Falcons are trying to isolate this fight and they want to take
kind of crazy to see this is happening.
The green light and the ghost signal, so to speak, to try and push this fight. But with Watson in the composition, it makes it slow. It makes it painful to try and get that initial damage and that initial knock. And with Neo still hanging around in the area, Falcon's got to be careful here. They're going to open up the Nexus. They're going to go back.
Yeah, I wonder whether they're trying to actually make Neo engage with Pirates here. Just a couple of pokes, a little bit of prodding to say, look, there's a battle happening. Why don't you come and join? As now round 3 is going to be closing. Everyone starts to need to move a little bit faster here. It's also Shopify Rebellion taking their fight against Gen G on the eastern side.
Oh, wow. It's going crazy.
It's going to go down, by the way, in that fight that's happening elsewhere, as you can see on your screen.
Shopify Rebellions, really?
In and around the truck. Dexter's still up, but so many teams in the area means the damage is coming from everywhere.
They need to get their butt moving. Wait, Team oh. Really? Gen G got eliminated? What the heck?
And it looks like Pirates are also falling.
13 squads are left. Oi, Shopify Rebellions are crazy.
Back up, the IGL's on his feet. The Qs are spammed towards them though from Neo. It's going to have to be a 2v3 for Shopify Rebellion, but the help's coming in from the lobby. SAUL say, don't worry, we're going to try and help you out here, Shopify, but it's not going to be enough and it's not going to be in time. Shopify Rebellion are eliminated and they're now down to just one.
And SAUL, they had backed off previously, but they see there is going to be blood in the water, and they jump on in. Pirates will finally go down. It's now Dog Red, SAUL, the last two remaining teams.
Oh.
From all of that
Who's the
skirmish
last
we
two?
just witnessed on the northern side, I think we lost 6 teams
Aurora's,
in that process, so there wasn't enough room for
I
everyone to be
see.
able to escape. So SAUL and Dog Red will kind of size each other up, but it looks like they're going to back up away from each other. It's now actually we turn our attention to Aurora, VP, and Enter Force 36, who are all in the same kind of area just on this northern tip of Countdown.
The zone is pulling out into the open on the west side of Landslide. So all these teams are probably thinking about KP. Get the placement through killing the teams on this side, and then we'll see if we can make our way towards
It's
zone.
crazy enough this is happening.
And you can see Aurora's game plan, the fact that they're still on blues, they haven't been able to put out a lot of damage. They wanted that early rotate to what they believed would be a good initial spot. So now we have Dog Red on your screen. Killer Post taking a lot of damage from a lot of angles. Finds a rock to pop a battery, and I think he managed to get it off, but SAUL are hunting them down.
Winner of this team is probably just going to walk on into Heretics and Havoc as well, by the way. So the 3 KP could be very important. Most are likely to die on this rotation. There's just not anywhere to really hide. A lot of open ground you're going to be forced into.
Yeah, SAUL looking for the KP. They're going to find one of them, and I think they're going to find 3 of them because it's not looking good. As VP will be eliminated elsewhere, SAUL just looking for the final remaining members to put these KP on the board. Fafa Feast is going to be the last player alive, but he's inside of zone behind a knockdown shield. You wouldn't
Really?
believe he's going to last too long.
Soul is hanging on,
Force his way towards zone, but the zone
I guess.
is claiming victims at the moment. 8 squads remaining, but that's another place.
Dog Red is gone. Wow.
Legacy might be able to get a shield swap here just to survive a little bit longer, but Aurora probably going to find the remaining pieces of that. But even Aurora struggling as well. Actually, Aurora go down first. SAUL.
Aurora? Whoa. Dino's hanging on. Unlimited was eliminated.
One of the best spots in the game now. They are away from everyone else in the lobby here, and they will be the only team in the zone.
Yeah, Zipline Mafia were close to them, but Zipline Mafia now down to a solo. So Jay
Squads are left.
and his teammates who impressed so many people in the Americas Pro League to qualify for the Split 1 playoffs here at EWC 2026 now have a chance to get a win on the board. Look at the space that they control.
I mean, what's crazy is we've got, what, 6 teams still alive. 3 of them are solo, so we only have 3 full teams, and then the solos are the rest, and it looks like SAUL solo may have been found out, and yes, Legacy, he'll go down with a little bit of a bang, but sadly will fall.
Soul got eliminated.
Because all of the other teams
Somebody got the new kill leaders.
That's what happens when you control space. You can get that reset without being pressured. There's excuse down on that low ground, the remaining final member of Zipline Mafia. Another team who pulled off the Cinderella story to be here in Paris by winning regional finals in the EMEA region. And he pulled off something special here. That's the real question. Kurasame Havoc. They're on your screens right now. They're not going to be safe inside
Oi.
the zone, though. And of course, 36 down to a solo, I believe, as well. Team Heretics still as a 3. They are a threat to this endgame as well.
Now, we have seen some crazy things happen already from Solo Rats, but Sia wasn't alive in those games. He was banned. So it's often that you will get caught out here, but Zipline Mafia still alive. Find that solo. It's now Dinos getting aggressive onto Havoc here and trying to make sure they rip another 3 from the lobby.
DJ Killer has gone down, but they should be able to get the reset here, especially with the constant spout of the queue coming in from Sear. He wants this KP to hear J Future, and why wouldn't you when you're shooting this good? End of Force 36. We're into our top 4 now. Kurasame
What the heck?
down.
Is Dino taking it? No, wait.
Team Heretics versus Dinos. Team
Oh, Team Heretics? Really?
They've taken a lot of space, and actually they have utility to work with.
They also have the exhibit down, but it's got broken.
Excuse me.
Means those wall hacks won't be as effective. Dinos, though, what a swing that is from Chaos! First knock comes up.
Chaos? This is Chaos feelings, but okay, we'll firm Chaos. Crazy. Wow, Dino's got their champions for this one.
Dinos, the new blood, the first lap, and it doesn't look like they are out of.
Wow, that's crazy.
And I tell you what, they have a legend behind them as well.
The Kashira popping up.
How about a Kashira?
Oh,
has
no,
a
no,
coach
no, 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 no.
been
God
involved in
dang it.
many historic
Ugh.
ALGS moments himself, and can he coach Dinos to
Oh, yeah, by the way, I see next week. Shout out to him for being a complete doofus. Actually, the reason why I shouldn't call him a doofus, but the reason why he is because he got his butt called out by Team Nemesis on X. Apparently, Team Nemesis learned that they believe their Apex team is going to be eliminated through because Nicewing made one of those tier lists, and I'm like, oh god, tier lists are not a good thing to say.
Quite a considerable amount of extra points when you think about it. If you're able to go from 6th place to 3rd place, those points.
And I feel, and I'm just gonna say this: anybody calls out anybody who says makes a tier list, make sure you end up dealing with the pushbacks. Okay, I learned a valuable lesson when I was watching Tribe Gaming doing it, and I thought, oh, that's a good thing. Yeah, this was way before Brawl's World's Finals. And this happened like a couple of years ago. When I saw that happen and when Tribe didn't do so well, I was like, yeah, dang it. I mean, I did try to do one, and because I had to be fair to some, and some I didn't, but let's just say I didn't put them into the F tier. Yeah. So if I did a tier list, I would never put up anybody near elimination because I don't know what they would look. Okay, so wow, this is crazy. Oh jeez, there's something going on with Team Liquid. I mean, yesterday they did crazy and good. Now it's like, uh-oh.
Falcons also couldn't make their rotate through from the northern side. Either Skyhook got a little bit too congested, and in the end they fell to the zone. A bit of a rough one for a lot of teams. Just reading the
okay, I see. Now I see all three teams. And actually I see Imperial Hell going around. What the heck is going with these ads? Eesh. I'm sorry guys, I don't know what's going on. The ads are like trying to take over, and I'm like, yeah, this is not gonna happen to me. I'm so sorry. If this continues, I'm gonna be very upset. So the second match, top 3, Dinos Heretics, Curse Me Havoc. Wow. Dinos are really insane. Let's go, Liquid. I like that side.
And I mean, that's how it goes with Apex Legends, right? There's always going to be the potential that the zone comes your way, the RNG goes in your favor.
Oh, what's that the signs for?
Yeah, very, very
What is this? Like it looks like a wolf, but has like the Dragon Ball from the Dragon Ball Z series, those readers of how much a level fluctuated, and it reminds me of that episode when Goku definitely damaged it from the Vegeta, and he says, "It's over 9,000." It's just, even though it was a really funny meme to say the least. Anyway, sorry guys. I just want to get to my channel first. All right, let's see. Maybe I should.
Welcome back, everybody.
Never mind. Oh, so Dan Gaskin is calling commentary again.
this
I
one.
don't
I
know.
think
I
it's been an
kind
interesting lobby. We've
of
had
in
one
on
zone
set,
that
right?
was an old zone.
So ultimate gas.
That truck zone takes me back to like
Dan Gasketter on
Quite
commentary
some
again.
time. And then we
Okay.
had that kind of bounce back zone that we saw. I think it's keeping on
Yo,
with
somebody has.
everybody else.
What the heck? What the frick? Sorry. I swear. This is so funny.
Kind of like, why didn't you leave here? Why did you leave? Why did you in? And it's so funny, the ego contest that you have.
I swear it is
IGLs
too
about
funny.
the way that the game should or shouldn't be played.
Okay, so
It's
far
the series
I see
results
the
that
series.
matters. It's how the scoreboard looks.
Yeah,
Dinos,
Team
the
Dinos
teams that
are
do
look
well
like
on the block.
they're doing so
33
good.
points now taken
Okay,
away.
then
Yeah, very, very good start for them.
Team Falcons and then Team Liquid. Oh, so they trying to, but
The biggest names
oh boy.
in the ALGS right at the top here, but we've got to look down the bottom again. This is the worry, and I think for Wolves Esports, the fact
You know
that
what?
they
I'm
have
surprised. You know, Shopify Rebellion. Actually, wait a moment. I'm surprised Moist Critical is not watching this. I mean, Nicewig is, and so am I, but what the heck's going on with the ads popping up while I'm trying to stream? So rude.
Those next 3 matches, but it also does, it makes you question yourself a little bit. You've had 2 games, you've not been able to put much points on the board. You should be more aggressive.
Oh, I see. That's the mascot. Oh, which team is this?
say about that one. They're too aggressive in that previous game. We saw the
Oh,
reaction coming in
Fear
from 0.
Nothing?
He was forced to clutch the
What?
1v1.
I'm going to be honest, I think that
Actually, kind of like that.
VP should have capitalized.
Oh, VP should
You know,
I'm saying Wolves probably.
I like that all the guys who has a mascot with them. Although, what the heck? Wait, Team Liquid, aren't you guys you guys are horses? Where's your mascot? Oy.
Pro at the end were the ones who really took full advantage.
First Pro were big fans of it. Either way, whoever won that fight, they were there to clean up the final pieces and put those easy points on the board. I think
Yeah, I
like
see
VP,
what's
that's
going
like the
on.
ultimate frustrating game, right? You see the ring pop.
I forgot to do something yesterday. Fix the my info card on where I am socials. The YouTube is just this, which is youtube.com/@Lindsay Star, because I don't know why YouTube did this. But if you also want to follow me on Instagram and X, they're both of them are x.com/Lindsay_Star, and Instagram is also Instagram.com/Lindsay Star. And it's the way how I spell it, which is LINDSIESTARR. And hopefully you guys can subscribe to my YouTube channel. Oh.
One thing we haven't factored in, of course, is just a bit of blind luck, Dan. Sometimes you gotta hope that RNG goes your way, and it didn't that time around for Verge Pro. As we head into the final game now of World's Edge, we're ready to get the action back under the way.
Alright, so we are what? So wait, let me look into this. Oh wait, what game are we on? I mean, I'm sorry, I try to get up early as much as possible, but exhaustion plays.
But zone-wise, it is going to be pulling a little bit further, you would imagine. I mean, there's still a chance. It could be full. It could just pull right back towards the landside.
Okay, Apex Legends.
Considering where this zone is touching, so Doria.
Okay, so I see we're in the second.
They'll be able to be the first team to really
So we're still doing group stage.
More of the same. Now we are starting to see more Valkyries starting to become part of the equation.
Okay.
Not a ton. It is going to be Maggie as the
So
main
this is where we
which
are
again
at
follows the
right
exact
now.
same legend bands that we've had so far in the
Excuse me.
previous series.
Oh, so we're on
Every
game
single
3
series
right
we've
now.
had so far actually has been exactly the same. Crypto into Sia, then into
Sorry
Maggie.
for the
Yeah, we've seen a
burping.
couple of exceptions to that. There's a little bit of
Okay,
range
so we're in
you
game 3 right now.
Pathfinder in there as well. Also Sparrow being run by Unlimit. And Sparrow Bangalore Ultra actually for Unlimit, so you can see what their game plan is.
Before the map
Yeah, Unlimited,
changes.
the only team not running Maggie, by the looks of it. Even the Pathfinder and the Wraith that you mentioned has been run alongside Maggie. She has a 95% pick rate, so expect a lot of riot drills and wrecking balls going into
All right,
this next one. And
Team
actually,
Liquid
with
needs to
Mirage as well,
do a little
finish
bit better.
will be a fun one to watch.
I mean,
Team
especially
Liquid
how
are in a good
things
spot to
went.
start off here. They're over at Lava Fissure. Should be able to. Good news for
Oh,
them.
I can't believe I was such a mess as on my thoughts
That's
from
the edge of the map.
yesterday.
Nobody's gonna be able to get there.
And
BP,
decided I had to
cheating them,
deal
hoping that
with,
they can find a better spot this time around
had
and
a
get little bit more
doctor's
RNG going
appointment.
their way
I wish I
back.
could explain it further, but
Liquid maybe just going to be worrying about wolves and whether they're going to
it's just too weird.
And are they going to be a thorn in their side? Midori, they
Or else I may have to be
haven't been able to
careful.
look too much on Mirage.
Man,
as well. I'm
probably
gonna
is
be
gonna
honest, I don't
call
like
and
the loot on Mirage.
that
I
happens,
find it
I
to
may
be
have
one of
to
the
try to
most
mute
annoying POIs to
the
have to play.
stream
Maybe
until
because my
I
headphones are usually too loud and
deal
you
with
have to
my
blaze
call.
music to yourself just to get any loot on board, but
Get overstimulated.
Because I don't know if the microphone picked it up when I tried to turn everything down.
Or elsewhere, away from
'Cause it
where we're
was
seeing our
an-
end
I
zone
do
potentially taking place.
apologize.
We're over Climatizer where we have Team
I
Vision.
mean, seriously, it was
Also,
just
Team Heretics
ridiculous.
are working their way down there from Overlook. So it looks like Team Heretics are heading down to try and get a little bit more information. Whereas Zach Mazer and the boys are going to head
Okay,
to survey
wait,
camps.
where
Do
are
something
we
pretty
right
similar.
now?
There's a ring console and a survey beacon for them to hit. Should they choose to.
Okay.
now Vision for me are a team that if they can get to the finals, suddenly I'm thinking, you know, they have the pedigree to be able to get to
So,
big
looking
games.
at
They have
BSN,
IGL and Zach Mazer to be able to lead them to the charge. And they have the
FLCN.
incredible firepower as well. Definitely would be a team to watch if they get.
Oh no, that's
so far,
Falcons,
they've
right? Team
really
Falcons.
been
So we're looking at Imperial Hal.
to the newspapers as Hiyaka goes down in the kill feed, but that's probably going to be an easy pickup as Falcons make their rotation.
Falcons hitting the evac tower. Interested to see where they actually do go from this evac tower. They're actually kind of counter-rotating up to the north, which is quite something. And that's probably
Okay,
because they've seen this
Road
one taking place right
Gaming.
now. Aurora versus TL.
Alright, effect.
And Zidane, the IGL
So
is
we're
down.
still
So
20
Aurora
squads
get that
still
knock.
left.
They get the finish as well. They secure themselves 1 point.
It's a mere on a mere action, everyone. We don't like it. Can we stop that? Let them go. Let them go.
Your dual passport, you don't get to say it.
Let them go.
Uh,
Aurora, they are not going to
what the?
back down from any fight. No
Oh
matter what
my
Vision's gonna be
god.
going up against.
This is
Maybe
so
a point to prove to
bad. Why are ads
as
being
good as
popped
expected.
up? Oy.
Ninth place in their finish.
And just let me just say this. I'm just glad I'm using I'm using YouTube and not Twitch, cause it would be a living nightmare.
Mafia, just gotta be careful of Team
9
Heretics here,
enemies
actually, just
scared.
rotating
Ugh.
back from Climatizer, where we sort of getting information earlier, out towards
Okay.
the Respawn village that Zipline Mafia just hit that survey beacon on themselves. So I'm not sure if they know they're being shadowed for now. Maybe a couple of bullets just being exchanged may have given them a little bit of an idea. There is, of course, an Evo half and a survey beacon at the Respawn village for Team Heretics to hit to get up towards purples. I think for anyone who's on edge of this zone, you have to be on purple. You have to have the armor. You have to have the full perks available for your legends. to find
So
your way in. Otherwise,
nothing
you're just
yet.
gonna fall
Okay.
over.
That being said, the same thing can be said for all those teams who are actually rotating early. You want to try and build that up as well, so you can contest those teams.
Wolf
who are gonna be arriving late.
Esports.
As
Oh my
let's go back to
god.
the scene of the crime scene of the,
Uh.
the building that shall not be named around zero. And Shopify,
Uh-oh.
remember, they've been eliminated pretty early.
Really?
These games so far, another team with players who can certainly win this whole thing.
Uh-oh,
They have an
Gen
armor
G.
advantage.
Uh-oh, it's about to be it's about to be a beatdown of sorts. Oh my god. I'm just watching to see who's about to get eliminated first. Oh, Gen G's trying to hang on. So is Shopify Rebellion, I believe. Yeah, it's a beatdown between Shopify and Rebellions. No! They got eliminated? What the? Oh my god. Gen G just destroyed the Shopify Rebellions. It's dang. Oh wow, that's crazy. So okay, so we're down to 19 squads.
Try and piss them off again. As I feel like a broken record.
So, let's see.
It's another slow start for them in competition. Seems to be happening a lot lately. Now, whilst they definitely have the capability to catch up and perhaps matches 4 through 6 will be a little bit better, they are not making it easy for themselves. By the way, SAU now trying to capitalise on the damage they've already done to Gen G, but they were a
What
little
the freak is going on
Gen G
here?
been able to reset, so with that being known,
Okay,
SAU
19
let's
squads
check it
are
out.
left.
Gen G let them know as well. But this is not the way you want to be going.
What the? Oh my god! You know, I need to start timing this to see how long this keeps up. I don't know what's going on, I swear. If it happens again, I'm going to time it to see how long before it happens again. That's not supposed to happen at all.
So a lot of business has to be taken care of as we jump into that area of the map now, and the Arca is down, but it's being rezzed.
It's a 2v2 as well. They also got the knock onto vision, so both teams being able to trade off. That's why you're seeing a little bit of a poke battle right now.
Okay, let's see.
But now they're both back up to a 3. You can see Lota just got rezzed on his birthday. Happy birthday, there's your present. No more.
Wait, somebody's birthday today? I didn't know. Okay, 19 squads left.
You're talking about weaponry options. But Oi Rain with an RE45, that certainly does give you big damage alpha. Lota trying to squeeze his way away. Takes a lot of damage in doing so.
Roy's doing fighting. So who's gonna be surviving out of this? Ooh. Uh-oh, this is about to get crazy. Falcons are fighting now. Squads are heading. Let's see, 19 squads are still going. There was some wild, but nothing happened. Ugh, kind of disappointing. 19 squads are left. Excuse me for the burping.
To be safe themselves, but this is going to add up to the pile-up that's happening on this side of the map. In the feed, by the way, Zero just got knocked by How from a distance with a 30-30 repeater, but he should be safe.
Okay, where are we now?
They've been struggling so far. Let's see a little bit of a listening with them and see maybe if they can find their way into zone.
Они смеки, пацаны, не будут нас дрочить сейчас.
Меги нам ничего не сделает, она полностью не выжигает все. Брат.
Сестра.
У тебя будет книжка? Нет. Окей, все гуд. Так, теперь нам надо... Тебе надо квадратик будет потом начекать глазками.
Бля, может уже сейчас пойти начекаться?
Вот этих ослов надо отпекать, пацаны. У нас дохуя киллов, они какие вообще стоят? Синие вроде, да? Да. Да не даем им стоять нормально.
Sorry, that was my Facebook notifications going off. Oh.
Да, смотри, давай. Подам, там кату.
Да нельзя отпекать, нас бывает, если отпекать, 70 да.
Нет, не горит.
Я вернусь.
Халява, не вижу. Бля, вот там мне лучше играть будет?
As we see the fight starting to
That was a
take
couple of
place,
days
with
ago.
Aurora and
Okay.
Dino's being eliminated. Both teams fall out of the lobby. Dino's with the win of the previous game, but not able to repeat the success this time around.
To be honest, I've been brushing up on my French whilst in Paris.
Oh, no.
It sounded like they said, let's get some points on the board and kill this team.
I'll get that confirmed by the awesome French fans that we have in the crowd, see if that's true or not. Please don't. Kind of now, get behind
Another
Lota,
time.
but he's got Carter in front of him next. It looks like Vision are in position to win this fight. The Pirates are down. They are sinking once again.
Uh-oh. I'm sorry, I got a little distracted turning off my sound and... Ooh! What the... Wow, okay, we see some teams are being eliminated. We're now down to 16. No, 15 because Flat was eliminated? Wow. That's crazy. Unlimited was eliminated as well. Wow, this is crazy.
Falcons still in that position that we're talking about with the choke, and the rest of Countdown to their backs.
Wolves are in, still in.
Remember, #1 pick in the POI draft. dropping over at Trials. But only the 4 points to report so far. A couple of KP here onto Jans and the rest of Team Heretics might change the story.
Heretics struggling at the moment, just taking a lot of damage as they cross over because it's not only Wolves, but Liquid are here as well. And
Team Heretics got eliminated. Jeez.
divert their attention over towards Wolves.
The heck?
Revenge always saves
Revenge? Really?
But still 2 players alive, and Liquid want to try
Soul is eliminated. What the freak?
from Panic. Zero flies in to clean up 2. The last remaining player
Wolves
is taken
Esport
down
got eliminated. Wow.
Liquid.
Jeez.
All those kills
I guess the computer that Wolves Esports is only good at COD Mobile.
on the countdown
Oh,
side. Genji on your screens right now.
yikes.
Genji do have a Valkyrie. They
Ugh.
can try and just get out and
I
over
mean,
this
they
one.
could work on it more, but
But at the
god
moment, they're just
dang.
focusing on trying to stay alive because Vision are being so aggressive, not allowing them.
So 11 squads are left, and this is getting crazier by the moment.
But Genji, hot off the back of a big team fight win, of course, against Shopify Rebellion. A little bit earlier in this game, will want to take this fight in the kill feed, though.
Alright,
Falcons
just
are
wanna
now
see
being pressured,
something.
And Guild has been taken down, so a 2v3 for them to try and navigate.
Falcons were kind of looking elsewhere. They were distracted. You get the knock very close.
Okay, so who's in this? Team Falcons was eliminated? God dang!
As Genji
Oh
still being
my.
under pressure by Vision.
I guess Imperial Howl and his teammates can hang.
32 seconds
What
left.
the heck is going on?
Otherwise, the zone is gonna
Genji showing off.
Dexter, Ziki,
Team
Team Vision.
Vision? What's going on with Genji? What the freak?
Genji, not only do they put more kill points on the board,
Team Vision was eliminated.
walk in if they would like. As I mentioned, they have that Skyward dive, but actually, if you look at the path they have available to them, they might have one of the easiest routes into this zone, aside from Team Liquid, who do find themselves pretty much central to where we're going to
So,
be.
Virtu-
Also holding the tracks right now, or should I say
Virtuous Pros hanging are
Yeah, Victor's position is
in
good
it.
for endgame and being involved, but as far as outputting damage, looking for KP.
Man, cause somebody just go after Genji. This is getting ridiculous.
Try and collect a few of those kill points. Dory, who we saw dropping over at Mirage, well, they're still here right now. But they're going to have to move in a few moments' time unless they want to try and play this corner, but it's a very, very tight area to play.
I'm gonna do something while waiting.
tick tick and a little bit of a boom? But Dog Red.
Oops. Should have never done it. Ah, crud. Now I gotta get back in. Sorry guys, my bad.
Oh, the
Zipline Mafia got eliminated. What the...
Zipline Mafia now out of the lobby. More KP.
Is
More Genji.
is Genji doing... Is Genji cleaning house? Because it looks like it is.
Where they find themselves right now. Back over to the other side of the zone. Papa Pip doing his best dance here. 108's good enough though from Russell. And a combination of damage coming in from numerous longbows will get that knock. Zin up in the kill. He's got a creeper as well.
Oh boy.
36 are going to get some business going.
What the...
Really wanted to send this, but with the
Wow.
they had to back off, but this is a
Dorian E36 is hanging.
Dog Red, and they are
Somebody's about...
but finally
Neo's been eliminated. Dory's been eliminated.
Dory unable to
Oh
win it, but now Virtus Pro once more
boy.
to clean up these pieces. It's Prestis again.
Prestis loves a free.
Uh-oh. Somebody's about to go out next.
Oz's come and help me, buddy. I've got you, buddy, he says. Even with the stun
What the
damage,
heck?
shield swap.
Dogger's eliminated.
Teammate back up, and that ball is
Oh.
will be eliminated.
Oh boy.
See, but it was good enough.
It was, and it's a lot
Team
of
Liquid's still around.
step up.
Those boys.
Genji. Also,
Oh.
fire here from Team Liquid, who has stepped out from there.
What the heck?
Position they currently hold. They
Genji.
want to allow Genji to step up as comfortably as they have been.
Uh-oh.
Against the armor swap, you can see Zero is trying
The
to
ring is definitely closing.
He doesn't want to let them reset. He wants to force them away.
Unbelievable.
Team Liquid's position. Panic coming to join him now to make sure that that is going to be
Uh-oh. The stream is definitely not going well for me.
move anywhere at the moment.
I don't know what the heck's going on with the leg.
Separation here as we jump now
This
over
is
to the other side of the
ridiculous.
zone, E36. And VP looking to engage, and Prestis still hasn't got to pull the trigger on that Kraber.
Team Liquid with a chance to be in first place going into the half here of this series. They are only 2 points behind Dinos now. SVP,
Okay.
they're looking to jump onto E36.
Yep, I see.
Taken down, but no!
What the heck is going on?
For his own onto Prestis.
And to force 36 eliminated. Oh my. It's because Genji's doing cleaning.
Engaged on the other side of the zone.
Team Liquid is making sure they do not get another. Making sure they do not get a win. This is crazy.
Dexter wants to do his best panic impression.
Oh my.
In the hands of Prestis,
3 squads are left. Team Liquid's hanging on.
can change the trajectory of
This
game.
is wild.
Sykes was pretty close to having his head removed there.
Main difference in terms of composition here, we've got the Alter on Team Liquid, you've got the Wraith on Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro is like going
Utilizing that Wraith to just
crazy.
reposition a little bit here.
But what the freak?
The ball still being popped by both the Maggie.
They want
Oh
Dexter.
my god.
Zero's trying to force this. He wants to make it a straight 3v3.
Wow.
Second yourself, and that's exactly what they will do. But look at
Genji Esports was eliminated. So it was. Oh, is Panic from day one yesterday? That a boy. I like that. God dang. Uh-oh. VP's trying to, yeah, Virtus Pro's trying to hang on. But Team Liquid is just making sure they take the win. Uh-oh. Team Liquid got it! Oh! Oh! Yes. I like this. Team Liquid got a win.
45 points over these 3 matches. And maybe, just maybe, that makes up for that first match that Zero was so disappointed with previously.
Yes.
Because he has the last laugh as they go into the break.
So that is so crazy. So good for Team Liquid, I swear.
How good were they at eliminating their threats, not letting them close?
It's so crazy that happens.
that building that was just where that end game ended up taking place.
Oh, but screw this. Hang on, I gotta do this. I need to time this right now. Just happened again. I need to time this. Exit. There we go. Oh, yeah. That should never happen. I do apologize. I just see how long this takes before the next time they pops up.
By being a little bit aggressive, you force them back. You don't allow them to surround you. If he hadn't have been applying that damage, if he hadn't have been holding them off, he would have got swarmed, gone down. You're in a 3 versus 2. But it is trusting in his own ability.
That's wild.
He can hit his shots. He knows he can apply that pressure as an individual, and he just needed to give time for the rest of his team to get back to his help. And now Liquid will find themselves in first place, 45 points, 24 kills across the 3. Dino's going to be behind them. Falcons, who are in that 1v1 with them in match 1, they are in 3rd place as well, so it's not all
So,
for them.
oh, they're talking about the overall.
As well as the fact that every single player has had a moment in those first 3 games. Or should I say, in the first 2 days so far. Panic.
Jeez, that was wild.
Zero had his moment in that 1v1 clutch that we saw in the second game.
So let me see let me check up for the
It felt
update
like in game number 1.
for this.
Sykes showing how to play the perfect walls position and be the anchor for your team in those final moments.
Think about how
Oh yeah, that victory helped them secure the first.
sent on by VP in the end if we just hadn't have taken
Excuse
that point
me.
against them as well. They were in a pretty good position. We could have been seeing Liquid maybe 60 points after 3. Bear in mind, like 45
Yeah, okay, they say that. What the? I don't know what they're saying, but they saying that Team Heretics is the best in Apex. Like, really?
We've got a member of their team down on the floor right now with Brain Day. Who have you got for us?
All right, thank you so much, Onset and Gasket. Great call there. I am here, yes, with a member of Dinos, although Dinos and him have do not have common in age because this man is 19 years old. Jay Future.
How old? 19? He doesn't look like it. Holy crud.
Matches earlier on, like 2 years ago. And 2 years ago, you had your 2 pro splits, Challenger Circuit, and now you're playing at LAN at EWC. Talk about your journey from where you were just a little bit ago as a teenager now to being here at this moment.
Well, it's obviously a big difference playing in person versus online with Challenger Circuit. And with Challenger Circuit, you play for like 6 to 8 hour days. And here it's just a couple hours, but then you
G
have so much
Future
transport,
18.
which is also tiring. So
Oh, okay, yeah.
uh-huh.
So it happened again. So it happened for 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Yeah, it better not do this to me every 2 minutes and 50 seconds. It's so disgusting. Alright, let me see. The team was formatted, oh, this February? The 10th, huh?
It just feels less intimidating when online they're just big giant personality.
Okay.
In person, they're like
Donald's is formatted by Future Streams, DJ, and Chaos Feeling after their departure from Develop Modern Gaming.
He's one of our players, our pros who's been in the scene for so long. What does he bring to your team?
Kishera has brought us
Let's see.
an immense increase of intelligence that kind of like balances out our lack of experience since we're a newer team, and his immense experience and knowledge is like just transferred into us.
Cumberland University?
Sure
What?
we're plugged in every game, and like we would not be able to play as well as we are right now without him for sure.
Well, you guys have been amazing in pro.
Is a private university in Lebanon, Tennessee? Really? Never heard of that.
You guys, Chaos yourself were mentioned, but DJ
Let's see.
was highlighted as well. Said this guy might be next up. What can you say about DJ Killer and his impact on your team?
DJ's biggest impact is not just his shooting ability; it's his vibes, as we've said
Oh.
before in other interviews. He's a jolly fellow for
okay.
sure. He's always cracking jokes and keeping us spirits up for sure.
You know, I said jolly this morning. I said I don't say jolly unless I'm talking
Chaos
about Santa Claus, but now
filled it.
there's another jolly following me. Somebody else better not say jolly on this broadcast, otherwise something's going wrong. Jay,
It's
wanted
an
to
orderless
ask you
American
as we head
Canadian
into it.
team.
When you look at now in this learning experience you found settled, what are
Oh,
some
so he's the
what are some things you're
captain.
noticing that other teams are doing really well that maybe your inexperience needs to tackle, get more comfortable with if you guys are going to go far in this tournament? What is there to improve on over these next couple of days?
I'd say our biggest problem right now, and something that a lot of more experienced teams are very good at, is knowing when to go deeper into the zone. Whereas we like to usually just sit still and kill everyone who's coming in behind us, hold them all out.
You know, it's a
Sometimes
shame.
there's an opportunity to
It's a
push
shame
through.
right now,
You
because
see
I
that,
know
and you take
Perfect
it,
Work
our lack
could
of
pick
experience
these
kind of
boys
prevents us
up.
from doing that sometimes.
And I don't know
But
because
I've seen
what's
other
been
teams that are
stalling
really good
about
at doing
this,
that, so.
but if there's somebody who could pick these guys up, I'm gonna say this. Optic Gaming should pick these guys up. I know Hector does not want to get back into the Apex limelight, but heck, I would say Optic Gaming should. I think Team Envy is still active, and they should pick them up. Holy crud. Alright, this is a commercial break. So while we are dealing with that, here, let me guys show you. This is my YouTube channel. Here's my X account. There's my Instagram. That's to my YouTube channel. I have a Throne account, and I haven't been using Twitch for much because of things, but I am using YouTube right now. So yes, to this channel only. Yeah. You can see how much views I have so far. And that's because it has to do with my, well, it actually has to do with my shorts. So anyway, yeah, it's kind of crazy. Wow. I'm surprised nobody picked them up. I mean, I'm suggesting teams left and right who should pick them up. It's crazy. This is wild. I'll say.
Kadir City, powered by Play.
Top of them pretty much.
Okay, there we go.
They can close out a game, and they did well and plays top heavy. But when you're gifted with zone twice as well, you should be bringing in points regardless.
I'm busting out the inflatable.
Oh yeah, here we go.
suit then.
So that's Sniper. I followed a guy for a while.
Well, they also
The one
mentioned
in
that they
the
wanna
on the
make sure that
left,
they
the
fix
far
something that
left.
the other teams are really good at, and that's going deeper into the zone. That's knowing when to actually push in. Is that something that
Okay,
they're
so
gonna
they're
be able to
talking
maybe
about
adjust and do
big
that today?
sponsors,
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the
which
biggest
I'm
things,
not
Gracie, you
a
mentioned it,
sponsor
that's
to
good
any of
zones, but
them.
sometimes that's all you need to
I'm
really
just
get the momentum
streaming
rolling for you as a team. And
for
I
the
think one of
fun.
my favorite things about
Yeah,
them
so this is
is what I watch
Sniper.
is that their team fight
I kind of followed him
there's a lot
because
of
when I
people
heard he
switching
was
to a
going
lot
to
of high-level
join,
gameplay going on to
I
win the
forget what
fights, 'cause
org
sometimes,
did
you
he
know,
end up
because there's early
joining.
zones,
Oh
a
wait,
team
it
will
was
push you.
FaZe
And
Clan.
for,
Before
you know,
FaZe
a team will
Clan
push you and
fell
you'll be able to get
apart.
that fight going on. And
Ugh.
right here, is this the end zone?
Actually,
Or
they
is it
just
solid?
no.
It's
It's the
game.
first time they fell apart.
Sometimes that
It
is all
happened
you
again,
need is just
second
those early
time.
game and those early
They
fights
rather
to
just
get a
focus
win.
on
Because
the
if you get so
esports
early and you don't get the
aspect.
AD, sometimes you just end up
But
with 30 points and
he,
doing really nothing about it.
but
So for
he
them to be
was
able to take the
dropped.
action, go clear out places,
I think for the
he feels it looks really good. One of my favorite things with Jay Future
first
in that
time.
interview was the fact that he says he feels more comfortable here on LAN than he does online. Specifically because, you know, online the big personalities, you know, a lot of these players have the big streams. Sometimes players will go check out what other streams are saying, you know, get their heads. And here, being in person with everyone, it's like, hey, we prepared, everyone here prepared as hard as they could. If you prepared as to the best of your efforts, you should feel confident and comfortable coming.
You know, this is kind of crazy to see how things are going.
Yes, no, these old pros better watch out because these young stallions are coming through and they're more articulate than some of our other players, of course. But look, I cannot agree with you more saying that. Like, it looks like they've just got their head in the game because they know exactly kind of where they need to be and how they need to get there. So they have to have that sort of mentality.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, it happens again. What the freak is going on? I'm sorry, guys. I had to open up.
The opposite of that, being able to sleep. J&G, it seems like they were able to definitely sleep as they are currently in 4th place after 3 games.
I mean, hey, sometimes when you're flying for several hours, almost half a day, if not more, you're going to get hit by it. And they showed that a little bit of rest.
Excuse me for the birthday.
Very happy to see that for now, but can they keep this up? This is, like you said, it's a good start.
Okay, so Team Liquid just took over first place after 3 games. Then Dinos, then Team Falcons, Gen G, Virtuous Pro, Dog Red, Neo, Aurora, Enter Force 36, Team Heretics.
Yeah, honestly, I mean,
Jeez.
Team Liquid, we saw the motivation after that game 1. I think Zero was as frustrated as you could possibly imagine losing that fight. You know, like the big kill on Hal was nice, but he did not close that out the way that you would have expected.
It's so
him to. He had
crazy.
the advantage on height going against Walty.
Okay, then Kirshimi, Havoc, Unlimited Soul, Team Vision, Flat, Zipline Mafia, TL, and Pirates, Dory, Wolf Esports, and Shopify Rebellions.
Some of the storylines going on with the top
Wow.
teams we expected down at the bottom of the leaderboards, you know, this is not
Excuse
the
me
typical,
for the
you don't have to
burping,
lose your bracket.
boys.
You need to step it up
Girls.
for this friend, and that is wild to see. I did not realize.
It's so embarrassing that happened.
Wolves, and something that you were talking about in regards to Zero, you could just see the passion there. I don't want to repeat the words that he was saying, but he did not look happy when BP came in and third-partied them.
I mean, he got the revenge in the end, right? You know, in that last game where, you know, it was VP top 4 and stuff like that. So, you know, they're in a reverse revenge, but, you know,
I just
love
gotta
to
make
see that
sure
sort of stuff,
something
but
right now.
Yeah, man, I mean, the team looking great on top. But
excuse
yeah,
me.
I'm super surprised about Wolves today.
I mean, I'll definitely say they
Hang on, I
entered the
gotta
hell out
go
of
to
them.
the
Why
other-
are you fighting this early when someone is this close to us? You just can't take that fight, immediately get punished. Honestly, it didn't even matter who won that fight. The 3P will happen regardless. You can't make those mistakes. And as you see, ended at the bottom of the leaderboard. That is definitely true. Like, it's only been 3 games, but it hits hard.
So right here is actually what I was trying to refer to with Dinos. This is one of my favorite things, and thank you for having some Prowler action. I've been waiting for it this entire time.
Alright, let's
The team
see.
fighting here from Dinos was unbelievable, and we're going to focus on something that happened here, and I just want to kind of pick it up. When a lot of players get weak, we saw it when one of the players was in the truck and he swung out and got one of the original kills, ended up down to only about 20 health, and instead of backing up and popping a battery where a lot of people think, oh, I need to be full health for this fight, he realized that one of his teammates started aggroing on someone who had vision on him, and instead of, you know, like I said, popping that battery and
swear,
trying
I
to get
thought I
full
had
health,
this
he just
fixed.
re-swung out. It's called a bait and switch, where as soon as that person has his attention on someone else, you pop out, high-level gameplay, you know you can put the damage down, doesn't matter if you're 20 HP or not, because you realize that you have the line of sight, and they wipe that team fight. That happened
Yeah,
three
this
different
gotta
times right before
stop.
that as well.
Come
It was
on,
incredibly
man.
impressive.
I'm so happy to see the Auto Prowler come out. You know I love that weapon. And a lot of people have been sticking to the RE45s or R9s, and I love it.
Well, we'll see if we're going to see it again.
I don't know why it's under education, entertainment. I make sure it was supposed to be gaming.
And guess what? It just so happened to politically work wonderful for us because that was one of the best engagements that we saw. Actually, the final engagement that we saw in the first game today.
I mean, we could really see it throughout Team Liquid overall. They actually fought their way up that hill as well. We really expected them to close out this game after we saw that counterplay, essentially. They got engaged on after they wiped up Gen G here, coming down to the last 3v3. Zero turns on Halley. Actually hit a Kraber shot before, mind you. And then it comes down to this one-on-one. People say, hey, should Zero actually have left height? Maybe not.
Wait.
It still came down to the 1v1. He definitely did choke.
I mean, you watched it, well, we missed it there a little bit, but Waltzy just followed the same pattern that he did, took that height, and that was sort of the end of him. So
that's
it was, you know, just that copy and the...
Well, I actually have a question for you guys, right? Because there was a little bit of a BM right there from Falcons. Just looking at choked. Yeah. When you are a player, and I kind of want to ask you, Snipe Down, because you're an ex-pro here. When you have somebody, one of your rivals doing that to you, what's going through your mind? Obviously, it ended up working wonders for Zero because of where they currently are. But when you're seeing this from your rivals, what's going through your mind?
I mean, I'm as pissed as you could possibly imagine.
What the hell? Yo, oh, come on. This is ripping off the that's ripping off the Call of Duty League. Yo, that is so wrong. Oh, what the heck, man? Nah. That's foul. Yo, anybody who's clipping this on Twitch, clip this on. So if anybody's on Twitch and and you're watching the full stream of this on Twitch, clip this, send this to Zuma, tag him, tag even, tag in Dashi as well. Oh my god. Yo, what the heck? Hey, Team Falcons, really? That's Call of Duty kind of tactics. What the? No, don't touch Dashi. You know what? I don't know.
Today's performance was incredible. And today, that is just
Oh my god, I am definitely crashing out. Come on. This is so foul.
You know, some of these teams are sort of moved up
What
in
the
this
freak
position.
is going on?
Needs to play again today.
Oh my god.
Haven't actually, you know, replayed, but look, Gen G slightly moving up the leaderboard from their performance. Still have a
This
little
is
bit
so
more way to go,
wild.
but, you know, they've got
Oh, come on, man. What the heck is going on?
I'm hoping that that's going to be the case. I mean, it's a great bounce back
There's
for that
aces
team.
on the team, mate.
Considering with what happened with them, right? How they just we had them tweeting out yesterday using the hashtag EWC, saying we just arrived. We're about to start playing, and we're just currently in the vehicle as well. Now, going into these next 3 matches, I got a chance to talk about with Jelly, actually, that's going to be playing into the later groups. And he was saying, we're looking to have a
My god, that was...
tomorrow. We're not going to have
That
that
was
pressure on us.
just
We
pure
really don't have that pressure on
savagery.
us. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do. You know what? I was going to ask you guys a question, but maybe in the next one after this break.
Ay, ay, ay.
Welcome everyone to the
Hope I
Apex
fixed
Legends
that.
Global Series Split 1 playoffs at the EWC.
So now we're switching over to Vic Kitty and Spider Tip. I found out now those are the ones who were the voice.
Nothing but cinema all day long. And I mean, what else can you expect?
Look at
We
those
got these
two.
Titans facing off against
Okay, this has to stop, man. I'm trying to look at the ladies, not you guys.
Going to be standing out Group B versus D, but as we
Uh.
towards E District, you know, the Falcons didn't didn't have the best E district yesterday, but maybe we can turn the tide. When you look at the POI draft just ahead of you, a couple things are going to be changing.
This is
Falcons
so
this time they're playing
crazy.
from heights as opposed to stadium, which really isn't too big of a difference. They're just a bit further north. I'm okay with their rotations. You know how they were. They were all over the map regardless with resets and such. We got team Lotus as opposed to Resort. It's just going to be a little bit further east, different rotation from it. They don't have to worry about Alliance in this group, right? Because they were just further
The
south.
blue.
A lot of contention points there.
Karma is the blue wall. Yeah, right. You're lucky the green wall hasn't arrived yet.
It's looking to be maybe a little bit of the
Blue
same
wall.
as we got
Carmine.
My
Carmine
only
Corpse
hope for
flexing the
this group is that we
trophy.
don't see all of the
Oh
zones
god.
of the districts that we got. We did get those
I'm
two
sorry,
what we
guys.
call area zones, and those did shake up the lobby.
You know what happens if you say that though, Tiff?
Come on,
did I
really?
press
It ends up
Karma,
crushing it.
I
You
just
know
sorry,
what?
I went to
You'll
check
see,
on
that's gonna
Instagram
be how these
something,
end zones play
and
out.
I
You get to
just
take a
saw
look
the
at
post
Falcons,
from
a nice little banner
freaking
to highlight what the results have been
from
looking like already
freaking
after these last few
EWC.
games
Like,
alone on
what the
World's Edge. I
freak?
can't ever get enough of World's
Is
Edge. I know
never
people,
a blue
are used to
wall.
playing on it,
You're
seeing
gonna
it all in Pro League.
come
I think
on,
even
really?
more, but it's even nicer
Ay
to
ay
see a
ay.
different type of setting when it comes to E District, everybody. It's game number 4 on the horizon as our pros are locked and ready, and Team Liquid holding
Hang
that
on,
first
just to
place
make
spot
sure
with
this has
45
been
total
updated.
points after
I
dropping
updated
a
this
banger
so
of a
I
Game
can
3 dub
see.
with 13 KP to their name.
Okay.
They keep this going. I mean, Dinos too. Having
I
that
just
interview
want to
that
make
we just
sure.
saw with Ray when it comes to futures is getting the understanding of how these young good legends have been able to get this inexperience and convert it into having a great
Okay,
performance
so
on
the
Wings.
ladies
Yeah,
are
this is
taking
exactly
their
where you
turn.
want to continue that great performance. I was talking to just a few people before I walked up the caster booth today, and they're like,
So if you guys don't know, I kind of followed Vic Kitty as of yesterday, but I've been I had followed Spider Tiff since she did casting for the Call of Duty Warzone on one of the tournaments known as Warzone Total Frenzy, which, by the way, I kind of been plugging this because even though I'm not, but Warzone Total Frenzy is, well, let's just say I know who's running it. And I wish I didn't, but it's their fault to begin with. The only thing is, I'd rather them not to do that and host Call of Duty Mobile tournaments under some kind of different name, but they're weird. So yes, that's why I know Spider Tiff.
Out into the play, and that's why you're seeing a lot more of that influx here, as you get to see a lot of these Watsons, the Gibbies on top of it all. But I also like the inclusion of a different mix-up here. It's the
So let's see how the girls are casting. I mean, I like the guys, but girls are taking over for this second half.
It's going to be available for you to play off of.
Yeah, I mean, totally. As we look here at Wolves, currently at 19th place overall in the day. Not the strongest performance so far out of this group, but E-District is
no, they're not.
So taking this engagement here, being the only team to have their IGL on Rampart. Very identifiable. With the wall down and the mobile shield, we're going to have to find a way around.
Ooh, okay.
More of these teams now, as Wolves are going to be able to hold on to the high ground of this bridge, but the action has
Definitely.
not stopped as we take a look at Zipline Mafia on the other end of having to deal with the axe. So Tyraka, who is the first victim as he gets dirtied. Great start for Zipline Mafia. Not so great of a start, though, for Aurora, seeing if they're going to be able to reset fully here. And looking ahead, too, with the other teams who are also making their move. And this is what you can expect when it comes to these competitions, too. You bring in the baby comp, you got the Valkyrie, and she's babysitting. It's going to be a different look as they're going to be able to find some landing spots with Aurora, who are now forced to play as a
Not again. Come on, really? You know what? Hang on. Let me do something. I'm just gonna do something. I'm sorry I thought about it.
Your child deserves an education.
Oh, no. Oh, come on. Oh, here we go. Alright, there. Should deal with that. Hope it doesn't happen again, because otherwise I will be mad as heck. Alright, so we're still at 20 squads left.
Talk about what's waiting for them, though, here. Shopify were also trying to get contested with the survey beacon while Zipline Mafia walking away after getting that KP with Falcons. You already mentioned looking on the horizon to see if they could 3P, but that's not the only thing too, right? Because you have that survey beacon and ring console once you come out of those bunker doors that you can see by Zipline Mafia, and they were able to quickly turn things around, and Aurora now down to just that solo. At least with Falcons showing up, it allowed that solo from Aurora to have some respite. So let's see if they're going to be able to fully reset while Falcons now move up towards that survey beacon ring console where Genji are at.
Yeah, and the best part about that is the Falcons are running Watsons. They will be able to utilize that ring console, but however, Genji encroaching on that territory will stand tall for that time being. Team Heretics, on the other hand, they're on that northwestern side of the circle in which Team Liquid has been rotating into. You can see the enemy pings going about, but I'd love to go ahead and grab this Evo Cash prior. And they're going to do just that. They do have ultimates in tow in case they get into an engagement with Team Liquid. If I'm Team Liquid, though, I want to focus on getting into that circle. Zero zone calling has been impeccable on World's Edge.
And that's why they've been able to find so much consistency so far within this group.
Wait, what did they
got?
got?
First place spot, as Heretics were trying to mirror them originally before now trying to prioritize those objectives, boosting those Evo shields as well as the information off the survey. And as they are going to be able to move up towards that northern spot, other teams like Unlimited and Zipline may be facing off against each other for the fight of that information too. Perfect cue here as Zipline Mafia lose out on one. Full 3 squad though, or 3-man rather, with Unlimited now moving up. They have the priority over on the survey beacon.
Okay, so they're definitely working on it.
Opposite of what peace means after finding Kazakh again, and now Unlimited want to be able to capitalize off of this, especially since they're one of the teams rocking the fuse.
The best part about that is it was the Newcastle player, Kazakh, right? He's the one that initially went down. They prio to res him to get him back on his feet. So if we need to, we can slam a mobile shield down and make sure we have a bit of cover. When it comes to groups B versus D, Unlimited are really strong in this matchup. They took 3 top 3 finishes, and they haven't really showed us what they could do on our World's Edge side of things early on. So maybe E-District is where they turn it around because we're outside 10th place, Vicky. And we're starting to get closer to the point where you want to avoid the survival stage.
Yeah, right? Because now, since you find yourself in that midpoint, you're seeing some of these legends compositions.
Am I losing this stream again? Oh, no. Don't do this.
Still finding these shots off the longbow, man. Peace. Love what we're seeing, you know, when you have the different changes moving up with Fuse, just boosting around like he's on a trampoline with his own knuckle cluster. In the distance, though, they hear the shots. As Flat also get a knock in the feed. The Axel going out. Ilari Man's looking with a double ult, though. He had the perk. He gets the follow right afterwards, and they get the knock. Nobody is safe. Literally
so, assisted elimination. No squads have been eliminated yet.
You can hear the Valkyrie ult take to the skies, get out of the situation.
We're
waiting. And gonna be able to let that Valkyrie go out for now because they got the KP that they wanted. Still 20 squads left, though, in this lobby. Remember what we saw very early on when it came to Aurora, who were able to get that full reset. So now we have to see if Zipline Mafia do something similar, as well as Dory, who are now moving away as a duo, both of those teams, and more of these other squads. If you take a look at Shopify, who'll be rotating over onto the fan side, Egg coming into Viaduct, as well as Falcons, who are now taking that roundabout rotation through the choke that exits out.
Okay, guys, let's see. Where are we
and I know that you're highlighting Shopify as well, but Team Vision has sent their Watson player out into the ring to make sure we can snag the ring console at Street Market. So when it comes to their rotation, we can guarantee that we're not on the wrong side of an E-District pop. Once we get into endgame, oftentimes we've seen a lot of our teams call one side of a certain area, and then we see this massive exodus that's required once it pops to the other side.
58 players are still in, but the 20 squads are still remaining.
When you look at the circle, you already have TLN Pirates, our French roster, who didn't do the best on day one, but that's okay. We found them in a decent spot.
Let's see, where are we right now?
Across this building, right? So we are just basically going to be staring at each other the whole time. And to be fair, the TLN Pirates, we're on blues and whites in terms of our shields.
I mean, having that trade-off, right? When you find yourself on the high ground buildings, on those rooftops, right? You have that poke battle, but Team Falcons, recognizing that, are actually moving over to the northern building, closer to the bridge that leads into Viaduct. That is rather open, actually, especially on that second floor, because they did hear another team wrap up behind them, but Genji don't commit to that choke that we saw Falcons now rotate from, and now Genji are trying to face off against Aurora, who once again were able to get that full reset, but they're still feeling the pressure. Genji wanted to clean up that southern side of zone so that way they can clear up that side of bridge, while Dino see this little side by side of the fans trying to give them their energy, but you can see the dome put
Wow. Okay, the ring is definitely closing. Squads are definitely. Okay.
Here's the deal, though, reminder, Oiren was the solo from Aurora, and they tried to go ahead and hit a regame. Genji, who's been looking much better than
Genji's
yesterday, which
trying
I
to
can
do
only
some
imagine is they
healing.
finally got some sleep.
Oh!
I'm gonna take this challenge, get some Ziggy, the last alive, being hunted, and a 1v1 across effect. Wait, I'm gonna grab this full.
What the heck?
Okay.
Bot was eliminated. Hold.
Pulls it off. He pulls it off. He gets the finishing blow on both of them now, actually.
Oh, he baits the zip.
This is so smart. Can he get the death box res is the question. He gets
Banner's wrong. Banner recovery happening.
A little bit of these open positionings here, as you can see, Dog also.
I see what's going on. This is getting
Being the
crazy.
last one alive for Aurora, trying to keep the dream alive here, with the ring also closing in right behind his back. It's a scattered triple team with Dogred being the only full trio, but they only sent that one player towards the bridge to see if they could 3P. They're also one of the teams.
Okay, so yeah, I see. Genji's trying to revive their team mates. Alright, so Ziggy went to respawn his teammates.
You know you're not going to be alone. I see a Rogue Carter on all the way on the left-hand side of the screen, which means
Enter 40. Enter Force 36 was eliminated. Wow. Okay. Oh, the Zeta fans are out in full support. Aurora was eliminated. Oh my.
They pull off the res, they land on his head, and they take the rest of Aurora out of this lobby.
I can't believe they just show off its fans, but they're not for Genji. They're for Zeta Division, which they're playing on later on today. That's hilarious. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
The contention point will be Dogred. Over towards the east, you have Falcon set up with Zipline Mafia just to their side. And honestly,
Wow,
the French
this
GLN
is
Pirates,
crazy.
they had a power position inside that
50 players are still in, 17 squads are remaining, but this is wild.
Reposition quickly, sending one of their teammates out on top of the bridge where Shopify Rebellion are trying to coexist around them, just putting the pressure with Falcons being right alongside them, but with so many of these other teams committing to playing a little bit more so.
Okay, 17 squads are still remaining.
Pulling Tiff, we know it's going to be pulling more so towards that bridge side, where Dog Red are kind of hugging by that evil harvester. Genji are now wrapping behind Team Heretics and Vision 2 taking their time, as they are going to be able to take on top of the evac tower, see where they could find their landing.
Oh, I'm ready for this. Genji, Team Heretics have found each other on the outside of Circle, passing like ships in the night. We go straight for White Grim Reaper Neo. Now, if you remember WGR Neo from yesterday, they put up a 15-kill map win, and Genji has to push through them. So we'll immediately take that damage from the triple take. It's going to make this difficult because we need the climb up. We need to push WGR back.
And Neo are playing like out of their minds, trying to carry some of that momentum into
Okay, I see how this is
Seeing with the
going.
way that Team Liquid have been able to hold on to that first place spot, one of the teams rocking that baby comp, though, in the middle of a lot of the action with Shopify also neighboring to their south, as well as Unlimited, who've now moved up. But Neo, as they are approaching Gen G, they're looking to skedaddle, see them boosting away like a bunch of go-karts as they're trying to race off. But Dog Red are just waiting for them on the outskirts of this next zone pool, which they had that information for before. But they're busy with Team Heretics looking at them to try to take that fight. So 2 isolated fights here. We get to see VP now eliminated at the hands of Dino.
You're telling me the Dinos, after a map 2
Virtuous Pro got eliminated. Okay.
their first clean fight, they are feeling good. They
This
had
is
that interview. He's like, look,
this
I'm
is
playing
getting
better, I'm
crazy.
feeling more confident. But here's the fight we were waiting for.
Genji is doing the fighting, but
Ziggy tries to take a crazy angle, but Val gets away.
oh boy.
Right, if you can't clip her wings, that's fine. She'll get to see another day for now with those alternators missing out. Aqua, though, gonna be able to try to deviate from trying to pull off this shield that Ziggy dropping down like a hot potato.
This is so wild.
Dropping right in front of the door, trying to prevent the reset, now being the last one for Genji. The pings are coming out. You already know the comps are saying, let's just get reset here. But then the triple take from a distance is looking to greet them.
Yeah, this is wild.
All over the place. Even Jesco in the kill feed doing some work for himself with his. A reposition is needed, but Neo's back up to a full 3. Now
Yep, Neo's definitely making sure to stay strong. So is Dog.
We have to get to that circle, and Dogred is going to capitalize on a nice third party if they're not too careful.
Taking their time too while they still look at Team Heretics because they feel a little bit of that pressure, but they're looking in both directions, right? With still Gen G, with still Neo, neighboring that building right alongside them. But Dinos playing split up too, very similar to what we were seeing earlier.
Jeez.
The Pirates, yeah. And it's honestly about clearing up that north side of zone too, because they know that there's going to be a collapse there with SAUL, with Kisame Havoc, as well as Shopify, who eventually will be able to move up towards that bridge.
Here's the thing, though, with Dinos, is they're being held at bay by SAUL and a triple take from Jesco. So we've got to keep tabs on that. There's a couple people that are running it for the mid-range, but thankfully with Valve, we don't have to go on foot. We're now getting the location of everyone in our party. And it's like, hey, what's
Dory
up?
was eliminated. Oh,
Falcon's in an
God.
electrified bubble down below looking to heal, and alter portaling straight towards the angles. Let's see. It's down. Our get out of jail free card.
Being one of the few teams not rocking a Valkyrie, right? When everybody's taking to the skies, it's like the William Dafoe meme, looking up, and it's like a billion Valkyries trying to find their spot into this next zone.
Neo is eliminated. Shopify Rebellions are eliminated. God dang.
That TP set up too, but it's a huge pileup in that one building that we were talking about from the very beginning, Tiff, when it came to Pirates. It's Gen G, Pirates, Falcons out of that situation, by the way, looking at that entire mess and saying, don't worry, we'll poke at you from afar.
We'll get it. Meanwhile, we lose out on WGR Neo. We lose out on Shopify Rebellion, who are having kind of a dud of a series, but Unlimit. We talked about them having the chance to take 3 top 3 series in a B versus D matchup, and let me tell you, we're on 7 kills, and we're looking pretty good. However, when you keep your tabs on that east side you're mentioning, Gen G, TLN Pirates, Zipline Mafia now have to move, and Wolves, who know that E-District is their best map, are one of the only teams in the next circle.
Unlimited are also just riding out this momentum. They have like 7 KP to their name. They're putting in so much damage, which goes hand in hand when you're running a composition like that. You got the Fusey out, the Sparrow, and the Axle. Almost like I'm rubbing my eyes like it's another day of rain.
That's crazy.
It's a trade-off. TLNP only down to Kiner, who's looking to try to pump the shield back. But now the 3P comes in.
Gen G Esports was eliminated. Oh, boy.
To clutch out because Falcons have now knocked on the door and moved up like the Kool-Aid men.
And they are going to be poised, but Gil tries to take the challenge in Zip.
Alright, 12 squads are left.
Shut them down. But trying to keep an eye on Waltzy, who's
Ay,
walking up the stairs.
ay,
The
ay.
electrified bubble has already been popped. Cooldowns will need to be managed, but I'd imagine once Guild hits the med kit, we are going to re-attack this. 6% until Pylon, but Team Liquid and Dogred, they're going at it. It's Panic needing to clutch. We've seen it before. It looked a little different. But what do? Do we disengage away from this 5% away until we have ult?
The comms, though, I like the way that Panic is slowing down, listening to Zero here, while Falcons.
Alright, let's see how this is going.
This med kit for now, because they're gonna have to take some of this circle damage, unless you are. The Altar going right through a zipline, waiting for him on the outskirts. At least one member of zipline is still inside the next zone.
Team Falcons were eliminated.
They get eliminated. Now TLNP though, Panic. He's able to.
Yeah, that's what happens when you decided to make the choke sign. And nobody does that. Only Octane Gaming does that. Wow, Unlimited is eliminated. Team Liquid eliminated? Yo, what the? Oh my. Team Heretics? What the?
Team Heretics gonna be able to
Man,
hold this
Team
in.
Heretics doing so good at this. Their Brawl Stars team better be good at it as well.
From the high ground and Team Heretics with 4 squads left. Dinos get eliminated as AUL were able to take some chunks out of them. And I really like this spot from Team Heretics. We see this all the time in a zone like this, holding onto the high ground with Team Vision are playing off that low ground alongside SAUL.
Dude, they are turtled up, just waiting for this end game, staying out of sight from Team Heretics. SAUL, though, found success in B versus D as well as Wolves.
Wow.
And I thought they were one of the most consistent teams when it came to this matchup. They were able to obtain 2 wins in a recent script setting, however, low points. But did you see the amount of kills they have, Vicky?
Oh, yeah.
It's a good game for them.
Exactly, like 9 KP already alone. I'm not surprised when you have crazy talent that has made up S8UL. Vision 2 with Team Heretics.
Wow, Heretics got eliminated.
all three members up for our last three squads. Dog Red, too, looking at S8UL, but Dog Red have the high ground. That's the benefit for this team as they take the floor up here on this bridge with these Watson fences harassing visions.
The best part about this is, even though Carter did fall, we should be able
Excuse
to
me
get a
for
clean
all the
reset
burping.
out of
What's
sight,
going on?
but they
Just
do know they're there.
took an energy
You have to contend who's going
drink
to
to
go
keep me
where.
awake as
The
much.
bubble is down straight to the channel on a Dog Red.
This is so smart from S8UL, though. Great communication. They TP in, and they put down the giving ball, and we see the image coming in with the R9. L-Star in hand, gets a follow-up.
Wow.
Legacy is playing out of his mind. They want to prevent the rest from coming in. A double-edged sword, though, coming in as Legacy.
Dog Red got eliminated. So, Soul versus...
And we are just hip firing straight into Team Vision.
Oh, Soul won. I don't know if they how they say it or how I believe they say read it.
About the dangers of having Legacy.
Wow, this is insane. I can't believe what I just watched.
They put down the Gibby Dome. They move up.
Wow, this is crazy. I'll tell you what. I can't believe it.
The amount of people that he had to focus on, whether it be that one player on top of the crate, whether it be having to move up from the Gibby Dome, but it was the space.
So, this is really wild.
Let me just tell you,
Wait, I just want to do something right now.
impressed with that performance. 15 kills throughout the duration of that. And when you think about S8UL, I did have a chance
Sorry,
to speak with
guys.
them yesterday. I had a
I
great
was
chat with not only Legacy,
I don't know
but
what's
Sharky
going
himself.
on
And
here.
most notably, guys, you would remember Sharky is a former LAN champion. He is impeccable, but I feel like one of the
That
things
was
that he was
crazy.
highlighting most with the current team is his communication. He's like, we
Wait,
have
hang
been
on.
so good at communicating, and I think that is the strongest thing that you need to work on when it comes to adapting in our current meta, because everything is so flexible, and you have to make sure navigating the bans, navigating the different maps.
What
the
the
fact that we
heck?
put World's Edge into the mix here for B versus D today, they are doing everything they need. So I'd love to step back and see what just happened with Team Vision, and we're going to where Team Heretics yeeted straight on.
Oh,
Coming in
jeez.
swinging. And it's no surprise here we have the experienced players that make up S8UL. And as we take a look at the highlights, even at the very end here, Tiff, this is what was beautiful, right? You try to prevent the rest from coming through, even if it was the Newcastle, right? But you take your
So,
time.
Soul
There's
got
going to be another team. The fact that you had another dome ready, and you still have the L-Star to also
Soul got
contest
the victory.
the dome and get a little dance going.
Oh, look at that.
Just
Look at that team.
in that game dropped 7 KP as we get to see the pop-up S8UL showcasing that consistency.
That's
Listening to what their coach was
wild.
saying, because the boys they got this celebration out, and we got 0 over there.
Let's go, boys.
You know what? He's probably giving some words of encouragement. He's probably like, you know what, guys, that was a really good game. I'm proud of you. Positivity, love, and happiness. We think. I think that's the case.
That's crazy.
I love it. I love the energy that we got.
Nessie hat. It's cute.
It is super cute. I love the bucket hat too. Yeah, it's really nice. It's great to have the energy here in the crowd as we.
What the choke? This is bullcrap.
That one is definitely going to be one of my favorite gifts that I gotta replicate here in
Can
our.
we make it a sticker in the group chat?
Yeah, absolutely. I was gonna say in the talent chat, absolutely. And we get to see what other stickers we add to our collection because you like it. You like it when you see S8UL perform just like that. 15 total KP off that 4th game alone. And Tip, as you highlighted getting ready into E-District, time is of the essence, right? Group stages, we're already on the 2nd day. You're kind of figuring out, you know, if you're...
I don't know if I should tell Tom. I don't know if I tell Zoom about this. This is ridiculous.
Adaptation as we've introduced World's Edge back into the map rotation for our first 3 games before we go right back over to E-District.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion, we're kind of in that mid-pack when thinking about the survival stage, and that's great as long as you're not in that eliminated bubble. Teams like, you know, basically TLN Pirates, Dog Red, Team Heretics, those are 3 teams coming into the series that really
That's so wild.
about that. But some more highlights about is when you got Coast with the crazy angle, you had the dinos up top, and S8UL definitely swoop on them. You get the bubble, you go straight in, take a mastiff to their face. That is my favorite form of bubble fighting.
It's nice when you get a little dance in right here, as we get to see again some of the replays at the very end of that previous game, the L-Star, man. The holy meatballs makes your eyes water. I mean,
So crazy.
And it's the way that you're also able to put down these domes, split your attention, as Vision wanted to go in for the 3P. I mean, just imagine if they were one of the teams that didn't rock out with a Gibby. That's why Gibby is banned going into the next game. Most picked legend for game number 4, and that's no surprise here when Maggie was the 3rd legend banned after game number 3. We get to see great support here from our crowds.
Oh, wow.
To show their energy here, Tiff.
I saw Cybercats logo on there. Yeah, we got some Cybercats former players up in here. You do?
I do, actually. I got a chance.
I had a mouse pad.
Hey. They hear us. They hear us. When we take a look at our legend
I can't
band
believe
draft here,
this.
of course, Gibby, once again, is going to be the next legend out of E-District. We still got 2 more games to go here on this map.
Yeah, so this is actually very typical from the most recent series they ran prior to running match point final scrims. They went Crypto Seer, Mad Maggie, Gibby. Now, if we're going to anticipate what we could possibly see, could be a coming ban on Watson. Ulcer usually doesn't get banned until after game 6, and we're only playing 6-game series. So we're going to have so much alter on E-District, which has been really a lot of those aggressive plays that we witnessed in our prior game, getting out and just kind of navigating the field. But for our teams that are finding themselves at the bottom of the overall leaderboard, this is where I'm challenging you, and it's going to be Shopify Rebellion. I'm calling you out just a smidge. I'm gonna need you guys to step up because you're not on this page. All right, for now, Team Liquid at the top, 52 points. Dinos, an impressive showing here for those young boys.
Exactly, right? Because if you take a look at Jay Future, we just spoke to him just a little bit before diving into game number 4. Is Jay Future is coming out with 14 total KP over the course of these last 4 games alone, and that's with Panic trailing right behind him, with Team Liquid holding first place overall over the course of these last few games with 13 KP.
Also true. Good shot of our trophies. This key crusher in the background. It's so scary, bro. If I come here, I don't want my key crushed. I've also been actively avoiding that area. I don't know why. I used to work in risk management, and let me just tell you, I feel like I need to avoid the key crusher.
I also have to highlight it. It takes like days to build it.
I thought you were going to say days to crush the key.
I had no choice. I tagged it Optic Gaming because even though it's actually technically from Optic Texas, but this is just straight off from them. Bro, the joke.
One of their opponents to do the job for them. But again, just to highlight, guys.
Oh my god.
Match number 5 is on the horizon. It's crazy to see how a lot of these teams have been able to shape up going onto E-District. Don't go anywhere because we got a short break, and when we come back, we got game number 5.
It's so wild. Okay, I had no choice. I had no other choice.
Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest.
Oh man, not again.
Shoulder to shoulder.
Okay, so that was crazy. I can't believe Apex Legends just tagging Team Falcons. I had no choice. I had to tag Optic Gaming because this was straight up pulled off from the Call of Duty League season. The 2024 season. Oh my god. Oh god. Wait, okay, now I have to see.
Deserves a stage. Number 5.
Alright, there we go. I'm sorry guys.
Right now has been putting on quite a masterclass. It's about that consistency.
I'm trying to avoid the commercials altogether,
When I was
so.
thinking about it and looking at some recent runnings of this matchup, I've been kind of hyping on it. It was Team Liquid, Unlimit, Falcons, and S8UL were the 4 teams that I had kind of put into it, that I was like, this is the squads that are going to be the ones to look out for. They've got multiple wins, and actually I don't believe Team Liquid had taken a win in that series, but good thing they showed up today. A 2nd place in map 1, a win in map 3 was fantastic. Dinos putting their name into the mix, and then S8UL getting 1 win in map 4. With 2 to go on E-District, I'm looking for more out of Team Liquid. They looked great on World's Edge, and I think that they can replicate.
Go
E-District yesterday, we talked about it, they had
No
some issues
name.
running in with Alliance on that early stage.
Everything.
They're up here in this lobby. We moved towards the Lotus, but the Southern Zone definitely hurt them a little bit.
Oh, see the Zeta win. I hope they have the. I hope Zeta. I hope those Zeta fans who have those scars better save some for the Brawl Stars.
13 KP, but with the crowd rallying up behind me, me.
Because I had heard they're playing land for the next monthly finals. Okay, I see. That's Wolves mascot, I think. Okay.
Will it be Team Liquid holding their ground, or will another come trailing up and take it from them?
And that's exactly what it's all about here at EWC. Take what you want, right? Everything is earned, Vicky, and if you're not working for it, you're not getting it. And right now, with Team Liquid just 5 points ahead of Dinos, 2 maps to go. And honestly, that win from S8UL leapfrogged them up into 3rd. But gearing up here, we'll keep tabs. S8UL, I told you, they nabbed Neon Square, just like they played in E-District yesterday. So knowing that they'll have prio to those southern zones, we went towards that draft point area and map number 1, great for them. Very easy to get over there. For now, when you see that first initial circle pull, I'm looking at Dinos and Energy Bank. Now, Energy Bank endings of Vicky are so fickle because there's a lot of places to play from, but it could pop a couple
we're
of
doing,
different ways.
Yeah,
so
right.
it's match
Usually
5
by
right
the bridge
now.
sides,
20
right?
squads
A lot
are
of these teams,
remaining.
usually get
And
to
this is about
coexist
to get
underneath
crazy
these
by
bridges,
the
but
moment.
I'm always scared when it comes to rotating
Ugh.
into a zone like this. You can expect that from like the likes of VP, who have already called in that evac tower. And since we say goodbye to Gibby, Baby Comp no longer seeing Valk as the babysitter. Instead, you're going to be making your way with some new compositions. Newcastle still kind of being that main face. I really love the inclusion, though. If it's not going to be like that Fuse, Axel, Wraith iteration, you see that Rampart too. So now taking a note of how E36 also make their rotate. Some of these teams over.
Okay. Oh no, did the stream go down?
Their designated POIs.
Yep,
to walk forward,
they
not only
did.
an Evil Harvester, but with that Survey Beacon
Good
and Ring Console to
grief.
add, which is why VP were so quick to rotate, as we also see from Team Falcons.
Yeah, love that they got this, right? Falcons over at Heights do get Survey Beacon and Ring Console, so know that they're running Watts, and they immediately pop onto the Ring Console, see where they need to go, take to the skies, and land quickly. I'm talking, I think we are less than just about 2 minutes of duration into this match, and we've already found ourselves fighting for a power position into Energy Bank. Wolves and Zipline Mafia with quick prio rotates are going to be down on the southern side,
So this
and
is
this
about
is
to get
maybe where Wolves
crazy.
can start turning things around, right? You have prio to the zone, you can take some fights and secure your spot, but if you did this good in E-District yesterday, we have 2 maps to turn it around.
It's just been rough, right, in general, sitting in 18th in the overall standings for Wolves. Now, as they start rotating the double white Evo, one of those blue Evos with WinX here, VSN, who are by draft point, are going to be able to get the information off the Ring Console. Dory trailing right behind them, but there's also that Survey Beacon, too. It's another reason why I really do like landing at draft point. You also usually have like a light arsenal before trying to rotate into that southern choke of Energy Bank. But remember what I mentioned when it comes to rotating early here. It's beneficial if you find yourself underneath one of those bridges. You're able to bunker down with the amount of Watson comps that we do see playing into those defensive comps. But then you have to worry about the teams who are going to have to take a longer rotate, like WGR, Neo, who do have that Ring Console and Survey as they move out of Blossom Drive. But other teams are going to be like S8UL, who had one heck of a game number 4 with 15 KP, trailing behind Dinos, as they have 38 points to their name. CLNP, though, already getting involved in this fight versus E36.
Yeah, they hail from draft point, immediately dive up towards the north, but they have found themselves, you're right, surrounded by Enerforce 36. Falcons out towards their left. The Wolves, on the other hand, are gatekeeping Team Vision. We're side by side, and while this necessarily doesn't have to break out, these two are on the south side, but we're currently in that zone.
Okay, so 20 squads are left. Let's see how this goes.
Way up from the south side of E-District.
Going on next here, too, with Zach, who's been so on point when it comes to trying to call out a lot of these end zones, too, but it was about getting the info with the Survey Beacon. They're getting pinged from afar by a longbow here. You can see the pings. Wolves were looking at them originally. They have their TP set up, but another team is also going to be Dory by the bridge side that we just saw in our last end zone. Waltzy, though, playing off the little lip of the fence line. I love taking fights here, but it's very risky if you don't know if your back is cleared. So they would rather not risk this, because look at the setup that they have underneath the bridge. The same bridge that I mentioned when we see a lot of these zone pools. They have the Watson fences painted all over the floor. They got the Newcastle barrier already set up.
Alright, I see how this is being. Alright.
And it's a really interesting decision,
It's
right?
kind of
Because
crazy to
Falcons
say
have
the
altars,
least.
so they can disengage through the walls just like that. But when you look TLN Pirates, they've elected to play the Wraith, and they're also one of the 3 ramparts that are in the lobby. We can use those amped covers for a lot of deterrence to them, but also our portal's not going to take us through the floor, though. That's on altar, so you really have to keep an eye on the fact that Team Falcons are existing so close to you.
It's also important to highlight that we have a tie between the legend picks of Newcastle and Watson, so it really comes down to which of these teams find themselves in that first place spot, with Team Liquid holding on to the high ground. It's going to be Panic over onto that Watson, while Sykes holds on to the rooftop with the Newcastle Zero. So we're going to be able to put in some pings because there's going to be a team waiting for them on the other side of the building here. Team Liquid are looking at Dog Red as they do set up that TP too, but they're not alone. If Liquid commit to trying to take that fight while they're still waiting on info, because there's a ring console to their north, so they're expecting other teams to rotate from that choke specifically. I like to call it like the E-District building of the streamer building that you usually see on World's Edge. Everybody likes to drop here. The don't pull up zone, because Flat is also looking at this fight, but they're splitting their attention to the team pileup that's in the middle of Energy Bank, so they're just trying to show presence.
We definitely are. You can see we've got the jetpacks going and kind of queuing out of the way for Team Vision. We've claimed a building, S8UL, across the way. In terms of armor differential, it's not quite, maybe just a purple over on Team Vision, so relatively equal there. And for now, they can kind of coexist until we see what is going to happen. Do we pull towards the east or the north side of Energy Bank, or do we get the circle for ourselves?
The reason why we see usually those defensive legends.
Okay, so where are we still?
Down. Kiner's going to get the finishing blow off of that player, leading E36 as a duo. And with this nice overview here of the teams that are still rotating in, Neo are looking at Zipline Mafia, while Dory are going to be able to take advantage of the ring console.
You know, it's crazy. I was like, oh, we'll see if it pulls north. We'll see if it goes east. Why am I doubting S8UL and Team Vision? They have been some of the best zone calling teams the entirety of LAN thus far and in Split 1. So knowing that they've elected to coexist on that southeastern side, they get the zone pull. Typically where we saw that E36 fighting is over in the center. You can see the big red Team Falcons. That's like 3 or 4 teams stacked on top of each other, with Team Liquid just above them. Shopify Rebellion, instead of going straight into Team Liquid, have carved their path out into a diagonal just to the right side of them. And I'd imagine that in our next, I'd say 1 to 2 minutes, Vicky, we're going to lose a lot of teams.
That sense of what's happening with a lot of the teams that struggle to get in some of these early rotates, who are getting gate catched by these chokes on E-District. So with, you know, Alter in the mix and still Valkyrie, Skews is going to be able to put in the pressure with his 30-30. Has that gold sniper stock, by the way, as well as that purple heavy mag. Nice shot, but even if he gets the knock. Before you traverse through this open ground, Ziplow drop down and try to take this fight too. There is that server beacon right behind him, and it is a rather isolated fight, because guess what? The one member of Neo is ahead of the rest of the team, just sitting on a TP, and they actually do manage to get out of trouble because they had a TP set up originally in another building, and Zipline Mafia wanted to try to take that fight.
Well, there we go. Survey beacon activating, giving us the information in which we need to know. Definitely need to run at that circle because time is of the essence. With 20 seconds ahead, you need to trail WGR Neo. We talked about Wolves needing a comeback story on our final 2 matches of E-District. They're just outside looking in with Gen G and Aurora surrounding them. Couple of pokes as we recently lose out on Enter Force 36. Looks like TLNP and Dinos.
Enter 46 was eliminated. So this is what happens when I'm not paying attention.
Also pick up some KP. Look at Peace.
Wonder if there's anything going on. Okay, so they're the first one to be eliminated. So 19 squads are left.
Alter right back into the fight, but having to play on that low ground is hard when a limit has been peppering into you. Longbow in hand of Peace gets the quick little 48, but he's already outside and around the corner. Just showing presence to clear this side of the choke. Very similar to what we had seen in the previous game with Falcons when we had gotten started on E-District. Dog Red, too, looking at Shopify. It's one member of Dog Red, though, who's looking at a full 3-stack. While Dory now also just trying to find their way around this next building. Somebody needs to help the Valkyrie right here. They put down the Jet. Great angle and great suppress fire, hitting 120 off the Hemlock.
Oh, boy.
I'm a little worried about this because Team Heretics is likely going to look for an opening onto this. They did bunker down, and having the Watson Newcastle will make things difficult. I heard the wall going up. You're likely going to have a pylon directly behind it. A res coming through via audio.
This is getting a little bit interesting. Come on. Is anybody doing anything yet?
They're back trailing. It's Zipline Mafia and WGR basically just running side by side.
With the zone closing in right behind their backs, you know who's going to be waiting for them, Tiff? You highlighted them just now with Team
This is
Heretics
so
looking at Dory.
crazy.
Neo are forced to take a much longer rotate. This is going to be trouble for Zipline Mafia as they were trying to...
By the way, for those who are wondering, I understand I should say this. What this is going on over here on the right, that's what the heck is I gonna say? This is the esports World Cup sponsors. So if you want to check it out, go to the esports World Cup Instagram at EWC _ Instagram. No, EN on Instagram, my bad. Oh, this is what happens. I'm so out of it.
Bro, if you do it, I'm screaming.
So it's something about when you look at the Sparrow, he's like, Avicii.
Let's
like,
see.
Okay. You just hit me from a mile away like you're Legolas.
This is what I was waiting for. We've been kind of talking about Team Heretics, Team Vision, Dory, Havoc, where they were all going to collapse.
Okay, let's see.
Finally, it breaks through. Muscle Peaks goes down. Kazumi and Hiromune are going to have to swarm around, but Team Heretics immediately start pressuring through
the ring took care of cleaning.
Another member.
Ooh.
And SAUO rocking the rampart and
who's going down next?
Get that triple take shot and grief them while they're at it. They're safe. Bunkered down inside the neighboring building.
I think Dory might go out.
Sharky takes a chunk out of them too. Lonzy then going to be able to follow up to find that member of Dory that's going to leave one up here as Dory just trying to stay alive. Team
Let's see.
now.
Wolf's got eliminated. Oh my god, Wolf's Esports got eliminated? That's crazy. Oh.
Wolves falling. Jens finding a big knock there. And the altar portal to hunt down the remaining player of the team. Jumps on him. No shield back for you.
Appears to be Havoc's gone as well.
Very quick here with Heretics going to be able to get out of the line of sight. By the way, of SAUO playing off
wow,
their
this
side.
is crazy.
Nobody to come in for the 3P while Team Vision are playing very split up. And Zipline Mafia still, by the way, trailing against WGR Neil. The fact that they were able to also just rotate, now take to the skies and stay alive. Excuse doesn't have a shield, but they
Dory was eliminated. See, I almost had it, but they were not eliminated before they went to focus on another. Oh boy.
You get the amped covers down. You even invest a mobile shield. We have just expended so many of our abilities to secure this place. Now, knowing that there's 16 teams still in the lobby, we are safe and fully healed for the time being.
Hey, they're gathering around the campfire and maybe singing the friendship song here.
This is wild.
Down. We've just built the house and we're not going to be moving out of here unless somebody evicts us. Neil's getting evicted, by the way. But this time it's out of the bus. It's Shenji trying to get a little bit of revenge. It's only Ziki.
Oh, Neil got eliminated.
Let's see if he can try to get this full reset because Team Vision are on the hunt, but they can't fully commit because Zipline Mafia are still restabilizing on the other side of that fence line after we saw them land, and they're also putting their attention onto SAUL, who are trying to arrest
Flat was eliminated.
Flat fall at the hands of Team Liquid, and we jump immediately to our POV. One of two teams with the longest rotation, but at least you've got a Kraber in the hands of Zero to make it work. A good little pip there of what we're looking at. Shopify Rebellion on the run towards the east, and Team Liquid actually chasing them down. We decide to go out that route instead of straight into the Falcons, who were just taken down by Dog Red.
Wow, Team Falcons got eliminated by Dog Red. Wow, this is what they do when they do the choke. They did signs for the choke-in. They got karma.
They called it out being on the southern side of zone. Zach is so good when it comes to calling out these E-District zone pools. And you can see that displayed here, but they need to make sure that the southern side of zone is cleared up, especially if you look at where the zone pool is. It's directly on top of
wow, this is so wild.
More so by the edge, but teams that are flying by, looking to grief them. Shopify, Liquid trailing right behind. Zipline Mafia will be able to have a clear shot of the action happening in front of them.
Well, keep your eyes. 6 bullets in the Kraber for Zero. Shopify Rebellion.
This is so crazy.
On the leaderboard. Team Liquid in first. So you've got to take down the Titans of
This is so. This is so embarrassing.
Oh no! Oh no!
Hello,
The
good morning.
drones are flying about. Panic is not trying to panic here. They need some cover.
I'm panicking.
Knockdown. Can he actually pull this off? He has to hide behind the knockdown
Oh,
shield. I mean, it's so much
jeez.
pressure. They're playing neighbor essentially to Zipline Mafia, and now Panic
Dinos was
is
eliminated.
He does get the quick
Great.
shield swap, while Dinos do get eliminated in your feet.
Oh,
10
wow.
squads left, and Panic is building up this fence line to prevent them from climbing up.
Well, I mean, you have to think about it this way. They have a skill and a fuse on that
Excuse me again. Team Liquid got eliminated. Dog was eliminated.
are going to be going through it. Shopify
The Shopify Rebellions are finally waking up. They're trying to hang on. Holy crud.
The way that S8UL play this, they're safe inside a building. They got 40
Sure they are.
points, and they're primed in a position where they can clean up this KP once that next zone closes in. And they can also look at the teams like Unlimited, like Pirates, like VP, that have to move out of the middle side of Energy Bank out in the open where it's going to be free pickings.
Well, we are in Paris, Vicky, and we were asking when TLN Pirates were going to start putting up some numbers. Up to 3 kills they go, still alive in the top 8, but Unlimited are staring this team down, investing a lot of nades, arc stars, thermites galore, and they keep barricading through. We've got the Axle, we've got the Nitro Gates, but Yulari Man goes down on the opening fight.
There's no way he just slid into getting knocked in.
Wow, this is crazy.
About the different legend contest pieces, just trying to see if he can get a shield swap. But it looks like those shields in those death boxes were already swapped.
Ay.
Now moving up, though, trying to hold to the high ground. It's only up to Peace.
Pirates were eliminated.
And he looks to get the res. Really, it's only VP who can try to contest him with the zone closing in. You have little time to even fully reset.
Wow, this is insane.
We just go to circle because they're going to have to deal with Shopify Rebellion looking for a place to play from as well. Team Vision on that south side still keeping tabs on it, and instead we lose out on the solo of Unlimited.
Impossible to be a reset there when the zone's closing in right behind you.
Yeah, the circle, I mean, the ring's closing in, and everybody's trying to get in the circle, the ring, whatever. Sorry. I should know better.
You immediately see Kazakh just run at the down player. Weak Q up on his feet within 10 seconds. Great work from Kazakh there. We have
Okay, let's see how this is going.
Exactly what they did to Team Liquid if they're not careful. VP on the other hand, Fuse, Wraith, Catalyst.
What the heck?
The Dark Veil. So we're just frolicking, trying not to get knocked before we get behind the fence.
Nothing to see.
Wow.
Heal as he's going to be able to heal over time thanks to that AMP4 squads left.
Shopify Rebellions and Team Vision got eliminated. What the heck?
As S8U offset one member out with the portal to try to see if they can steal some of this KP. And that is with, by the way, the original TP that they had set up.
This is wild.
Or maybe even taking that from VP. It really depends as VP are also trying to move up.
Wait, Team Heretics are still thriving. Zipline Mafia was eliminated. Oh, God.
We had 1 kill coming into this, and we don't want to rely on placement points, but Team Heretics
are going there.
Wait a minute. This got interesting with Team Heretics not letting go of S8UL. I mean, they have no other choice, though, because even if they get out of their building originally, S8UL will just be able to shoot at them for free. They have to take this fight. And with the zone now closing in behind their backs, a final zone, VP could capitalize off of this as a full 3-man with our last 3 squads up.
And here's the deal about S8UL. They've been in
this
they
is insane.
their nades, but hopefully they have a few. I saw some charges on the Shiloh there as well, so we could take to the roof and fire upon Virtus Pro if that is the case. But you have to keep an eye out. Do we have the mother load from the fuse on VP?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we did, and we yeeted it out onto S8UL, but with the zone
So, Virtus Pro, Soul, and Team Heretics are the last 3 teams surviving.
You're in the line of sight of S8UL. Who capitalize off the situation? VP now. Move up to 3P. Sharky gets the knock. They're looking to get the reset.
Oh my, this is crazy. Team Heretics were eliminated. Oh my God. It might be VP. The Soul can hang on.
They go crazy. He tries to get the hip fire shots. Only one left.
What the heck? Oh my God. This is insane. insane.
That was insane.
That's
SAUL just skyrocketed.
Wait, did Vicky agree what I'm saying? It was insane. Oh, great. I just had an interception. Hadn't seen that since formal and what are the Call of Duty casters had the same thing, and they only say one thing: nice race. I think the caster was definitely, I don't know, I think it was Miles Ross. Of course, he's simply denying it. I can't believe that just happened.
And they put themselves directly in front of VP, who gets to convert a second place finish in with 10 KP to their name that game 5.
Oh, that's hilarious.
To grab the double digits. You are 100% correct. The most damage taken, if I'm not mistaken, in that top. But they also dealt 6,900 damage in that entire game there, Vicky.
This is so wild.
The differential's like 2,900. VP went crazy in terms of kills.
So you like to see too when we have one more game left onto E District, but we got to take a look at these highlights first. And
so we have one more map to do. We have one more game to go, right?
How these teams are feeling. You're already at the later half here of this group.
All right, let's see. Where are we? We're in the. We're about to enter game 6 before we go into break. So I just want to make sure this is updated. So far I want to. So far I want to say. Let's see. So Team Liquid still isn't. So they're going over. Just recently went down.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, right, for Team Vision. Yes, they get into the top 5. They got a bit more kills than they did in the prior match, and they did get sent.
Yeah, but it's still not overall. Cause look, show the overall, boys.
In the group stages, moving into
those in the truck, not our girls.
Go out with about 3 points in that game. So
wait, ours? Oh, rejects.
One game to go. I'm looking across. Who are we cheering for? We've got all of our fans in the stands. Honestly, Vicky, this stuff started filling up.
They're waiting for Reject to play.
I live for when it comes to our lands. There's no other. Like an ALGS. In the crowd, RC win. I love the energy that we're seeing here. From behind us in the cast booth to the audience here in Paris, the back-to-back though. VP getting so much KP in their pockets, and it's scary too with SAUL still bashing them, by the way. And that's when they sent out that one member to kind of pepper into them while the zone was still cleaning up behind them. They still were able to get the full set, which is even better in terms of pacing for VP.
This is so wild. This is happening. Holy crap. So I'm looking at. I'm on the Wikipedia website, and it says here that Team Liquid is in first overall after 5 games, and CS Adol or Soul, they're in second. Dinos is in third, and Virtuous Pros in 4th. Right, and topping it off is Red Dog. Dog Red, I should say. Dog Red is in 5th. Look at the match 5. Oh, jeez.
Sure, it wasn't the, 15.
Virtuous Pro? What the heck? They got more damage? Bruh.
And where Team Liquid is currently situated in with a 1-point difference between themselves and first place spot.
That means game number 6 is going to be so insane. You're going to have a different storylines running. Will Team
Yeah, I have to agree. It's going to get insane.
The top of B versus D. Or could Dinos throw down another win? We talked about it. You got Kashera there in the back.
Crazy.
Just a real veteran in the
just
ALGS
want to see something.
Is coaching Dinos. So to be able to provide all of that knowledge onto these boys for their first major.
All right, what the heck?
Exactly what they need here today. But SAUL, I mean, they're looking clean.
Yeah, they do here. S8UL with that dub. I do believe it's going to be the Watson who is out for our final.
Sorry, guys. I apologize again.
Zero looking at the boys over the Aussies after that win.
He gave him enough positivity.
See, look, Team Liquid still in first.
I'll go get the job done. As we look at our overall rankings in the group stages there, 58 kills, a total of 109 for Team Liquid. S8UL right behind them, but it's getting close. These group stages, I'm starting to get a little nervous because when you think about it, top 14, you are safe. That's where you want to find yourself. Anytime you're outside of that, so long as you're above, you're not in the bottom 6, we are golden, right?
It's great here when you're really on the second day and you kind of figured out where you situate yourself across a lot of these different.
Aww.
I know it's an Argentina jersey, and this is going to sound really bad, guys. It's because Rain Day was in the green room. We saw the baby on the broadcast earlier. It's like, yes, the baby is in the Argentina jersey. That is 100% what we need. And now I miss my child at home.
Aww.
The fact that you get to rally of the family, give the support to a lot of these players at all of our international lands.
What the?
Great. As we get to see a lot of our players geared and ready to go. What will be the results post-match?
That's
number 6?
crazy.
Don't go anywhere, because we will be moving back over to E District on the other side of this break.
Okay, that was getting more crazier. When they go into a break, I'm just gonna go use the bathroom. Really? Boo. Come on, really? Ugh. Oh. Alright. Let's see. We're waiting in 3, 2, 1.
You lit away from him after the back-to-back dub.
Oh, there we go.
Go again. Pull the hat trick out. Just win all 3 on E District and just cement your dominance and say, you know what, E District, yeah.
Let me just hold this photo. I just want to screenshot these two.
First place spots in this group stage, or will S8UL, the boys back at home, just steal it away?
Dang it. I didn't give them a good shot, but oh well. Sorry, look at this too.
The back here for groups B and D. We've seen this played out as Team Liquid.
All right, let's do this.
This first place spot, can they do it with 56 points with S8UL trailing a 1-point diff, or will we get another Southern Zone, adding a bit of a thorn to the side on the rotations that you can expect from the likes of Team Liquid? Let's get this game going. It's been a great day of the ALGS, and of course, it's crazy to even think, Tiff, that we got even more action later throughout the day, but it's the way that this groups B and D play out.
The way things have been playing out since we started this day, Vicky.
Okay,
the question was,
this is
Team
so
Liquid,
crazy.
Falcons, match number 1 on World's Edge. What does that final 1v1 look like, right? Zeros in the end. It's Walsey, right? And in the inevitable, Falcons take that map. Team Liquid answer back with a win in map 3, and APAC South showed out for 4 and 5. Here's the deal, guys. Falcons are currently situated in 7th place on this series. If we're going to continue that Hal v0, I'm going to need to see the Falcons throw down a dub.
Oh no, the stream is down.
Can they do it? I mean, the way that they opened up today, can it be a Falcon sandwich? You gotta hit them with a but you gotta soar through victory first. To even be within that conversation, they predicted that energy bank zone a pull towards the north side of the bridge. Boy, were they wrong. It gave them whiplash, and it pulled closer to where Visions had predicted coming out of their POY and settling on the north side of Draft Point. This time, though, we are taking a little bit tripped to the west side of the middle part of E District on the outskirts of Energy Bank and closer to Neon Square, where S8UL has someone hit the scriptwriters because S8UL are going to try to convert off of this because they also got the ring console and the survey beacon while they're at it off of Neon Square.
I mean, they just have the Rampart. They've chosen to run that with the Watson band. They grabbed, you're right, the ring console and immediately go to set up alongside. So they have the amped covers. They've got the Newcastle wall. After the changes with Watson being yeeted out, I'm looking at Team Liquid's pick as they kind of work their way up
Let's
into the Lotus.
see.
They elected to play Sparrow, which is something we're very familiar with. Sykes playing Sparrow in that last game on this matchup for E-District, and even the Bangalore making a few appearances. I see Gen G electing to play Bangalore, Team Liquid. My next question was, would Unlimit bring out the Bangalore for peace? No, they're still on the Axel Sparrow Fuse. Fuse has been very prevalent throughout our series.
You know, another team too who has been within the top three like since the very beginning with the way they've been doing throughout the course of these 6 games is Dinos, and they can easily overtake SAUL and Liquid depending on how they do in this game and the way that they rotate out of Energy Bank. But back to back with so many other teams now trying to rotate out of Draft Point. KSH though also being another team. Looking at VP over on the north side of Energy Bank, and while we do see these pings, so many other teams like E36 are on the rotate. Pirates, who are very close to meeting up with Dog Red over by that choke. You can already see E36 now moving up. 2 Evos as well as just with the blue. They do see dogs on the other end though, and they have the Evo shield advantage.
Yo, what I'm curious about is Wolves are full sending straight to the position that SAUL has found themselves in. Are they going to absolutely duke it out for that positioning? We'll have to wait and see. Zipline Mafia currently on our screen, very south here as they're working their way on that bottom side of Draft Point. Team Vision will be late to this rotation just based on where we're pulling. And finally, the challenge. And Jesco's got the shield.
What the heck?
Early on for the action, I'll take it.
Oh, my sleep paralysis demon, how I missed you so, Jessica.
Sleep paralysis demon too. Sticky, I meant stupid. What the heck?
Versus Wolves on the other side of the building. They do have that slight advantage. They try to go.
Oh, jeez. What the freak?
Beauty of having that rampart with those amp barriers. And E36 though, they heard the fight and they want in on the party with an invite that probably got lost in the mail.
Hey, they got some blue shields though, so that's going to give them a bit of an advantage. This throws another.
That's wild. I didn't expect Vicky have a sleep paralysis demon.
Going down onto Legacy. We don't get the shield break just yet, but that's okay for now. Having the fact that Wolves have a catalyst, E36 have a catalyst, they'll be piercing by 3 doors, and SAUL have the ramp.
It's funny.
They're going to get that damage boost if they can find a way to navigate the angles properly.
It's nice to highlight the just different defensive legends that our teams are opting out for, right? And then you still have like Cossack in this conversation, a lot of Sparrow, a lot of Alter. If this was going the distance, Alter would have been the next legend ban, but it ends here within our 6-game series. All the Alters are prowling about is the E36 who's running alongside Shopify. Very unorthodox composition, but you mentioned Shopify having to really wake up. I mean, this is their last chance at this point. You've only been able to get what, like 14 total points, finding yourself on the bottom end of the overall standings, while VP over by Lotus are going to be able to take to the high ground, get that information before moving up, because Shopify are also right next to them as VP do get to get the ring console.
Let's
It's
see.
really interesting. Good note on that, and we'll chat about Shopify later. But even with a good game, you go to, 39 points. That gets you just inside the top 5, barring any craziness in our mid-pack. For TLNP, they're kind of in a similar position, but they're rotating just on the outskirts of Havoc, trying to find their way to a pathway through City Hall. City Hall really doesn't have a lot of information-gathering resources for that catalyst to grab a ring console. So our goal is we go up to Lotus, grab ring console there, and be super late on the rotation. That's why we're checking the survey beacon first.
Morning, we see a lot of these fights, though. It's going to get volatile here. So Aurora Effect has the gold mag on the car, but he barely even gets to shoot it. They completely melt him down. Harkus is trying to bring back Ring after Effect falls incredibly low, but it doesn't look like he can pull it up. He connects the animation at the very end, and then finding Effect taking it on the other side as flat. Wanted to be able to get that finishing blow before the reset happens, but Harkus way too fast. He gets both of the boys through the TP, and Aurora are looking to reset.
Let's see.
Keep your eyes on Flat, though. They have one of the caustics in the lobby. Medkit's going off, about to be finished. The re-knock on Oiri comes through. Hiarka with the damage control grabs Cuser from that. Now for Nano and Big Louie here. It's about seeing what we can do. Reset yet again. No, Nano doesn't want it to happen. He wants to put the finishing touches into Aurora if he can just find him.
Nano's taking this slow.
Really?
Trying to see if he can get a little cheeky kidnap before trying to go in through the TP himself, but they're playing Ring Around the Rosie. I've seen this one before. A little bit of deja vu with the more consistent shots off the alternator. Nano knows that he has fried him, but playing off the knockdown shield's gonna be risky, and it was just one shot before they clean up Aurora as the first team to go out in this final game.
tough series for Aurora. They had 18 points, 15th in the series standing thus far for this
Okay.
group. We're going to see them answer back and hopefully get into the top 14 for the week. Falcons, though, Walty incredibly low as Asia swings around, grabs the knot. Guild's already down, which means Hal needs to get out of dodge and save the Falcons if they want to break into the top 5 or potentially challenge for the top of the leaderboard.
The HAL insurance policy, though, when you're on the altar, you want to try to set up this portal somewhere else, though. Didn't like that position originally. And after losing out on Guild and Walton getting knocked, he's going to be able to try to get Walty if he is safe here.
Was
The
so
action is
wild.
happening in very similar ways with Zipline. Also just trying to get the finishing player here. As you all get eliminated in your feed. That is actually crazy, because SAUL were not able to get the 1 KP to tie up with Team Liquid, but hey, they had one heck of a 6-game series thus far.
Havoc does fall as well at the hands of Unlimit. We knew Wolves was challenging SAUL.
Wow, Christian Havoc got eliminated.
Enterforce 36 try the third party, it doesn't come through. Elsewhere, Zipline Mafia still looking for information and trying to force their path on that eastern side of Energy Bay.
I just have to highlight too, like why these
Okay, so 17 squads have been eliminated.
Something at risk, right, Tiff? When the bottom 6 teams of group stages are actually eliminated, and we are on the second day out of
That's
3
crazy.
of group stages. The 15th and 34th team will advance into that 10-game series of the Survivor stage. So a lot of these teams with their backs against the walls, who did have the best performance in the first initial series, are looking to turn things around as Unlimit 2. Zooming around on the axle, Kamulari, man, slides in though, right behind Kiner, gets into a different position. He's got the alternator, he's got the double tap. He finishes him off, gets more KP, literally 4 KP in his pocket, but he's unstoppable. He's just trying to reset. Nate's trying to stay alive, and now he's forced to TP to reset.
And you have the teammates going out looking for the pings and saying he's escaped to here. You
Oh,
have
this
the
is
time
crazy.
to get back up on my feet. Zidon even portaling back to Nate to try and clear the reset for them as well. And they are going on the hunt. And immediately under fire, TLN Pirates are out.
Wow.
That is beautiful. Unlimit are putting on a performance in this final game. They keep going, though, as Ulari Man has seen another victim in the distance here. They're like actually losing out. One player here, Suvi, isn't going to be forcing them to play as a duo. Is going to be on limit now. Team Heretics move up. They control the high ground as well as this choke. With Zipline Mafia on the other side, but it's going to be difficult with Galleria now engulfed in the ring, and all these teams from the eastern side are forced to move into Energy Bay.
Couple things to note here while we've got a moment to breathe. Falcons make a full reset and are heading back through Neon Square. Looks like Panic from Team Liquid was able to grab a care package weapon, so he'll feel pretty solid with that. And the Heretics, well, we're still kind of shadowing Zipline Mafia, but a bit towards the north.
Yeah, Zipline Mafia, really.
This is OBS 17. Whoa! We are moving through the Matrix. Hearing the voices in my head. I usually think I'm Wraith actually at the same time. Team Heretics.
You just went into the void.
Zipline Mafia.
You love it, the little banter when you hear like Alter talk to Wraith too with her keyboard.
Really, Zipline Mafia is the Serbian esports organization?
You know who's hearing
Really?
take this dub is gonna be Dino with the way that they've been
That's
playing, because
wild.
currently with still 50 points, Team Liquid still are alive. But it's going to be able to be Dinos trying to prio this rotate right now, trying to survive, get that placement, especially when they see Team Vision blocking their rotate.
Okay, so 16 squads are left. Dino is
Get a full reset. Reds 2, so back up to
hanging on by a thread.
Good move for Dinos. We've got WGR Neo ahead of them, and I love the caution.
That's wild.
Just all turtle up.
They're all healing right now, so that's a good thing. They got out of the circle. I mean, the ring so fast, so they couldn't deal with it.
Very start of this map, and it's Enterforce 36 now with portals, with Dark Veils, trying to eliminate Wolves. The piercing spikes were down the stairs, but away we go, back to our building. The reason this is happening is because, guys, Shopify Rebellion has showed up to the fight, and there's a Fuse, Axel, and Sparrow now into the mix.
You know, when you see moments like that, and you get shot from the window that gets broken.
What the? Really?
To worry about the fuses too. I didn't know that Apex Legends is a horror game sometimes. But with the nades now, Shopify, they heard us, Tiff. They're showing their presence. Poipo playing a little slow though. Wolves too are able to try to get this reset with the med kit getting popped for no name, while Zipline Mafia
This
are
is so
farming in the
wild.
kill feed. Kazak's gonna be able to get one member of Team Heretics. Wolves though are gonna be able to put down the TP2 in case they need a reset, because they are one of the teams who, by the way, have not really.
Oh, Enter 46. Well, Enter Force 36 has been eliminated. Dory was eliminated. Let's see. Team Falcons were eliminated? Yeah, you know what? This is what you get when you do that choke. I wonder why Optics survived that bullcrap. You don't mess around and try to weasel that. God dang. Meanwhile, Team Liquid's taking on. Yo.
Zipline Mafia, you were talking about this earlier. We saw the kill feed lighting up tip, and Unlimit may actually 3P this, but you know what's even better? Is Dinos by Energy Bank, who are looking to steal this.
This is so wild.
I mean, look, when the dinosaurs go on the prowl, it's a little scary. I don't remember their favorite dinosaurs. We'll have to ask them after. Genji, yes.
Genji got eliminated. Good. Team Liquid needs to hang on if they want to keep their first place going.
It's perfect timing here. J Future was able to capitalize, but Team Liquid says, I'm out, immediately taking the portal. Don't want to be in this action. Let's see if they can recall the player. They actually end up doing it.
Oh
Team
boy.
Liquid are looking to get the full reset. That's going to be huge here. No one's really going to contest them other than really Dog Red. But they're one of the teams with the Sparrows. Shopify are taking to the skies and actually may distract Dog Red from trying to harass Team Liquid. So it looks like it could be a full reset here, while Wolves are still on the other side of this choke.
This is
where
so
Team
wild.
Vision has been holding them back together with Flat. And remember, with the amount of ultras that we also still have in this lobby, you can take that TP through those walls to get cheeky with these rotates.
Now it's all about who is going to do what.
Oh boy, Shopify Rebellions.
For now, doing some damage. We'll table it. But Shopify Rebellion needs to pull forward. Dog Red has already gone to circle. Wolves electing to go towards the north are shadowing Shopify Rebellion, who dropped the eval.
Oh boy, this is got to get crazier.
They clean this up just nicely, but we have to rotate. Let it burn.
Oh my God, it's a revenge. Hold on. He was dancing on the zipline. He actually gets out. Just a little present for Fusey before Shopify now move up. But they greet Wolves because the zone is closing in. We got to see if they're going to be able to.
This is so unbelievable.
Now Wolves actually take the TP through the wall.
Wolves Esports eliminated. Oh. Yeah, stick to Call of Duty Mobile, you guys. Sorry. Ugh, this is embarrassing. Okay, Team Liquid is Dinos are eliminated. Team Liquid's still hanging on first. Unlimited is gone. 7 squads remaining. Team Liquid is hanging on. I mean, not by a thread yet, but Dog Red was eliminated. Ooh. Oh boy. The squads are still hanging on.
With Team Liquid, I think of Kraber as well. I'm surprised if it's Zero
Crazy.
has that picked up your Shopify. With Zap literally one shot is just looking to restabilize. Another team across from them though, with Team Vision holding the other side of BP. Team Liquid are taking a roundabout rotate.
Ultimate Accelerant.
The one member of Zipline Mafia is, and by the way, the last member alive is going to be the Pappy. Living true to the squad name. If he can move up into the next zone, while he hears Team Liquid, he actually beats him to fight up against Team
What the heck is going? Flat was eliminated. That's wild.
Outside of zone, they see the TP. He didn't mean to try to get the finisher outside into the ring, but he did want to try to finish him off. Gets a reset too. Zero does have the Kraber in hand and the unlimited ammo.
But are they going to chase them down where they have reset onto the west? Because Virtus Pro has been pounced on by Shopify. Zap's still healing. Shield cell by shield cell. But the knuckle cluster to assist Koi.
Okay, Shopify Rebellions are still hanging on. 5 squads are remaining.
But it's still a salvageable series.
Zone's closing in. Right behind Team Liquid. They haven't called out, by the way, the solo that is left of Zipline Mafia. They have
Just let
no
him live.
idea.
Let him live.
He is hiding.
Jeff's like, let him live, let him live. Nah, girl.
Would you like me to take your order real quick? Because he's right there next to the...
Does go Team Liquid.
Right alongside him. He has no idea. He has no idea.
Check your corners.
The ring is about to close.
Check your corners.
Keep getting higher.
Zipline Mafia's been eliminated.
It misses out for Team Liquid to get that free KP. Honestly, no. Great route to win.
Team Liquid goes eliminated? Oh, crud.
Shopify here waiting for them as well as VP. Now trying to take this fight versus Team Vision. Now this is all for Shopify.
Virtus Pro is eliminated. Who's left? VSN and Shopify Rebellions.
And now they're looking to coexist off the low ground.
And we're into the final two. And look at Zainu immediately trying to get, if we can, with the Hemlock Breach through the mobile shield. Loader down. And the angles all around. We swarm to Carter. Zap finds another. Shopify Rebellion. The comeback we've asked for. Just needs to get through. One more and it's Zach. He grabs a knock and it is done.
Shopify Rebellion's got the victory. Oh, that should help them out.
We said we highlighted Shopify right before getting into this last game. How good they needed to perform for match number 6.
That's wild.
Teams?
Yeah, it wasn't
before that game.
It wasn't looking too good.
That is
They were kind of in that
wild
middle pack coming into
and
this series where they really
crazy,
secured themselves a
but
spot.
still wild.
You know, that survival
Oh my
fight at home.
god.
And of course, we do still have
That
more
is
games to play.
insane.
That win.
Shopify Rebellion's got the victory.
Edged
Oh
them
my
closer in
god.
that group standings.
That is
Really
insane.
avoid being in that bottom 6.
Alright guys, I have no choice. I need to go on the bathroom break. Hold up.
Let's also not forget
Make sure the screensaver's on.
from Zipline
Uh,
Mafia. All that
that
KP
it is.
as we take a look at our other teams who
Alright
may
guys.
not have had the performance
I'm gonna go on the break.
Dory, finding themselves in that 20th place spot. Wolves too will try to take this very slowly.
That they're doing too hot on
Okay.
but that's okay. There's still plenty of more matchups to go. But Shopify Rebellion, you can see the celebrations on that map 6 win doing the most. I even saw Zero running over there to talk to them. What do we think Zero is saying to all these teams as they get their wins? He's congratulating them. We know Zero is a positive guy.
Positive. I mean, dude, when it comes to the Aussies, you'd love to see it. I'd love to see the energy here when it comes to looking at the way that SAUL was able to perform Team Liquid too. And you know what? Sometimes I like to call it back in my roots, Tiff. Taught to get bodied because even if Falcons started off strong,
They did.
you see Waltzy with the pop-off, but that was only game number 1 before Team Liquid was really able to turn things around. Sure, he got that one dub. That one dub was double-digit 13 KP. They consistently found themselves in these end zones when it came to looking at E-District. Although we won't talk about that last portal. That's when we had the big pile of the 2 teams into that building. But he said, I hope this works through a dart on the board and open stuff. But very unfortunate, too, when you see a lot of these teams playing scatters patiently here. Especially when you also see that one solo who was getting cleaned up. Shopify waiting patiently. Zap going crazy at the very end. After securing the KP from the high ground before repositioning himself, playing off the fuse, and even getting out of line of sight of that Sparrow.
Yo, what's really nice is how he manages like the cooldown and the count of his knuckle clusters. He grabs the knock and throws the knuckle cluster onto them before diving out of the door. As we re-see those celebrations, Dawn in the back there. That has to feel good because sometimes this is what happens on LAN. You have a slower start. You're trying to figure out the pace of how these group matchups are working. And finally to say, hey, we got that win, because that's the biggest question that we take into match point finals on the weekend is we are saying, have you netted yourself your first win of the series yet?
It's great. It's fantastic to see how even the teams on the back end of things were able to wake up a little bit, even just that 1-point diff between Shopify off of that great banger of a last game behind Team Falcons, with them holding 36 points and Shopify with 35 at the end of that. Even with the way that Visions was able to perform and call a lot of these end zone, it's been great to see how these teams, these groups have faced off against each other. Let's hear from more of Zero as we jump into the interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main stage. We've got an epic interview here because, let's face it, day 2 did not disappoint. I've got Guild here joining me from Team Falcons. Guild, let's kick things off. Today, speaking of kicking things off, that map 1, we've got to talk about it, right the way down to the wire. We gave the fan service to the fans. They had a great time. Waltzing clutching up at the very end of that. Talk me through the comms, talk me through how game 1 went for you guys and, you know, how elated you were afterwards.
I mean, game 1 was great. I was really happy for Walty to win that 1v1. He played it really well. I mean, that game was just pretty well played for the whole thing, pretty much.
Yeah, it was an incredible thing to see, and to be honest with you, it's a similar story to yesterday. You guys starting strong, and then it's starting to taper off. What kind of issues are you running into, or is it just kind of, that's how it plays out sometimes?
I don't know. I mean, game 2, we kind of died in a way that, like, we couldn't really do much about it, and I think we just didn't do a great job recovering afterwards. So the rest of the games just didn't go well.
So the rest of the games, was it just getting in your own head, and then suddenly it kind of started to, not necessarily spiral, I was going to say spiral, but, you know, it started to slip away from you guys throughout the rest of the day?
Yeah, I mean, when you have a game like that, like every bad game that you have after that, like matters a lot more, if that makes any sense. So if you do start having bad games because you're actually making mistakes and not because of things out of your control, it's really frustrating.
Piling a bit more pressure onto your own shoulders, but Gil, I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining me in this interview, and we're going to head right over because we've got another one set up with my man Rain Day.
It's a far walk. I hope you guys can make it over here. But Zero, I just got to say, in form. That's kind of the way that I feel. This is some of the best I've seen you play in a long time. Are you feeling the same way?
Yeah, to be honest, I think I've been pretty much playing the same for like the last year. Even though we came 33rd, I really don't think I could have done much more. Would have had to start hard shooting to make that team win, but yeah, I think we're like coming to form.
One of the things he mentioned in that one was the 1v1 with Walty. Well, you were on the other end of it. I felt like to even get to that 1v1, you had to pull off a heroic double Kraber shot to knock 2 people down in 2 different moments to even make it even. How did you feel that went? Were you actually happy with that result? Because I don't think second was on the menu for you guys until you hit those 2 shots.
Yeah, I mean, like that zone, pretty much the hardest zone in the game, like back down from Fissure. So like happy with the overall result, but choked the clip, so just gonna be depressed forever, basically.
I was trying to give him some dap. He goes back to depression. Listen, you've been through ups and downs. We know that. And part of it is that team used to be the team you're on. Now you're not. You had your own team, your own journey. Usually your father, Richard, is here. A fierce support. Sometimes a fierce critic as well, saying you need to step it up. How have you navigated getting to the point where you have had moments of feeling frustrated, feeling like you are against a wall, but then still pushing through to something that is now looking like a chance not to redeem yourself? You don't need to do that. You're a champion. But to get back to that place you know that you belong.
Pretty much just hating losing more than anything else. Like every time I'm on a stage and I watch someone else lift a trophy, like I think they're just stealing from me basically. So yeah, like watching Falcons almost win last land from my hotel room, pretty depressing. So I wouldn't let that happen again.
All right, final statement here from me. I think you guys are in great position. Talk to me about Panic. I think that 1v1 clutch at the very end when 2 teams were fighting, coming at the end, there's a lot of momentum that's built with a team like that, especially with a young player on land. Talk to me a little bit about Panic.
Well, basically, like on his old team, he had 2 very defensive players that like based their entire team around him. And like coming to our environment was like very different because like that's my role. But getting him back into like his original confidence of when he played on TSM, that like he can do whatever he wants. Like that last game, I'm just following him and ulti's basically RGLing. It was like, calm down a little bit, buddy. Like, you know, we are in end zone, but he's just like, when he's confident, he's the best player in the game.
That's awesome, man. Always great to talk with you as well. Congratulations on your win in this series. We've got so much more Apex Legends around the corner. But of course, we've got a little bit of a break. We've got to trade out our teams, but we have so much fun content planned. So stick around. Don't go far because the ALGS at EWC is here.
Welcome everybody to a Club Championship update. My name is Glitter Explosion and I have Ton and Trav, and we're going to be hanging out with you guys to walk you through all of the action that's been going on at all of our stages. We're currently hanging out here at the Totem because this is what it is all about at the end of the day when it comes to the Club Championship. Which org will be at the top at the end of our 7 weeks of competition. If we're talking about what we've got going on at my stage, Apex Legends, no surprises there. We have Team Falcons and Team Liquid battling it out for that top spot, with Team Liquid already in triple digits here in the group stage. They've been absolutely crushing it. And you know that overall Team Liquid is coming for that title, with Falcons being the defending champs. Ton, I know it's early, but tell me a little bit about what's been going on at your stage.
Super early in Dota. I mean, we only had, what, 5 or 6 series actually go on. So we are basically have had mostly what we were coming to expect. Falcons had a very, very good start, which is of no surprise to anybody. A little bit of a rough matchup that they had, but they managed to get through it. Virtus Pro not looking too bad either, actually. When you start to talk about some of these higher organizations, one of those teams is Virtus Pro, who may well get amongst it. But when we're talking about one of the other big dogs, Team Liquid, not as hot as some people would have liked. But as said, we are super, super early. Dota 2 goes on for a full 2 weeks. It's just group stages. Really, when the pressure is on, playoffs next week. But yeah, not going too bad for them all so far.
I love that. I love that. Trav, tell us a little bit about what you've got going on.
Well, it's more of the same, really. Not too much. We've only just started. We're in day one of Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, so not many progressions in terms of club championship and organizations making big moves.
Sure.
But Koichi, as expected, coming out swinging, the reigning champion. He did just take down Fenridge, who is representing Vitality, who are one of the big competitors when it comes to the club championship in Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. On the other side of things, it's Falcons. They've got 5 players in our games. They've got a big chance of getting some points on the board. However, tomorrow we'll be kicking things off in their group, and we've got 2 of them facing each of the first round. So not the best draw for Team Falcons, but at least it guarantees one of them into the next phase.
And I love that. I love that. And I'm seeing a consistent theme here. Falcons finding themselves in the top honor stages so far. Like we said early days, still 7 weeks of competition across the board all summer long. So lots still to go. But I'm excited to see how the rest of it plays out.
Hey, I'm Zero from Team Liquid Apex, IGL, and I'm from Australia.
Hi, I'm Sykes from Team Liquid Apex, and our team bullies each other.
Is my legend a skirmisher?
No.
Okay.
Is my legend a soul?
No. Is my legend a soul?
No. Is my legend support?
Yes. Is my legend support?
No. Does my legend have a shield?
No. Is my character recon?
Yes. Does my character heal our teammates?
Yes. Is my character in the meta, like reasonable meta within like the first 8 games?
No. Does my character's ult like shoot out?
I guess. We have like Vantage. Is Vantage recon? Vantage Bloodhound. CS Barra Crypto meta. What else is it recon? Valk's meta. Vantage or Bloodhound? Is my character Vantage?
Maybe.
Yeah. I meant to say yes.
Yes.
You have 1 to grand chance to type. You gotta guess.
Is my character Mirage?
Heal your teammates?
Yeah.
Mirage? How does Mirage heal his teammates?
Oh, I'm stupid. Guys, I just blacked out. It was Conduit, wasn't it?
No.
Who is it?
Who throws an ult and heals a teammate?
What?
Throws an ult out, like you said, splits it out, right?
Yeah.
Throw it out.
Is it lifeline?
Yeah.
I said a shield. That counts.
Shield?
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What?
What's a shield?
It's a big shield.
You meant Newcastle, and you know that for a fact, boy.
I was gonna guess Conduit, because you were like, who's got a shield? And my brain instantly went Lifeline, Game of Newcastle, gone.
Sucks to suck.
Dude, why did I say Mirage?
I don't know. I did. He didn't.
That's a shield, bro.
Well, I found some wonderful, friendly Australian faces in the crowd, and it is none other than Mama Sharky and Auntie Sharky. And they are, of course, family of our wonderful IGL Sharky on SAUL. Now, Mama Sharky, we were having a little conversation before. How many lands have you actually attended or what's your son?
This is our 3rd land, so we've been lucky enough to go to, we did the EWC last year in Saudi, we went to Japan, and now this one. So.
And Auntie Sharky, do you just come along for the ride?
I do. Of course I do. I'm not going to be left behind.
Yeah, you're going to a different country. I'm coming as well. Yeah, exactly. That's beautiful. Now, obviously, you know, having the parents in the crowd here is an exceptional thing for, you know, the players themselves. But Mama Sharky, I want to sort of touch on a little thing that I noticed as well. Sharky's mentality. It's improved. I feel like that, you know, he's definitely come out of your shell. Do you know something that we might not know about this brand new Sharky attitude?
I think it's the team. It's just all 3 of them, because they've just got such a great attitude. They're all pretty similar in personalities, and I think they just click. So,
they bounce off each other. They really do. They feed off each other, that positivity, just the synergy, everything about them. And we'll also bring Rogers into that as well. He's like Daddy Rogers, I think, to them. He's the old man of the group, so no, it's all.
Would which is super funny, but you can see that personality come from him as well. Absolutely. Now, of course, we're going to ask this question to the parents. What was your first reaction or thought when Sharky told you that he wanted to play professional video games?
Well, he told me in a conversation when I was at work, and he was in the sick room at school, and I had to say, "What are you talking about?" And he was like, "Mum, I want to be a gamer." And I'm like, "Go back to class, man. What are you doing?" Like, and yeah, so
Hey guys, I'm Bradley Oney. We're down here on the Texas coast. Got my son Griffin down here doing a little fishing, a little hunting. One thing I love about the classic Western line they got with pearl snaps. You know, I'm no cowboy, but you don't have to be.
I like poncho shirts because they're light and comfortable.
Attractive patterns and classic poncho material with all the features you love about the rest of them. We got the hidden pocket, glass wipe on the inside. Best Father's Day I've ever had. Getting to see this part of the country, it's kind of what it's all about. Good trip.
Like and subscribe.
Play some Apex together. Play some Apex together. And we can tee up some Apex games. I reckon we'll do pretty well, I think.
I asked Rick to teach me, and he said, "Mum, I think you'd be a controller player," but he has not shown me.
I've got you guys. Don't worry about it. Well, it was great chatting to you both all the way from Australia. This has been Mama Sharky, Auntie Sharky, supporting their wonderful IGL son, Sharky from SAUL.
Alright, I am back. Oops. Hang on, guys.
Well, that first series is done. And we're joined by a team that was able to just absolutely rip it, being able to get back-to-back wins. How are you guys feeling, Legacy, by the way? Is it, before you even answer me that, is it Seoul Esports or is it SAUL Esports?
SHUL Esports.
Ah.
Wait, you have a background.
Ah, so that's how they say it.
Actually, right, Lazy. All right. Well, SAUL Esports. How are you guys feeling after that amazing day, too?
Obviously very good, but a lot of stuff to work on from those, 4 of the 6 games that just didn't go very well. But I mean, we take those 2, a lot of faith in the other 2 to carry it through. Yeah.
What do you think happened on those games that just didn't go well?
So much. So much. The last one's just, yeah, not great. Oh,
invited in.
Harry's up here.
Hey, there you go. We even have one more. Now, you guys have been performing and averaging a 10th place when we go to LAN events. What do you guys think you
I'm
need
just
to
glad
do to be
somebody
able to
asked
add EWC,
as to
Impaired,
make
just
sure.
get you over that edge and try to go for that championship?
Man, what do we have? 10th average.
Yeah, 10th average.
I think we're in a pretty good spot to keep bringing that up because the first 2 LANs that the 3 of us played together was, a month after forming, just back-to-back, essentially 2 weeks between the 2, and we were still very new, not like having no
Tom
experience
Brady.
IGLing,
Oh,
and the games, even just looking back, were messy. But
you're
they're,
right.
for the
Something
most part,
else
a lot
that
cleaner
we
now,
can't talk
and
about.
They allow us to convert, so we should be doing better.
Right on. Well, I actually have a question for you, Jesco. You and Legacy have been playing together for a long time.
Yeah.
What makes this duo just work so well together?
I mean, obviously playing together a long time, you just understand everything about each other. You get to know every part, and you know how. I think the most important part is we know how each other play. So I think that's the big thing.
Les, you got anything to ask them?
I'm going to ask Coach.
So-
Now, give me the tea. How many fights have they had? You know, they've been playing for a long time together, but, you know, I want the tea. Have they ever had, like, a little scuffle, like brothers?
They do love each other like brothers, but
This is so wild.
Outside of the game, you know, like a bit of yelling in the Discord, a bit of arguing, but then, you know, headsets off, we walk away from the PCs and it's like nothing happened, which is why I think they do so well together.
Humble Aussies.
I know, they're so nice. Well, you know what? You guys have, especially you two, you guys have been playing for a long time. What is something that you're like, man, I would really miss it. I would really miss you if we just were in separate teams. Is it just how you guys work so well? Is it just hanging out outside of the game, the communication? What is something that you guys would miss? If you want to go first, Jessica.
I think Legacy's approach to the game I'll definitely miss. He never gets mad at us. He tries to understand everyone's perspective, which I think is a rare thing.
Oh, that's good as well. It just brings, there's a lot of certainty that Jesco brings to the game. Just being able to fall back and, like, he knows my weaknesses. Oh, that's good as well.
Yeah. Oh, wait, what the heck?
Okay, just having full confidence on your team. And you don't want to pass down Mike over to Sharky because Sharky, I also want to get you in here. I mean, you performed so well today. And we saw an interview, too, that Lace was able to do with your mom and your aunt. How does that make you feel, just having that kind of support here at Atlanta event?
That support's always amazing. You know, we live so far away, and that they make that commitment to come all the way here is just an amazing feeling to have people who are close to you really support you and really give you that drive to push further.
Does that give you any extra pressure, knowing that your family's here, that you want to perform even better for them?
No, I mean, I've been performing in front of them my entire life, so I don't have any issue.
His mum literally said how he got into video games, because I was like, when did Sharky tell you he wants to play professional video games? And apparently you're at school, and you called her and you're like, I want to do this, and she's like, go back to school. But now look at you. I mean, it's an incredible journey so far.
Yeah, exactly. I showed her.
Yeah, you showed her.
Now, with the great performance that you guys had today, going into tomorrow, the last day of group,
This is so crazy.
It would be safe to say that you guys are pretty much.
All right, so the next game won't start out yet, but while that's playing,
what's going to be the approach?
Actually,
for tomorrow,
you know
we're
what?
just going to go one by one.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm a little bit bored out, but hang on. I just want to pull up something. Let's just bring up the Apex Legends. Come on. Wakey. Okay. Yeah, so we're here. So they pronounce it as S-A-U-L. That's how you say it. Oh, no. Get the freak out. Okay, so here they are, Group D. Really? What the heck's going on with these ads being posted? Oh, wow. I see. So they're Australia, but I think they're mostly from yes, this SAUL Esports is an Indian esports organization based in Mumbai, India. That's crazy.
It's like the mentality behind it. I feel like this is like a whole new sort of attitude that they've had. Is there something special that you think has happened, or is it a couple of the role changes, or anything you want to give us a bit more insight into?
Well, we've had the same role since Sharky joined the team. I think the biggest thing is just getting, IGL experience.
Crazy to hear this.
Under Legacy's belt. Sharky has such an incredible understanding of the game. And it played such a supplementary role in getting Legacy, like that information. And I think the fifth at champs and just more time for Legacy to, find his rhythm and then solidify his game. And then it's allowed the other two to play theirs. 'Cause, if you're a great player, but your IGL's a bit inexperienced and he's making calls that either surprise you or take you off guard, it's harder to play your game. So the more experience Tom gets and the better he gets as an IGL, the more Sharky and Jesco are going to be able to pop off and do their own thing. So I think it's kind of tied everything together with Legacy getting some more experience, and that fifth at champs just really boosted everyone's confidence. Like, you get a fifth and a convincing fifth at that, and it's just a reminder that, like, we can run it, man. Like, why not us?
I mean, this is what I'm saying. I was like, you guys are always great. Don't get me wrong, but like, we can now physically see it. The audience sees it as well. So, I mean, congratulations to you guys in the competition thus far.
Yeah, and Legacy, just bouncing off of that, right? How comfortable are you feeling now in regards to IGL, and especially after those good 2 days and going into tomorrow?
Oh, compared to the previous lands, maybe not Sapporo as much, but the first two is just night and day. I'm able to spend time thinking about other things because everything is either like pre-planned or we've had basically the same game before. So it's not thinking about everything exactly how it's going to be in real time.
Sorry, I'm a little distracted right now. I'm trying to wait.
Like different ways.
But a lot of these guys to enjoy themselves.
And it allows
God
us
dang
to
it.
branch out, look for more kills, and just maximize our points.
That's good. That confidence is starting to move up. You're feeling way more comfortable. That's pretty much what your coach is talking about too. And we have seen some of the top teams. Not talking about you guys, okay? Talking about some other top teams that actually haven't been performing well. And I'm thinking about hey, what's the catch? Haven't been performing well. Alliance, Shopify as well. Wolves.
Uh-oh. Oh my... What the... What the freak? Oh, thank God.
Where some of those teams might be looking at
I can't believe that just happened.
and getting possibly eliminated.
Let me tell you something. In Apex South, Wolves were obviously the top, and these guys were the second. But look at that Uno reverse. I mean, I'm just gonna put that there for you, Legacy.
Yeah, it happens at LAN.
Yeah.
It's a good problem to have, swapping those. Yeah.
but going back to the question, do you think they will be able to turn it around tomorrow? And what do you expect out of those top teams?
I'd hope so. Like, for what NIP said, and then a few of the others.
Yeah, Alliance.
Obviously,
Alliance.
Those two at least have only played one set. So, like, you can have an unlucky set. I haven't seen their bullets back to really know, but it may, like, it shouldn't be a full representation of how they are as a team and how they're going to keep performing, because I do think those teams will all pick it up and come back.
Right on. You know what? We're going to send it over to Sharky. Sharky, how are you? I know you guys are currently just probably feeling pressure just being here at the event, wanting to make sure you guys make it to the grand finals, not wanting to go to Survivor stage. Have you been able to enjoy Paris at all?
Yeah, a little. Not too much. We've, just as you get around, enjoy like a couple of restaurants here and there, But outside of that, we've been pretty focused on trying to make sure our performance is spot on. Because exactly as you say, we want to make sure we're getting through Survivor Series, or before Survivor Series, straight into finals, because it's just, in my opinion, a lot more stressful when you're aiming for that top 6 for that shootout in the Survivor Series.
Boy.
So I think we've done a pretty good job. We have enjoyed food, so yeah.
Well, hopefully the trip is just going to continue to get better. I mean, first place, you guys do end up winning it, 600K. It's not a bad thing to take home. I kind of want to step away a little bit more as we're talking about the game, talking about your gameplay and all that stuff. We have a fun challenge here for you guys. As you can tell, there's 3 whiteboards. And what is it, Lace, that we're going to make them draw this time?
Nessie? I don't think I got
Nessie?
We're going to do Nessie? I think we'll do Nessie.
Oh, Legacy wants to swap with the coach too.
He can draw.
You can draw?
He can draw better than me.
Here, hold on. Give Legacy the mic. What is? I'll let you guys choose, and you guys can pick as a team too. What is something that you would want to draw? Keep in mind, everybody at home.
A circle. I expect the section then.
It's gonna mess it up
easily.
I mean, if you want to try to give your best chance right now. Yeah, you know what? Let's go with that. No. Let's see if no. I'm gonna put you on the spot. You said it too. Let's see if you can draw a perfect circle. Please.
The Greek.
Pick up the whiteboard. Oh.
Okay, sorry.
You initiate the challenge. It's on you.
What the heck's going on here?
Yeah.
Tom. Take your time. Legacy, take your time. Think about it. Maybe trace it a little bit.
It's gonna be so. Oh my.
We'll give you 3 chances, okay?
Oh. Turn it around.
No, I think
that's the first.
This is getting ridiculous.
It's actually not bad. All right, second chance.
Circle, yeah.
Not bad. You know what? Turn it around so we can see it. Leave it there a little bit longer. For everybody currently watching at home, feel free to take a screenshot of the stream and make sure you use hashtag EWC to share on social media and rate that circle as well while you're at it. Okay, last one. You got this one.
It's kind of looking like a snowman at this point.
That's an oval. That is an oval.
It's a better.
That is an oval.
Hold on, let me see.
That is an egg.
Now, would you like to go back to drawing a Nessie?
I'd love to actually have Rogers swap with me.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, can't be worse.
You know what? Here, face it again to the. Which one was better? Once again, for everybody at home, which one was better? The first one, the second one, or the third one? Take a screenshot. Make sure you share it on social media. Use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. We'll try to feature some of you guys. By the way, you know what? I think we have taken plenty of time from you guys. You guys are pretty much done. You did amazing today. You probably want to go back to the hotel, see if you can enjoy another great restaurant here in Paris. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. Coach, you as well, Lace as well. And for everybody currently watching at home, don't worry, we will be back. We're currently just switching up the groups, so get ready because we do have more Apex Legends action coming up.
Wow. That's so crazy. Huh? What?
What's up, everybody? We are here hanging out with Team Dinos after we've gotten through the first series of the day. We're going to be talking with all the boys, even though Chaos is not super enthusiastic
They're
about this
super.
prospect. It's happening right here,
Oh, no.
right now. Obviously, Chaos, DJ, J Future, the legend Kashara himself. Let's get into it because you guys have really picked up the pace today. It's first land, second day, now fourth place. How crazy is this whole experience for you, Chaos?
Me personally, it's like never.
Domino's best deal ever now includes stuffed crust.
This is magisterial.
Points we got like 24. Points we got like 24. So the nerves for sure hitting the ground, like vibrating. I was like,
yeah,
just like I don't know. In the moment, it was just I don't know. It was like bad and good, but as you guys see, we came out for second day and wanted to show everybody and prove them wrong.
I mean, absolutely a massive improvement. I think up 4 spots on the average overall today compared to yesterday, DJ. So what changed for you guys in the last 24 hours?
Well, after the first day, we had a talk with the coach, Kashara. We spoke about it. We went over what was wrong. We looked to improve after every game. We had a little setup. Kashara was always there for us, kept us motivated. Future kept the mental up. I kept the jokes positivity. Chaos did his own thing, you know? So I feel like at the end of the day, we just gotta keep improving, and it only go up from here.
I mean, you guys like have had such a relatively short journey, right, in the life of a team while managing to do well in the split, find your way here to LAN. Kashera, I want to ask you a question. If we
When was
can
the
pass
last
the
time
mic on
I
down this way,
ordered
because
this?
obviously you're back at LAN now in a totally different perspective.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about what that's been like for you.
Well, it's definitely different, right? Everything is different. I feel like it's something that I already kind of did when I was playing.
Sure.
But it's a different type of pressure. I feel like a different type of
Extra
responsibility.
card.
You still feel very responsible for the team, right?
2873.
To make them feel like confident, to make them feel like they can do this, especially for a team that has such a little experience. I think, yeah, has been fun. I hope it keeps being fun, and I hope the team keeps winning.
I can tell it's fun because no one can keep themselves together right now. We're gonna get through a little bit
7-3.
of an uncomfy laughter.
Sorry guys, I'm a little bit distracted right now because I have to deal with changes. Wait, this is for them in. Yeah. Okay, so 2873. Two 873. Okay. Okay, sorry guys.
I feel like it's been fun for me. I feel
I've
like out of all the
been
teams, we're
going
like the
crazy.
most like positive,
Huh?
and just making jokes.
Hold up.
I mean, I don't know.
I want
how
to see
say this,
something
but
here for a
we gotta
moment.
be in positivity
Somebody
right here.
Somebody just jumped
as you
into
can
my
tell,
stream.
I think we are
I
the
didn't
youngest
pick
team
it up.
in
My bad.
Apex Pro League. So, you know, we got all the unks over there, and we just gotta like outprove them.
Girlfriend
And we have negative
Philippines.
72 as our sub.
Wait, what?
Absolutely legendary.
Yeah.
Just in case. You know.
He's just here.
But I mean, it's been fun. We like to get the vibes up, and to us, if
Okay.
we don't have fun on Apex, what's the point of playing?
I cannot
Weird.
agree anymore. I mean, not only are you guys crushing it now, especially here in day 2, but you kept the vibes up in the interview. This was an absolute blast, and we got to talk with Chaos for the first time. So I'm gonna chalk this one up as a success, guys. Thank you so much for chatting with us. I'm excited to see what you do in the rest of the
What
competition.
the?
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go! Tyler Wine.
I see what's going on here. Girlfriend Philippines. I don't know what you're saying here. Dinia. I guess how you say it. This is considered to be embarrassing. Anyway.
Look more like an oval there towards the end, but
There they
overall,
are.
a great series too, especially for Team Liquid. My goodness, were they able to pop off? By the way, for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget that you can go to the EWC website and also the app to make your predictions And while you're at it, if you want to participate, if you want to let us know what you want to see the players do next, or maybe the amazing
Let me
talent that we
just
have
do
here,
something right
whether it's making
now.
them draw, whether it's making them do the $100 squat again, let us know by using the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. But going back to it, I mean, Team Liquid, Snipe, damn.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite the storyline after, you know, such a
Really?
mediocre way to get to here. You know, they struggled kind of at the beginning of Pro League, and, you know, Zero had some unfortunate luck not even making the last LAN. And it's just one of those where it's like, okay, what's about to happen after the whole HAL and Zero separation? For Liquid to come out back-to-back days, firing, they already have enough points to pretty much guarantee them top 14 easily. They don't even need to play the next series to go out into the top 14 and make it to the finals. But honestly, for them, it's all a momentum game. We heard it when Panic and Zero were actually on the stage and they got interviewed at the end of the day yesterday. Zero, I don't remember the last time I heard him talk about, you know, a teammate like that besides Hal, of talking about, you know, how much confidence that he wants to instill in Panic, because he thinks that he is one of, if not the best players in the game when he feels that confidence. And I think that was something that they were lacking early on, being a new teammate. And to watch
What the? Are you kidding me? No, no, no. Get off, get off, get off. What the freak?
Situation, right? When you
This should never happen. Oh my god.
in this event and hopefully make it into the finals.
I mean, I think Panic is also one of the players that people had a lot of doubt about him initially. Before he even got picked up and played pro properly, people had a lot of doubt about him. And at that point, you're at the stage where nobody's supporting you except yourself, and then you finally get these huge results now, after getting picked up and then picked up again, and now he's here on the biggest stage in the world currently. He has to be feeling really good about himself, but you can't dispute, like you said as well, having Zero hype him up as well, one of the best players in the world, standing right there behind you, patting your back or slapping your head.
Oh my
It's definitely the
god.
confidence boost that you need to be like, I'm supposed to be here, and I think that it can only go up from here and up.
Wow.
Sky's the limit.
Or getting just absolutely stared down when you end up doing. We saw that, Panic, okay? Just so you know. But not even just him. It was all the team slays.
Everyone.
I'm like, oh, and then I catch myself doing
Oh
my
crap.
stop.
I have 4 kids, so that's the first time and probably the last time that you're going to see me do that here at ALGS at EWC 26. Now, we got a chance to talk to SAUL. How happy are you with their performance? You were hyping them up since yesterday, too.
Look, I'm not trying to have bias, okay? Just because they back south, they back south. Nah, yeah. But, you know, I've been watching this team for so long, and this was like even before I sort of got into doing esports. I was just watching along, you know, at home, like all of you guys. So just to see these exceptional players, because they have always had this in them. You know, Shark is one of the titles, so it's not something that they can't do, but like, you know, these long-standing players, when they finally have their moment, it just brings me so much joy. You know, we saw it, you know, with Monsoon finally having that, and I think this is SAUL's time.
Ooh, okay.
I do.
I like hearing that. And I mean, the crazy part, too, today, Snipe, is that we didn't just have one team being able to get 2 wins. We ended up getting 2 teams. We already talked, actually, it was, oh my goodness. I just saw Team Falcons and Team Liquid. And I was like, those logos from my side, from my peripheral vision, look the same, but they're not the same. Let me just check myself there real quick. But let's actually talk about Team Falcons. Once again, back-to-back days. Where they
I
get a
can't
win,
believe how
but
this went
the
down.
performance is a bit questionable.
Yeah, and we talked with Hal a little bit about this yesterday when we were here in the studio. You know, they had a really good start
Son of a
and mediocre finish, and to end up in 10th place overall in this set after having a huge game 1, I mean, they had 23 points in game 1 and ended with, I believe, 35. So 12 points in the next 5 games is very underperforming. You know Hal's going to be extremely upset. And I'm starting to wonder how much of that is attributed to the crypto pick. Because crypto is always the first ban, and they're winning the first game. So for the fact that they're so dominant on that character, it is slightly concerning that they have had such underperformances when he gets banned, because he's consistently the first banned character. So is that something that's going to come into play here as we move forward? But honestly, this Falcons team is very well put. I think group play is going to be them figuring things out. But that is something to be watching for the rest of this event.
And Grace, I see you over there. As soon as he said crypto, you were like,
I mean, that's the thing, really. Not only the legend pick itself, but we're talking about World's Edge. I would say that's probably... like the most
Oh jeez.
RNG, not really RNG.
I don't know
but
what's
it
going
is the
on,
one that should
man.
be the most
This is so
stable out of the
ridiculous.
maps. And when you're underperforming on a map that is,
Ugh.
in my opinion, a lot easier to be stable on, same as Stormpoint as well, comparatively to, you know, World Center Olympus. That's when you really start to wonder, okay, guys, what are we doing wrong? Is it the macro? Are we just losing fights? We got to figure this out. But as you said, this is groups. They have this to figure them out as well, in case they wouldn't make the upper batch to make it into finals immediately and they find themselves in the survivor stage. But I think they can figure this out.
And I actually want to keep talking about some of these squads, right? People that actually expected them to do so well that underperformed Shopify Rebellion. I know up until that last game, yes, you do end up getting a win, but there was just so many questionable stuff that I know you were scratching your head when you were thinking, what is this team going to do?
Yeah, I mean, they were in 20th place after the halftime. And for a team that's as dominant as they are, you know, they have dominated Pro League. They came into here thinking, I thought they were going to be one of the teams to watch, if not potentially win this event. And right now, it's not looking anything like that. And I was actually talking to Phony a little bit upstairs when the series was going on. And he was saying that during Pro League, they were more of a hybrid team. You know, they got slays, but their biggest improvement was their placements. They had the best overall placements of any team in North American Pro League. And for them to come to this event and not really get any of that, and while talking to Phony, a big reason for that is because their map picks were almost all zone oriented. They specifically went for zone, middle map, whatever it might be, to try and get in there. And I feel like that team is too dominant of Slayer type of play styles that you shouldn't just lean in one direction. You should continue with that hybrid that had been working well for them before.
Great. What do we expect out of them tomorrow?
I mean, I expect them to. So this is the point. We're at day 2 essentially, and now you're coming to the point where, are we sticking to our plan, which hasn't been working well so far, or are we gonna throw everything at the wall and hope something sticks? And as you said as well, with a team of this caliber, the fighting prowess that they have, they might just revert to the old one that everybody was scared of to fight because they were just laying out at that point. But we'll have to see for sure.
We'll definitely have to see, because TLN Pirates, I mean, at the end of day 1, that squad was only able to get 2 points. We kind of did a scenario, Lace, where I was like, if you were the coach, what would you tell them? You said, go get that that booty. And guess what? They ended up getting more than 2 points. They ended up actually with a total of 19 votes. If you're their coach, Lace, are you happy with that improvement? Because, boy, it is an improvement.
The coach must have spoke to Zero digging for his treasure. So, you know, they've got it all together, it seems. But this is what I mean, like, with Graceful sort of saying, you know, throw something at the wall till it sticks, and you can see them. They're like, okay, we're not performing, nothing's happening for us, let's just swap it up and change it. And that's exactly what you need to do in these group stages. I just could not implore that in more for these teams. So, but you know, looking I guess at some teams that, you know, Shopify we thought were going to do well. I mean, they still have that opportunity, and you know, I think that both might need to push it even further to get up to these top ranks. But I mean, time will tell.
Are we worried at all about Walls? How they're currently performing, especially after today, only 10 points? Is that something that kind of rings an alarm in your guys' heads? Wolves?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Being the #1 team in that region coming into this and having this big of underperformances, I mean, I did not expect this in any sense whatsoever. I don't think anyone in that region expected this to happen. And for, you know, the caliber of you know, No Name to come out there, one of the best players in the game, everyone consistently talks about.
Oh, I see. They're the Wolves.
I think
They fear nothing.
Really need to do at this point to come back into the series, but something's got to change.
I mean, I truly, you know, in other sports as well in general, it's very common that somebody who's rank 1 might lose to rank 3.
This is so weird.
Rank 2. I think this is mainly about matchup knowledge, as you said as well, where, you know, this lobby potentially just plays against their playstyle. It works for them normally, where the way they steamrolled.
Last week, I think I asked you guys for.
Oh, nah, what the heck? Come on. No, please. Oh my. This never happened. Oh my. What the freak? Hang on, let me fix this again. Ay, ay, ay.
As well, which could be in their favor, or if it's just very edge heavy, it could be against them. But I think anything at this point, you just need to start getting your motor.
That's embarrassing. I can't believe it happened again. I don't know what's going on.
It's going to help out some of the teams. It gives them kind of lets them settle them.
All right. So because of this so far,
You never know. What you never know how to maybe the
So we're not even ready for the second set of the game yet with the other teams, but this is so crazy.
Esports in 13th place.
I mean, tied. Was, you know, we're tied. So there's, like I said, there's always still room for improvement there. But look, today is like the day of teams that sort of didn't really show up yesterday showing up today. So this is making it incredibly hard.
I just want to make sure I have this up.
Like, okay, no,
Sorry, guys. Hang on. Yikes. Just want to make sure. Because instantly I get another phone call from my aunt. I'll let you guys know.
Do this. I mean, that's go anyway.
Ay.
I'm hoping, but yeah, I've got to. I'm waiting for day 3. Ask me then. Return to me on day 3.
Yeah. Okay, you know, we'll send it to Snipe. Snipe, what are we expecting out of this? Out of some of the teams that already played in the first series tomorrow?
Yeah, honestly, I think Aurora needs to step it up. I mean, they played 2 series and are sitting around 50 points, averaging, 25 points in each of these matches for a team as dominant as they are, especially throughout all of the Pro League. They dominated in the EMEA region, and for them to come out here and really underperform pretty heavily in both the sets that they've played. I mean, it does come down to the final day because right now they are on the fringe of being put in the elimination bracket. So I think that'll be really interesting to follow. I did not expect it, and it's going to be even more interesting to see how the teams that underperformed in the day 1, the NIPs and the alliances come out firing, especially in the second set, because we're seeing kind of where the points threshold is at, and now we're going into the later half. We have 3 series left before groups is finished, so it'll be really curious to see how it ends up, because the leaderboard's a little all over the place when we're looking at it. We can't see, all the teams that are still yet to play. We can only see where we're at, and I think at the end of the day, we'll have a pretty good understanding, and we'll be able to pinpoint kind of what the threshold is going into tomorrow.
Survivor's going to be crazy.
It is going to be crazy. Grays, while he was talking about Aurora, I just see you shaking your head over there. You're like, oh, man, this is one of the teams that I also talked about at the beginning. How are you feeling about Aurora?
I mean, I was worried about Aurora. Now I'm worried about Alliance potentially. But the main thing that a lot of the time we talk about people having their arch nemesis and they're thinking about, oh, dude, I need to put one over that specific team, right? Sometimes you just got to focus on the tournament you're at. Maybe they've just been focused too much on taking out other teams, and hey, man, we got to work on our plan properly, because so far, though, I will say this tournament, so many teams have shown up in different games, of course, but it's not just the teams that everybody initially thought to talk about. We talked about Wolves, we talked about Aurora, we talked about Lions. We're seeing other teams step up to the plate, and it really goes to show how competitive Apex Legends is. And you really have to always stay at the highest level, or somebody's looking to rug pull you the moment they get the chance to.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Zeddy was able to do yesterday, right? Deeds being able to perform well here at EWC. Once again, kind of being able to just mimic that after yesterday. They're going to be looking to maybe have that performance and just have that pressure off their shoulders as well. Let's talk about that pressure, because as we've seen it previously, it does end up affecting it. And I mean, you guys are 2 ex-pros, so let's deep dive a little bit more into that and just have that kind of guide us through that mentality of like going into the final day of groups. You're truly sitting in the position where you could maybe end up getting eliminated or go to Survivor. And then for you, Grace, what I want you to think about is if you are one of those teams that has a chance to go from survival to grand finals, and actually if you want to go first, Snipe, if you're being one of those teams that are currently in the cusp of elimination.
Yeah, I think it's such an interesting dynamic because most of the events there is no elimination. There is just losers bracket. So I think a lot. These teams are not used to that feeling, and desperation starts to set in every single time day 3. So when day 3 comes around and these teams realize, oh, we're this far back, or we have this many points to accumulate, that's when teams start overextending, or you have like the Wolves taking the fights on the Team Liquids for no reason, and it's like that was one of those plays where it felt like they were desperate for some sort of momentum, and they just want to take a fight to try and win and be like, okay, we're the best, and pump each other up. There's a double-edged sword with that, because the moment it goes wrong, it's like you're sitting there for 20 minutes watching everyone else play the game, and you're just sitting there, with your head down, and then it comes down to who's the leader of the team picking everybody up, who's able to get you guys in the right mindset, because a lot of times, if teams don't start hot, can they pick it back up, or are they going to continue to fizzle out? And we saw that with even Shopify. I mean, they started really poorly. They were in 20th place, and they won the game 6, and that was the biggest thing that kept them in the series, and it's going to keep them going into the next day as well. So I think it's really just going to come down to how strong and how prepared are these teams, because if you feel like you came into this as prepared as you can be, you shouldn't have the nerves. If you feel like you didn't put in the effort that you should have and you could have prepared more, that's when the unsureness can come in, and you can start to think to yourself, maybe we should have done a little more.
You start doubting yourself and you absolutely hate it. And before I actually go to you, Grace, I just want to let the audience know that we're currently just switching the groups. The next groups are going to be A versus C. Stay tuned for that. Every once in a while, you'll see a timer just kind of pop up here above my head at some point, and that kind of gives you a heads up. Yeah, it kind of gives you a heads up of how long we have until the next match, because I know a lot of people were wondering, when is the next match? When is the next match? Well, there you go. There's your heads up. But going back to what we were talking about, Grace, with some of their squads, now we saw in regards to in the custom elimination. Now, if you're able to get a chance to go just straight to grand finals, what kind of mood are you in? What is the mindset of that player?
I mean, this is the thing as well. I speak from mainly the positioning of being an IGL, of having to lead a team and having that pressure on you. But I also played Fragger one time when I played on IG as well in London. But it's just so vastly different, and that's kind of the thing as well. A lot of the times we tend to look at just mainly the IGL from the roster, where you're like, oh dude, what's the pressure you're needing to lead a team?
Oh, let's see.
Like, are you tilted? Who's going to cheer you up? If you have a coach, hopefully the coach pulls you out of that tilt and you can still refocus and make your way up that hill. But sometimes it just comes down to, like, you know, we hear it over and time again. It's like,
I'm sorry guys, I'm out of
the
it.
main reason why we work so well is vibes. And that's a real thing. Team chemistry is such an important thing to make sure that nobody really falls on it. If they fall on their knee, everybody picks each other up. And that's really the way forward.
Alright guys, I may have to go into another
that you're on the same page,
bathroom break.
same ideas, and everybody
Welcome everybody back to the studio. I'm calling it Rain Day's room. Today we've got a different type of room. This room is a room filled with laughs. It's a room, man, excited to be here. No rest,
Okay.
but passion is still here.
Sorry, everybody. I needed to handle this. I knew when I went to use the bathroom. I had a phone call from my aunt trying to explain to her what's going on with the medication situation, whatnot. So,
Second win, it just kicked in. Now, one of the things I love to do is edify different people in our community. You saw content creator Clara at work yesterday. Tony is a guy who, when I look at an expert in shorts, he's one of the best at putting on skits, content, things that are fun around Apex Legends. You just did one about Seer returning to the meta. Talk to me about that one, because you were throwing water on yourself. I mean, what's it been like with Seer back in the meta?
I'll go above and beyond for the videos, but the things that I like to do with my content is to kind of like bring the emotions and things that players feel to life. And whether changes happen in the game because of it, it's neither here nor there. But that Seer video, I feel like it had to be made and just kind of let people know that, like, hey, this Seer 2.0 is no joke. Like, flashbangs are back. Well, it's not really back. They nerfed him again, and I think he's back in a comfy, healthy place.
What
but
the
honestly,
heck?
like, I just had to put that out there for those people that didn't play during that time to let them know this is what we went through.
As you mentioned, going through things, Jay Future, a guy I want to talk about, we did bring him up in the broadcast, and he is a up-and-coming talent. I thought about him and Dinos and their performance, and I said we have to interview this team because it's just been a few splits since they've been in the Challenger circuit. Now they're actually winning games in the middle of France for a tournament worth $2 million. That is basically the ultimate upstart story, from nothing to
something.
I'm at the pinnacle, and that's something, I mean, you relate to a lot, especially your rising content has been probably about the last 5 years just zooming to the top.
Yeah, and it's never too late would be the best way to describe all of this. It's never too late. And Jay Future, if I'm okay to share this story with him about him, but like I don't know if his story's been told enough, but like he came to a lot of my custom lobby tournaments where we would host just, I guess, scrims, but for like casual people, not really pros. But he would come in with his friends in 3-stack, and he'd mollywop the lobby. But
of course,
he was okay with me doing things that pushed the envelope to make him like have a little bit of like a challenge, like, okay, you can't use this character anymore, you're banned from using them. Okay, you're only allowed to use this gun now. And then like he was a part of the content, and he was just a regular person, a regular viewer at that time. And like it just happened so fast. He went from that, and the last time I heard from him was he asked about some advice on how to get content and streams efficiently going. And then the next time I check in on him, he's pro and he's competing here. Like, and I DM'd him recently, told him good luck. And I gotta meet up with him later and get some lunch. But like his story, if anybody gets a chance to like see him, talk with him, like I think it's one of the more inspiring ones, where it's never too late to make it.
He seemed like a really honest kid too. I mean, 19 years old from Ontario, Canada. Politeness is something that goes along with the Canadian mentality. We know it there. Shout out my boy Dia, Archbishop, working on our storylines. I think looking at him though, as a young kid, Tony, it's tough. You've worked with a lot of people. You're a coach, actually. People coming into Tony's background as a martial artist coach. You've worked with people who are young, and mentality is probably one of the biggest things that you see differentiates certain young people from others.
Yeah, and it's really a lot of it has to do is like for me, I'm the type of creator I like to be is bringing that energy.
Oh no.
That I used to have when I was a coach.
What the heck is going on?
Like, don't let anybody tell you can't. Don't let anybody like count you out. And if they do count you out, use that and fuel it to prove them wrong. Because positive influence is gonna take you so far into this, and even like somebody like Future who does hold himself, I think, really well professionally. And he has a really, not just a good story, but like he is a very down-to-earth guy.
So you're rooting for Dinos?
Absolutely. Oh yeah. I said that before he went there. I DM'd him too. Like, this is not real. I'm not a bandwagoner. It's real. Day one Future, he won a tournament in my community. Gave him a free Revenant heirloom, by the way.
Hey,
he won it. But yeah, no, Future is the real. He's the truth.
Future is the truth. Tony, a lot of us too, I'd be remiss not to ask, you do so much great work. We actually met up working with a content creator in San Diego. You do so much work working with content creators as well. it's appropriate. All of these professional players have abilities to make tons of incredible moments with content, but a lot of them don't. And that's something we're working on in our scene constantly. A lot of them do, but a lot of them don't. What's your advice to a pro or, you know, the chat watching? Something you think that pros can hop in and do that would be entertaining for us to watch?
You know what's funny is that you can never give too much of the same information. I know it sounds crazy, but think of it like this. I used to teach boxing to kids. There are so many ways to teach the jab. There are so many ways to teach people how to set up combinations. And in Apex Legends, there's so many ways to approach the game. From ring drop to POI selection to the guns to the team compositions, that like there's just so many ways that you can kind of like express the skill in the game, that if the pros, a team, or you guys have something to share, just put it out there, man. But I think the most important part is just making sure it's easy to digest for the viewer.
Yeah.
I think that's where a lot of people kind of get scared or they fumble.
Oh.
And they kind of like just
Really?
What's a big mistake?
I thought
you think
he
a lot of
was
people make
done.
when they start making content?
Too much words.
Too many words?
Too like too
just
science,
simplify.
too sciencey. Just simplify it. Simple terms. Imagine you're talking to somebody who's never played the game and you want them to succeed.
Yeah.
And I think if you communicate it and using vocabulary that somebody is new to the game, never played before, you have to use that lingo. I promise you that's going to have way more reach than using the higher skill stuff.
Yeah.
That stuff's not important.
Yeah.
But there's a time and place for it, right?
Yeah.
You gotta learn to hit the bag before you spar. You know what I mean? Like,
there it
you gotta
is.
get those reps in.
Yeah, you know, people, sometimes it sounds like code, man. I mean, I jump into another game and it's like, oh yeah, I 1P'd on launch Gurch and took 3 with 5 left. You know, like, is that something? No, man, I just walked to that building over there.
Yeah.
It's like, man, you know, this is a 15 years old game. I need an introduction, man. But it's funny to see how there is some of those little things seem obvious, not so obvious when you get into this big landscape. Tony, before we let you go, I kind of want to just give you an opportunity to wax poetic on being here in France, being here in this moment. It was a bit of a journey. You haven't been out of the country too many times, I know.
Yeah.
So this is kind of new for you as well, leaving the family. But how has it been? What are you looking forward to, not only at EWC, but just spending a few days in Paris with us?
I'm looking forward to like bringing Apex Legends to more people with my content. That's like my next plan. Like there's a video that I did where usually, you know, when you watch like a tier list video, for example, the creator's making the tier list. I started going out to like my local game shops in the mall and having people.
Before I can continue, I'm gonna I need to get up and charge my iPad. Otherwise, we're in trouble.
They think, you know, Sears S tier. Sure. I mean, he kind of is right now, but you know. But you know what I mean? Like, I want people to feel like they have a place of belonging in the game, regardless of skill level. So I bring it to them, make it easy to get involved, even if they don't really play the game.
I got a question. If somebody's in the stands or in the crowd and they're saying they see you, and they want to be a part of that content, can they come up?
Absolutely. Stop me, come by, wave me down. If they see me with a camera and it's recording, what are you doing? Can I be in it? It's most likely going to be
All right, I love it, man. Tony Romero, thank you so much for joining us, man. It's a pleasure as always. Go follow this guy, Tony Romero, on socials. We have more Apex Legends coming up. We're close to getting ready for our second series of the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right. Yikes. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, there we go. Pop this in.
Question, starting with, who's the best gamer ever and why?
That's a good question. I think everyone agrees like the best gamer would be Faker.
Mm.
League of Legends.
I would say Faker.
Faker.
Oh, wait, this is everybody talking about.
But everybody I know just says he's the GOAT and leads the biggest game. Faker.
The best gamer ever has to be the guy from League of Legends. I forgot his name.
Faker?
That guy's good.
I don't know.
Is Faker. He plays arguably one of the hardest games and has dominated for longer than anyone has dominated in any other games. So
I'll give it to Shroud. I think Shroud's done the most for the industry. Very big streamer.
Doggy comes up with Shroud.
نشوفه قدوة احنا كسعوديين.
The man who founded Team Falcons, I believe.
Gamer tag for my father, close friend of mine.
One of my brother's friends.
My brother.
Kind of stealing it from my cousin.
I think I just stole it from someone, to be honest.
Actually, to tell you the truth, the greatest one I would say. Boy, this is gonna be hard. I mean, Faker is considered to be the GOAT of League of Legends, but if we're gonna go Call of Duty, I would say Scump. But otherwise, if we go a little bit hard, I'm afraid it's gonna be Dashy. Yo, hashtag Greenwall, baby.
然后到后来我非常的膨胀，非常的嚣张，然后就取名叫想叔。
It's my last name. Very boring. A lot of people hate it when people use their names for gamer tags. So yeah, I'm one
Oh god, that's old. They probably asked him last year. Oh boy.
The short version of that. Nickname của mình là Levi thì đây là một nhân vật mà mình rất ưa thích trong bộ phim anime Attack on Titan. Có một nhân vật Levi rất là cool ngầu trong đó. I was in 8th grade. I named myself on PlayStation Dongosaurus Rex, and I shortened it to the gamer tag I have now. Psycho is like a Call of Duty clan that I actually made as a kid to me and my friends, and then I kicked them all out, and then I just kept the name Psycho.
What is the most expensive item, skin, or cosmetic that you own?
I really have not been spending a lot of money on skins and stuff. Like, I used to be default Andy. But right now, I would say there's probably the Universal Heirlooms in Apex. I think was a Bugatti. Bugatti.
The most expensive skin that I have was probably the Naruto skin.
I own
Dang, girl!
which is 500 USD.
Mad respect.
Those aren't very expensive, so the most expensive one I own is only $20 or so.
I think all the G2 skins on Rainbow Six because they're just awesome.
أول شيء أملكه في اللعبة اللي هو الجولد رش الألفا بوست.
O item mais caro que eu tenho é o Alpha Boost, que é item do Rocket League, que é bem caro.
The most expensive cosmetic, I think, I'd say probably the Porsche bundle.
For me, I could tell you what skins is the most. If I pull up my Fortnite count, I would say I almost got every Icon Legends, and I said almost. But if we're talking about Brawl Stars, that's another story. It's like it's a long story to explain.
Não deveria nem falar, né? Pô, já recebi DM de menina aí muito doidinha.
有粉丝向我表白。
Thirsty fans, you know, they type weird things.
Some people ask me for my feet.
Wait, what?
Your sugar baby. I didn't respond, luckily. I should have. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. Times were rough back then.
You're claiming that...
Wait, what the heck?
有粉丝向我表白。
Thirsty fans, you know, they type
Yeah.
weird things.
Some people ask me for my feet.
DM de menina aí muito doidinha.
有粉丝。
Wait, well, let me look at this again.
Thirsty fans, you know, they type weird things.
Some people ask me for my feet.
Okay, Timmy. I don't know why you're having an NRG shirt. I swear. Oh god, now I see it's the feet.
Actually, very recently, the Team Falcons, their IGL crashed out on their
Oh,
player,
God.
Waltzy. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty.
Eu acho que o mais tóxico que eu já vi numa partida foi quando eu mostrei o dedo meio pra Vitality.
Nasty.
The most toxic match that I probably seen was when this team won against
Sorry, guys.
their enemy and they stood up and did some signs and trash talking them.
Like not giving the first bump after the match, and also trash talk.
Most toxic thing I've ever seen. Been intentionally taken out 2 years ago. I'll leave it there.
Which pro would you want to 1v1?
I guess I would 1v1 Fake on League. Faker in League of Legends just to see how good he is. I would face Caps.
What the heck is going on here?
He's probably one of the best players ever.
I'm still streaming. What the heck's going on?
In CSGO, Bronzy.
I'll slam him like the good old days. I'd go with FNS from Valorant, and I think it would just be an easy 1v1 for me. I don't know, he's not that good.
Definitely Crim 6 because Dior.
Porter? You know what? Crimsix, Porter. Nah, I heard that. I so freaking heard that.
Maybe my teammate
Porter.
Magnus Carlsen. Yes, because he's.
Nah. Who said they wanted to face against Porter?
On against their enemy and they stood up and did
Wait.
some Ross.
I love Russ. Well, Pre because he'd be definitely Crim6 because dude, you're insane.
I'd go with FNS from Valorant, and I think it would just be.
Wait. I just want to make sure.
I don't know. He's not that good.
Definitely Crim6 because dude, you're insane.
Justin from Rock.
FNS from Valorant.
Wait. Who's this guy?
An easy 1v1 for me. I don't know. He's not that good.
Definitely Crim6.
Kevin Siggy. And we're using an old photo of Porter in face. He's Optic. It's always been Optic. Holy crap. But this guy, Kevin Siggy Rensport. What's the face against Ian Porter, aka Optic Crim6? You're nuts, man. By the way, come with a better photo. Get his photo from his racing days, his racing time right now, or beg Hector to get a photo of him in an Optic jersey. Plain and simple.
Because dude, you're insane.
Oh God, Hitch is in the video.
It's hard, like for me, it's hard because outside of Al, it just fits.
I'm sorry, this is so wild.
Yes, he's the best agile in the world.
I can't believe this.
Probably the best track record, in my opinion. So it's hard to.
Border.
Point number two, as easy it is to pinpoint.
Oh my God, that's wild.
Let us know if you guys agree on social media. Use that hashtag EWC. I really want to see what you guys are saying. I mean, I saw the Twitch chat yesterday when you guys were rating some of those paintings there from Claire Alworth, from Lace. So let us know if you guys agree with those first two. Hal, first. Hackis, Effect, Hackis. There you go. Let us know if you agree with those because we are going to be getting ready for Group A versus Group C. And for this one, I mean, one team that's definitely going to be pointing out to us is the one that performed so well yesterday, and it's Elite Grace. That team, wow.
I mean, I've said enough about them already yesterday, but I'm so proud of them, the way that how far they have come. You know, it's
Oh
kind of
God.
light as well. But
Can't believe somebody would definitely say, yeah, I want to face against Crim6. You mean Optic Crim6? Thanks, the skinny boy, because he has to for the racing. No, we have to go borrow one that he's still overweight and he was at part of Face Camp for a temporary time. Everybody should know he's in Optic. It always will be in Optic. Hey, don't believe me? Ask Hector Rodriguez, aka Hicks. The president of Optic, he knows everything. Everything.
Swing right, take down that team, swing left, in amongst these what's yeah, I stay up at night thinking about that.
I mean, it was the zone towards Jurassic, right through those gates, seeing all those Wanted fans. We saw a Kraber no-scope headshot, and then the fact, like you said, holding hands, making sure to clear every side, and then that just shows how much on the same page you are. And it definitely results on the leaderboard the way they were dominating.
I mean, for you, Snipe, GK, they were able to get a win yesterday. Do we think that that's going to happen here today again?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this team is going to end up winning everything, but this is a roster that I love just following along because they've had so much success. And I think one player that doesn't get enough credit for his success and tenure along the Apex series has been dropped. He's been in every single grand finals and every tournament besides one now. He would be on that list with all these other players. Incredible resume.
Uh-oh. Why are we acting up again?
As his backup. And I think one thing about this roster that's interesting is they're one of the best in terms of getting placement points, but they had the worst damage differential and the worst damage dealt of any of the North American teams that are here at this event today. But honestly, it really comes down to placement. It really comes down to being consistent. And I think that this roster has what it takes to do that. In Pro League, they got anywhere from 3rd to 10th. They didn't really win anything, but consistency is really what it takes to get to the grand finals. And that's what matters the most because at that point, all these teams are amazing and anyone can win it once you get there.
I mean, the thing is, we like to put titles on players every
Let's
now and then.
see.
I've dropped
I
him
want
out
to
from King
comment
for
or
the longest of times. He
content
was
or
able to
spam.
almost close out one
Just do
specific
that.
LAN I'm thinking of, but he's always been lurking in the final lobbies. I think you said he hasn't called for one
And then we'll
LAN
move.
specifically, just one LAN, but he's consistently there.
I know
And
the
it really brings
choice.
a tear to my eye because he's as veteran as they come nowadays.
Yikes.
And the fact that he's also keeping the same playstyle of zone-heavy, placement-heavy gameplay goes to show it's still working to this day to play the same game plan we've been doing for so many years. And yes, you can reinvent the wheel, but at the end of the day, consistency still works.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah,
Not
that's true. And one team that,
today.
if it ain't broke, don't fix it, is going to be RQ because, my goodness, we saw the emotion. Out
I
of that
didn't
team
get
yesterday.
that, so.
They didn't get the win, but they were just so happy to be in first place, Lace.
Yeah, I mean, I want to take you back to that story because a lot of you would have seen that clip of, you know, strafing, celebrating, be like, wait a second, they didn't win, their faces not up on that board, but the reason is because they made such an immense comeback in KP, and I think, you know, that's to do with bringing back Easy Flash into the team. Like, these two are the dynamic duo. I've spoken about it before, brothers fight, make up, break up, but having them come back in together, you can see exactly the chemistry. Like, they don't need ironing out. Maybe, you know, personally need a little bit of ironing out, but they don't need that sort of, you know, change in their gameplay. But I also, you know, want to touch on Pricey too, an absolutely mechanically exceptional player also. Like, he is just the most stable out of all of these guys. Obviously, strafing, you know, is leading the team there. You kind of let, like, Easy Flash kind of out on the leash and you lets him go do his thing, but Pricey's, they're always holding down this team, and I do expect, you know, a really big sort of turnaround for this.
Okay, I
I
see.
maybe their placement could be a little bit better. They don't seem to sort of get up to those levels, but they make that up in kills.
I mean, Pricey, great example again, as I said about Henchman. I think he might be their rock. We know the dynamic duo. A lot of teams has that. But Pricey being that glue to the team that just keeps them stuck together is a great example of another player that really has so much talent, but might not be showcased as much yet.
Now, going into away from those teams, right? Is there any team that we're looking today to kind of surprise us in a good way, Snipe?
Yeah, honestly, I think Sentinels is another roster. You know, they're the champs winners, and I think coming back to this, you know, you have Blinkster as the IGL, and I think one of the biggest things for me with this team is that they are very reliant on a Newcastle pick. I think in Pro League, that was over half of their picks included a Newcastle on the roster, and we saw how amazing Fun was on that character at the event that they won. And I think for me, it's really interesting because Monsoon used to IGL a lot, and it's taken the pressure off of him because they output tons of damage. You've always seen Monsoon with the snipers and the damage dealt and the way that they were able to come in and win the last event. I'm hoping that they're carrying that momentum over because they played consistent throughout all of Pro League. I believe they were the 7th seed overall in North America.
Yeah, we're just
And
waiting
finally
for
seeing
this
Monsoon
to
flourish
begin,
on a
so.
team where he can be the slayer and focus more on that instead of IGLing, while Blinkster, you know, one of the newer players in the league, has come in and shown how dominant of an IGL that he can be. You know, if they can have the consistency that they had at Champs, which is what we're hoping to see, they've already done pretty well, then he might start to be in the contention of one of the better IGLs going forward.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, outside of being, I don't know if I'm thrilled or if I'm nervous for Alliance to perform for sure, but I will still have to stick to my guns. Elite is one of the teams I'm really rooting for because I really want to see more, you know, biased as I am, more potential out of EMEA coming up, and we've seen that on this LAN so far, and I'm really happy to see that all regions across the board have showcased their strength, and at LAN is really where it matters. It's so fun to see this mesh of different game styles really clash against each other.
Talking about bias, SAUL is not going to be in this group. Lace, who are we going to be biased towards in this next one?
She had to think about it now.
Awkward.
I don't want to be known for that person that, oh, you just pick your same region, but like, we literally produce champions, okay? Australia produces champions. Y'all all steal them from us, put them on other teams, and then you're like, what else do you want?
Okay, all right. So let's see if that's going to continue to happen. We're kind of
It's
getting
her.
halfway to the point. Let's send it over to stage.
Yeah. We're about to begin, I guess.
As the leaderboard starts to take shape, the temperature just got a little bit warmer, the tension just got a bit higher, and of course the mood just got a bit spicier.
Et oui, en effet, le classement commence à se décider petit à petit, la pression monte. Il va falloir faire preuve de sang-froid pour continuer à accumuler un maximum de points.
Each map now gradually gets more vital to the team's survival. So, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your teams as they fight to stay alive.
Leur premier objectif à tous, c'est de réussir à se qualifier en finale en étant parmi les 14 premiers. Mais le deuxième objectif.
Why do we have a French? It should also. You might as well might as well have a Saudi with you guys. Next. So we can curse out everybody in different languages. Yeah, there's Team Nemesis and the plushie that I heard Nice Week wants. Not gonna happen. Yeah.
Elite Esports.
Elite Esports, eh?
Relove Deep Cross Gaming.
Okay, yeah, you boys look very weird. Nice try, you guys. Go play.
Kino Trap Club.
Yeah, come on, Kino Trap. Oh. Aww. Yeah, that hurts.
TIE.
GK Esports.
Zeddy Esports.
Yeah.
Team RRQ.
Nice.
Trinity.
Ninja in Pyjama. E-Star.
Gaming Gladiators.
Alliance.
AGAL.
VK Gaming.
Nice.
Zeta Division.
Yes, Zeta Division. I hope they bring this energy to the land tournament I heard for the monthly finals for Brawl Stars.
Fun Esports.
Uh-oh. Where are they? Oh, this is awkward.
Reject.
Yes, reject. Got the dang plushie. RC win.
JD Gaming.
And finally, Sentinels.
Oh yes, the Sentinels. Yes.
Pressure doesn't just expose weakness, it reveals character. And so, ladies and gentlemen, when the odds are stacked,
Oh, this is so fun.
opportunity to silence the naysayers and also, you know, have fun.
Et ouais, hein, s'amuser, c'est peut-être la clé, mesdames et messieurs. Souvent, les équipes qui s'amusent le plus sont celles qui l'emportent à la fin. Quoi qu'il en soit, nous sommes partis pour la deuxième partie de ce jour 2 des ALGS Playoffs.
Yeah, so that was who I think it was.
Faites du bruit!
The Sentinels. What the heck?
Trinity.
What the hell? Wait, I just want to look at something before we continue.
You know, have fun. Here we are, s'amuser.
So the one I have here, it's the team captain for Sentinels, Blinkster, I think that's how you say it. Notice differently. Moon Sohoon is on the left, and over there is Fun in the left. No, right, sorry. My bad. Yeah, okay, I see what's going on. I'm sorry, guys. I'm laughing so silly because of what's going on. What the freak? This is so silly.
Through the break, and we are ready to see Groups A and C take to our stage. Dan, we really are starting to feel the pressure ramp up a little bit now. Points are at a premium.
Yeah, we seem set essentially by the two other groups now as they start to put their points total on the board, and now it's a chance to try and...
Oh, hi, Onset and Dan. Once again, they're taking over the first half for of the first 3 games, and I guess Big Kitty and Spider Tip will take over the second half. That's fine.
Good day yesterday by any stretch of the imagination. However you tried to paint it, it was not a good day for two powerhouses. We expected to be at the top of the leaderboards.
We did, and I think they would have expected to be at the top of the leaderboards as well. But it was just one day. They have several days
Is Sony still streaming?
to the next stage and not be eliminated from the competition. That
Am I still streaming? Just want to make sure.
it suddenly gets very
Hold up.
concerning going into the next.
Yeah, it's a very
It says I am.
if things don't go well. Well, this is the POI draft. We are starting off on World's Edge
But
once
not
again.
what I see.
Group play here in A versus C. Taking a look at things, no surprise to see Zeta Division with the first pick here on World's Edge. They are, no surprise, taking Skyhook West.
Mm.
And remember what happened yesterday with Zeta Division when they got to be on a
Little
map where they
delete
had
tribe with the
that
freak.
#1 POI. They got back-to-back wins to put them right back up into 6th position from 20th, may I add. So I'm expecting big things here from Skyhook West. That being said, earlier, our Skyhook West team Wolves did not perform very well from that POI whatsoever.
Well, one team that we need to focus on as well as performing extremely well was some of the Davids in comparisons to the Goliaths that we've been talking about. The likes of Zeddy, the likes of Elite Esports, who of course won their group yesterday with the most points on the board. Those kind of teams, they just want to continue doing what they did yesterday, keep racking up those points, keep that level of consistency as we head through this tournament.
Elite Esports in particular, 30% of their points throughout the split one was from World's Edge. They have been able to find a good amount and a good total. That's one of the higher amounts that we saw from that region as well. So we'll have to see whether that does carry through to World's Edge. Other teams that have really been able to perform well on World's Edge in particular, JD Gaming, actually 43% of their points throughout split one was on this map. So I'm expecting them to be performing well here too.
Well, we have to, of course, just keep our eyes on JDG for a number of reasons, because of the fact that, we're looking at their potential, but they were quiet yesterday. They were a team who really kind of took the headlines when it came to the Americas. A lot of focus on Naughty on his IGLing journey. The new addition, of course, of floating a breakthrough superstar in the Americas. But yesterday, it just seemed like something was missing in those big moments.
Yeah, and I think they can look at the groups, they look at the rotations they had. They were certainly influenced by other teams kind of getting in their way. Maybe they were a little bit too slow. Maybe they weren't used to what the pace was going to be on said rotations, because there was a lot of zone-heavy teams that were beating them to the punch. So today, maybe they'll have to be a little bit quicker with their approach, or decide to play with a slightly different style, depending on what legends.
Excited to watch these boys play. Elite Esports, I did mention them, and some really, really strong moments from them. We saw some crazy Kraber shots being hit. We saw them some pretty big clutch moments from them, as we did see from Gaming Gladiators as well. These gentlemen were at the top of the leaderboards as well. Extremely strong in their performance. And I think Emir in general, as we've seen in previous tournaments, I will say, looking good in the group stages.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators were 12th in the POI draft, so they've gone for Galleria. They've been able to move over, so World's Edge is not necessarily going to be their priority. That being said, GG are a team that it doesn't really matter what POI they play from, they always find good routing to that final zone, and they're happy to take those fights and those engagements if they're presented as well. Of course, we have
Okay, we're just waiting this to begin.
We have BK Gaming as well, the defending champions. It really is just an array of teams who really can perform at the highest level. A big shout as well to Zeddy Esports. We did mention them. Jelly top fragging in the group yesterday that they were involved in. So excited to see if he can continue that kind of pace.
There's going to be a lot of eyes on Alliance. You'd mentioned it earlier. NIP and Alliance, two of the teams that have been underperforming. So we'll have to see whether we can see them step up here in this series.
Well, it's time to get underway here, everybody. ANC in the lobby, ready to go, ready to drop here on World's Edge. Game number 1 is live. The teams and the players are dropping from that dropship.
And we've already seen from a previous series, some of these early fights can really influence your confidence going into the rest of the series. A bad dud game 1, and suddenly you start to panic a little bit as you go into the rest. A big game 1 can make a massive difference in your confidence.
Certainly can indeed, and we'll see the zone pretty soon as well. Just looking through the compositions, a lot of Seer I'm seeing in this game 1, as well as some Caustic. Of course, no surprise to see a lot of Crypto, as we always expect in game number 1. I want to start off by looking at the team who really did lead the way yesterday. Elite Esports, Light was fantastic, Kinda and Henchman backing him up in those big moments. They're dropping over a thermal station, and with where this zone is going down to the south, they're going to have pretty good prior to this zone.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with it. They've also got a ring console at Thermal, so they're going to be able to move quite fast. But it's Gaming Gladiators who are going to be the biggest winners of this initial zone pool. And they do have a ring console, so they are going to know where it's going to be heading at the same time. Sentinels also, a team who loves to play zone. They can move very quickly from Dome. You can already see they've dropped an evac tower to scout around and move fast. But expect Nemesis, NIP also to be joining them pretty far south as well.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a little bit of a race going on for that most southern building, actually, at launch site. You're looking at Gaming Gladiators and Sentinels kind of both just jockeying on the map overhead at the moment to see if they can beat each other to the punch. Of course, you know, GG have a little bit more room in the POI and space to loot, so they've got to take a little bit longer to get their belongings together, and that might have given the opportunity for Sentinels to move, but it looks like Sentinels instead have opted for that small kind of shell outside of the POI, and GG, as you can see on your screens right now, have commanded that most southern building.
This is a difficult game to play, though, for Gaming Gladiators, because as you can see, they're all going to be on white armors, so they are all going to be fairly poorly looted at this point. And they have to sit here for the remainder of the game. And unless anyone comes to them, they'll be trying to apply pressure with the weapons, be able to gather in the
ring is starting to close.
build up those evos, because they're not going to be able to hit any
20 squads left.
As they can, using Alter, just scupper away a couple of those attachments from death boxes, switch out a few weapons should they need to once the teams start falling around them. Having that high ground, of course, on that building, the reason that teams are racing there, just great LOS. The amount of damage you can do without really revealing yourself, so important. As we see Nemesis on our screens right now, who certainly were quiet yesterday.
They were. They had their ups and downs.
Oh.
I have a lot of expectations.
Oh, I know who this is. He used to play for Optic. Surprise.
Alongside the new boy of Sacred.
Surprise they landed. Surprise he landed with Nemesis.
But they've done enough to get this far. If they start to get cooking, can they be a team to really put a statement on this series?
Speaking of cooking, you can see Fuse in game 1 here for Nemesis, so certainly something that's been cooking up in the background for them. A couple of knuckle clusters going towards RC, who you can see here just sat in the pouch.
Rejects going crazy.
Seeing that Nemesis have managed to control that space above them. Looking at other teams around at the moment, quite a lot of teams actually moving through Monument and Fragment at the moment. You've got AG Global, VK Gaming, Zeddy Esports also approaching, but a fight down a tree at the moment is one that we're taking a look at here.
Already one knock as well.
Somebody's about to go down yet.
Push up and take advantage of said knock, but at the same time, they're a little bit concerned about any other third parties in the area, so it looks like they're just going to hunker down for now. So there are several teams around tree, it would seem. It looks like Kinetrope have been able to at least get one player away after that initial knock as well, because PXX were looking over it.
You can hear the whirring of the drones above the Crypto players.
It's about to get crazy, I swear.
Thinking about third partying this initially.
Before I see how this goes, I gotta do something right now.
By the sounds of it, they're not going to be able to scout the skies quite as they were a few moments ago, but Some of the shots that this young man was hitting yesterday, Dan, very, very impressive highlight reel plays.
I think Elite are going to be playing with a lot of confidence, and we saw it in Split 1. We knew they were capable of it. You always question, does it translate into LAN as well? Because how many times have we seen EMEA teams dominate throughout their region, then get to LAN and just fall off a little bit, especially in the early days? It looks like they are in a position right now where they can actually capitalize on the damage that's already been done by other teams. And Kinetra, it's just a matter of survival. Breach charges coming left, right, and center, and finally, you get the final one.
And the splash damage hurt. Kinetra Club will be eliminated first in the lobby here. They won't survive the tribulations of tree. And I want to go back to your point that you were making about EMEA teams. It's not unfamiliar for EMEA to start on the world stage well. They just fall away, it feels, when the pressure starts to ramp up a little bit towards the latter stages of the tournament. My eyes is
Let me quickly figure out. Oh no, Control. They were doing so. They did great yesterday.
Over the rest of the lobby, they were able to still
That
finish in
sucks.
second place. And with Easy Flash being the top fragger from that lobby, I'm sure that he is going to be feeling full of himself as well coming into this one. But right now, it's a comfortable position they hold over towards the dome side. The question is, where do you actually try and locate yourself? Do you just take as much area as possible here, or can you find somewhere a little bit more solidified to call home?
They're just playing to stop the wrap from stacks and then walk their way in towards this zone. If it does pull out towards the lava, they'll be in a really, really good spot. This is interesting to look at, though, over at Harvester. This is completely isolated from the
Jeez,
rest
this
of
is
the
definitely
lobby in this second
given.
division. The team who went back-to-back
Ouch.
jump from 20th to 6th in just 2 games yesterday. Well, they've got GK Esports in front of them. Some nice shots coming out from Mike there. Will allow his teammate to hit that beacon. The survey beacon will give them the information of where the teams around them will be.
Entirely isolated fight, both teams having a similar path because they're just walking through to hit Evo Harvesters on their way down, and as you said, survey beacons, ring consoles, whatever they can find to get a little bit more on that Evo charge. Ring pull will give us a little bit more information, not too much information than we already knew. It's going to continue to head down south. I guess the only thing is it is going to be slightly more towards launch site as we would expect, so those who are on that eastern side of Dome are going to have that journey through. And for a team like RRQ, for example, you're going to have to get through 2 squads before you can even get into zone.
Yeah, Sentinels, I kind of like the position they took, actually. That kind of eggshell, broken eggshell that is kind of outside of Dome down to that southern side. It's isolated, yeah, as far as the rest of the lobby is concerned. You can play that for quite some time without really revealing yourself to the rest of the lobby. Launch site's going to get busy because there's multiple rooms that can be played, multiple levels of elevation that can be played. But Sentinels separating themselves from the lobby here and will be safe for quite some time. So if they can hold that eastern side with RRQ, with Relove there, they're going to be in a really good spot here.
Well, GK and Zeta looks like they are actually very much getting involved in an engagement now. They've already got 1 knock.
Satuki finds the kill onto Dropped, and now he wants more. Flying forward, trying to stop the drag potentially from an altar play. It's going to be Zeta who get the first kill. Just looking elsewhere, you can see the GK have actually hit the Void Nexus to get out of there, so they're going to have to find a way to get their teammate back into the game here. There is a crafter over at Tree, which they're heading towards at the moment, but as a duo, always a little bit risky to take those extra few seconds on your rotate to get your teammate back in.
We saw how busy Tree was earlier, so even if you are able to get back up, you know full well there's going to be a lot on that western side as we do check in with Alliance after their disappointing performance yet.
Okay, what the?
Today, but if we know anything about Alliance, they can always bounce back. And I think that's what kind of the differing points we were making, Mark. You were talking about how some teams from EMEA, they can perform very well and then fall off later, but then we also get the slower starts from some of the bigger teams at times, and Alliance have fallen victim to that here. But again, they always seem to find a way, and you almost feel that expectation that they will. There's no doubt in my mind Alliance are going to get to that last final lobby, which is kind of crazy.
Long way to go until they get there, though. If they perform like they did yesterday, the road is going to be extremely long.
Esports is responding. Respawn.
Division, who seem to be loving these engagements at the moment. They are getting the better of GK, and they knew that they were going to have to head to Tree to res. Therefore, just mirrored their rotation, looking for those extra kills, and they found one of them.
Have Zeta bitten off more they can chew, though, because actually Trinity are now going to be here. Zeta came looking for GK. GK kind of used the dropship as a little bit of a diversion, and it has brought in the attention of Trinity. who it's going to be a straight 3v3 between the two teams.
GK, two of them managed to get away at even after
Wow.
came in and they got that res. And for Alliance, it's not looking good again. A little bit of a chin coming in from Hackis. As Unlucky has to go back through the Void Nexus. Zeddy Esports, and the man with the most aura in the ALGS picks up the kills. Duke looking good.
Seems to have happened a few too many times so far for Alliance, where one player has to retreat and start to res, as Alliance fans not looking too happy about their performance right now, but they are still alive. That's what matters, and we'll see if they can get back to a full 3.
Oh, wow.
Later on.
Trinity versus Zeta continues here. Igarashi taking a little bit of damage, having to drop through a little portal to get back to Rohai's teammates there and find a little bit of at least cover and safety in the hands of his teammates. Scans now coming in. Bowls will be useless for a few seconds on the caustic, and using that opportunity to push, knowing those abilities will not be able to be used. It's Yuka who gets the first knock.
You have to take advantage of it. If you get that hit, if you're on that seer, you have to call that to the rest of the team. They're going to see the scan. It negates that legend so easily and comfortably, and now it's just a matter of playing cleanup crew.
Rohai down as well. Trinity with just one player alive.
Okay. Wow. Zeta Division is starting to get attention.
They do have a long way to go still towards the zone. A lot of busyness happening on that eastern side of where the zone is going to be pulling. As we head back over to Elite Esports, they are safe inside of the net.
Trinity was eliminated. That's from Zeta Division, right? Holy. Or did Elite took up a pickup? I see. Holy crud. I guess we're starting off a Zeta win, man.
Elsewhere, you've got the likes of Gaming Gladiator still holding their position as they have from the start. They've been joined by JD Gaming by the looks of things. Is Alliance also a backup to at least a 2 from what I can see. Make it 3. Hackis also on his feet. So that's job 1 is done. Now job 2 is being able to stabilize a little bit.
So
Just 20 seconds to go. At least Unlucky has done what he needed to do by getting
JD Gaming was eliminated. Ooh. GG got rid of them. Team RRQ was eliminated. What? Oh my.
From Gaming Gladiators off screen, because we mentioned it. Gaming Gladiators, they took that position right from the start and they weren't built up, but they do win their first engagement they were tested with.
Curice is on 1 HP, and now he's on 0. Aruf for the last player alive in that fight. Will now go over to launch side once again because
Reject was eliminated. Zeta Division was eliminated. Oh my god. No freaking way. Elite still in. Zeta Esports was eliminated. God dang. PXX was eliminated. Oh my god. This is getting crazy. Holy.
to launch site as well. There's only one team actually inside of where the next zone will be. That's going to be GG. Up on that high ground of the race against Sentinels. Winning that race has paid off for them. AG Global a long way away from where the next zone is going to be. They have to work their way all the way up.
AG's hanging on. Nemesis is fighting. Alliance was eliminated. Oh. Okay. I guess. Whoa. Somebody, that's crazy. That's wild. Boy.
All of these teams essentially being held out by Nemesis, who have that high ground in that position. We checked in with them a little bit earlier on in this game. Yanya taking some damage, has to back down. And
wow.
The Hemlock is dressed in gold at the moment. He has to get some shields back and make himself good looking too.
The two major winners of this zone pool, Gaming Gladiators and Elite Esports, they're going to have the most real estate to work with. As now AG starting to push up a little bit. They see weakness. They're like sharks in the water and spell.
VK Gaming was eliminated. Wow.
Coming in from Relove as well as VK will fall. 34 seconds.
Nemesis still in. Can't believe this. Let's go, boys.
To call themselves safe. There's an LSAR on the pickup here for
Let's show next week why you guys are trying to rule. DK Esports got eliminated. Wow.
9 squads now remain, and AG just continues to push.
AG probably thinking KP is the way forward here with this zone pulling so far away from them. And
TIE was eliminated. Wow. That's crazy. 8 squads are still hanging. They got the cameras on AG. Nemesis is still in this.
They go one way, they could potentially third party NIP in for fun. The other, it's a straight 3v3 versus Nemesis. They're not going to know which. It's going to be a complete blind guess. Through here. Look at this cheeky little cue coming from Yanya, using every single inch of that void passage to get them into a safe position. And now for fun, Yanya's after you. Interestingly, MIP actually went through the other way, so now they'll be taking the fight against Nemesis. We're going to get 2 straight 3v3s in theory, but
oh no! Ninjas in pajamas were eliminated. Sentinels were eliminated. I saw. Oh jeez. Who's still hanging on? AG was eliminated. Elite still hanging on. So is Nemesis. Oh my god, this is wild. AG Global was eliminated. Oh boy. Nemesis. For Fun Esports was eliminated. Oh my god. Nemesis is hanging on. They're going for it. They're showing off especially to especially I'm pretty sure Nice Wig's probably fumigated. Still, shout out to Nice Wig, even though he's great. Revolve DCG was eliminated. Oh jeez. Oh my. 3 squads or less. Nemesis is one of them. And they're healing like crazy.
Nemesis is certainly the most difficult spot right now. We'll talk about aggro game.
There's
7 seconds left on zone 5. We're not even at the final zone, and there's only 3 squads alive in the lobby.
Nemesis, Elite, and GG. Wow, this is crazy.
Nemesis have to move furthest. Elite are safe. So eyes on Nemesis. How do they make their way in towards this zone? Yeah, which way did Nemesis go, right? That's going to dictate how this game goes. They have Alter to try and manipulate the map in their favor.
Void Breacher. Drone Detective. Uh-oh. I think they got trapped by Elite. That was a trap set up by Elite. They're trying to take out Nemesis. This is getting crazy. They fall into a trap by Elite.
And there might be an opportunity here for Sacred to get Skill Cakes back on his feet. Yeah, GG trying to capitalize, but by doing so, as you say, it opens things up for Nemesis to potentially gain a little bit more room, a little bit more space, because now Light's gone down, and GG have taken so much room here.
Elite Esports was eliminated. Oh my. GG Gaming Gladiators got the first win over.
Continues into day 2. The zone came their way, and they were flawless with their
Wow, that was wild. I can't believe this. Nemesis, dang, those guys definitely hanged on.
stages of that game where they won against JDG, the first team to really try and take that position away.
That was insane.
And not only were they rewarded with, of course, their position, but also the extra Evo, the extra loot that JDG had been able to bring them over as well. So then when they do get into that final circle, they are far more looted and booted and suited. GG looking the real deal here at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026. Winning that race.
That was wild. So Gaming Gladiators, they're nuts.
For the entirety of that game, GG were aware of their time.
Okay, just want to see how my iPad's charging. I'm sorry I had to say that.
Presence down on that southern side of World's Edge alongside a very impressive game front to back. That is how you play zone.
Wow.
Sometimes it can be difficult. Sometimes the zone doesn't go your way. Sometimes it can drift off even when you think it's going to come south. But they know that POI very well. And you pointed it out as well. There was still 10 seconds going into zone 5, right? There was still so much space available in theory, but a very difficult zone to try and work your way in because of the choke points. That's why we only ended up with a few teams in the end. And as we look back at some of the replays, even though Nemesis, they did fall in.
Yeah, holy crap. Nemesis hanged on. But Elite was eliminated before they took out Nemesis. That's a shock.
second in their game. And like you say,
Gaming Gladiators takes first and Nemesis takes second. And in the first game only. That's wild. Is that their coach? Cool.
This is the match results that we'll see in just a few seconds.
Uh-oh.
We are missing some numbers.
They're not ready yet.
Game Gladiators, they finished in first place, 23 points with 11 kills. We had
And
Nemesis second place, 18 points.
that was wild.
Esports finished in third with 13 points, 6 kills in the end. Some other teams, they were able to pick up a lot of kills, though. DCG got 11 kills in that game, which is kind of crazy as well. And then as you go a little further down for fun, that finished.
That was insane. Holy crap.
We have to keep an eye on as the team.
Man, Team Nemesis, are you trying to make me convert to be your fans? Because if it's so, that's gonna be fun. God dang.
Contemplative thoughts, shall we say, going through the mind of Cole here on Ninjas in Pajamas.
You're kind of wondering, when are we going to find that form? When are we going to get back up to where
Okay,
we
wait,
were?
I'm just looking at some stuff.
We've seen throughout the entirety of the split. Ninjas in Pajamas, the #1 American team coming out of Split 1, coming into
What the heck is going on here?
whatsoever. They have not looked even remotely.
Is the stream not working right? Oh no, what the, oh crud. No. Oh my god, so sorry about this, everybody.
The team we saw online win that fight against GG. That's the crazy thing.
Okay.
JDG won that fight, we may have been talking about JDG winning this game. Some of those individual engagements that happen, a straight win that fight against GG, they were able to pick up points, and we have not seen that whatsoever. They have not looked even remotely close to the team we saw online. And it does start to get concerning the further we get into this series in particular. As
Yeah, look at this. After one game, Gaming Gladiators are in first, and Team Nemesis is in second. Elite Esports is in third. That, you know, Team Nemesis, you guys are nuts. Surviving that to hit second, that they deserve a lot. Praise.
Fantastic when you're winning games, when you're winning Pro League, when you win pretty good. I'm interested to see what Vane's saying to his team, what the coach is saying behind them as well, just to get that mentality back. And game 2 could completely change this for them. Just remember, Ninjas in Pajamas, kind of team who can drop 20 quite easily with a win if they catch fire, if they find a couple of their team fights going their way.
And of course, these three players, not unfamiliar to the Esports World Cup, finished third last year when they were competing together as a trio as well. So it's probably an unfamiliar territory, as you were talking about. It's a team that would expect more, would expect to be right at the tippy top of the leaderboards, and you have to dig deep. But all it takes is one win to get you back on track, change that mentality.
How many times have we seen that as well? We're like, oh, this team really struggling at the moment.
Crazy.
All of a sudden, one game, an absolute bomb that they drop in a huge amount of points, and then next game it's like, oh, they're in the top 5 again. Oh, they're in the top 5 again. It really can change the momentum of how your day is looking. And another team who's going to look to change the momentum of the day is VK Gaming. Very similar story at the moment. Struggling, defending champions, of course. Won EWC last year. Not really looking like...
Oh boy.
And these are the overall rankings as it stands. Remember, you want to be at the tippy top. You want to be progressing into those finals. You don't want to be at the bottom. If you're in the mid-ground, then you will move into the survival stage. But Team Liquid at 118 at the moment.
This is
after
so
their 2
insane.
series. They're looking pretty nifty going into the next. But of course, there are still 5 matches in this one for other teams to try and catch up as well. Falcons being in 4th. GG, even with just the points they have had.
Uh-oh. And the stream keeps messing up. Why?
At 80 points, there is a massive opportunity for Game Gladiators to push their way all the way up to the likes of Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, 5 games still remaining for them. It's
All right,
today, they
let me
really
just...
top the pile.
I'm gonna go looking for lunch while I'm standing
For a
up.
couple of the teams down there, you can keep your eyes on them, and Sentinels fans will want to see them pick up a little bit as well, of course. Always well supported, as you would expect. Some of the best personalities in the Apex Legends Global Series. Of course.
I like the Sentinels flag. I would like to have one. I like to have a Sentinels flag.
Yeah, where were they in 2024?
God damn it, Monsoon!
They have certainly won over the fans.
What
And you know what?
the
I'm all
freak?
for it as well, because very lovable characters indeed. They are currently in 7th
I
place.
swear,
They have the best
Monsoon's
games. They were able to put
nuts.
3 points on the board. Sadly, the position they took with the way that the zone pulled, they just found themselves in a pretty awkward spot. And you mentioned it, if they had been a little bit quicker, maybe they could have been in said spot. What I wonder is the position they found themselves in, could they have capitalized on the fight that happened between GG and JDG? Sometimes it's very difficult to do so because you hear the gunfire by the time you've actually made your way up there. The fight's already finished.
Yeah, it's a long way to go for them from that position, but you are quite right. If they just sensed something was happening, they could have maybe made that move. But I think that fight took place before the zone hard pulled back into launch site as well. And I think that's kind of what scuppered the game plan for Sentinels. They were happy with that position that they had. The zone hard pulling away, where maybe they were expecting it to come a little bit closer.
I swear.
Again, it's an old zone, right? This is one that we see a number of years ago, like we saw earlier on World's Edge finish. It seems like there is that pattern emerging of some very old zones that we haven't seen in quite a long time starting to rear their heads up here.
Well, at least one of our underperformers from yesterday was able to find points in Team Nemesis. They've certainly been able to answer back, potentially gain a little bit of momentum going into this one. So now we continue to turn our attention towards the likes of MIP, the likes of Alliance, who we'd be expected to be a little bit higher, the likes of BK Gaming.
Okay, for those who are wondering, that noise, it's just me putting pressure. I just have to put a little pressure because I had to poke some holes for my lunch.
We'll have to see if that's going to be the case. We were just on camera there for a second.
I recognize those ladies as well.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. How we doing? Looks like we're ready to get into game 2.
Yeah, I would definitely want a Zeta scarf. But make sure to send some to the Zeta fans for the Brawl Stars.
And as we start to move to the stage of the tournament where elimination is starting to rear its head a little bit here, I'm sure the players are starting to feel the pressure as well. Game 2 is live. GG, you have earned yourself a loot cam. But looking at the zone, we're going a little bit more north. Countdown is looking like the place we're going.
What did I say? A little bit further north, and they've got exactly what they could have asked for. For GG, they're going to be feeling so good now. They're going to be playing a lot looser, I would imagine. You've already got the job done in getting a win on the board, and similarly to what we saw yesterday, if they just have that same kind of consistency, top 5s, expect to see them at the top of the leaderboards in the overalls alongside the likes of Team Liquid.
Now, this is an interesting one because I'm sure every single team in this lobby watched what happened earlier on one of these countdown zones. Now, to me, it's looking like this could go lava fissure potentially up towards Trinity, maybe that little house on the hill, if we keep those old zones in the back of our mind and what we've been seeing. However, we did see that bounce back a little bit earlier, and I wonder if that's going to play on the mind of some of these IGLs from what they saw, thinking, maybe we'll play the southern side. Maybe we'll see if we do get a bounce back, because if that does happen, we might be in a pretty good spot.
I think with that in mind, personally, I would be taking bank center of countdown. I think you split the difference here and put yourself in the best position to go either way. Sometimes that might not result in a win. You don't necessarily need wins here in the group stages. You need points, you need consistency, you need to just be up there and in that discussion. Sometimes you should take the top 5s, take the top 3s if they're presented to you. You don't always have to go for broke and bank on that victory, because if it doesn't pay off, if it doesn't pull that way, suddenly you find yourself in a 10th place with 0 kills and 1 placement, 2 placement points.
Nothing says quick rotation quite like an RE45 car loadout. No attachments. As we can see on your screen right now, this is all about position. We'll wait for everybody else to fall over before we'll let Alta and her passive do the work of grabbing some extra utility from some death boxes. A lot of teams already in the vicinity of Countdown. TIE, Reject, PXX, Trinity that we just saw on our screens. For Fun Esports and GK now making their way up as well. Zeta Division leaving from Trials as well on that northern side. And a quick rotate coming in that you can see from GK. And of course, passing through onto a ring console is going to give them the information they desire.
So interestingly, we have 17 Watsons and 17 Seers, but I believe there were more Seers in match 1, so we will still get that Seer ban here in match 2. There's going to be a lot of pylons, a lot of gens that are going to be dropped down. It's going to be difficult to try and take some of these positions that have been already collected in Countdown, that's for sure.
GG are taking their time. They know they've got a long, long way to go. With Sentinels and Nemesis actually pretty close to them, as we can see. Sentinels just retreating a little bit here. The journey for them are going to be very, very different in this game to what it was previously. It's about getting those Evos, finding those Harvesters, getting that information. Probably playing this one a little bit later on, especially with Valkyrie in the composition here, interestingly, for Sentinels. They'll be able to play this one slow, tiptoe their way in, and then look to Valcott late. JDG, floating has gone down, as Elite Esports find their first win of the game. That's a slight worry again for JDG.
Yeah, we have 4 Valkyries in the lobby, actually, so there are going to be a few teams that are trying to full send it towards the latter stages. Really does give you that get out of jail free card, it feels like. But sometimes you might lack in other areas, whether it be defensively, for example, or offensively, depending on what your composition is and who Valkyrie
Okay,
is
let's see how this
in your comp as
goes.
well. There's different varieties of it. You've got Sentinels who are running Seer alongside the Valkyrie and the Watson, or you can look at Kinatrope who are running that baby comp of Gibby, Newcastle, and Valkyrie, which is more of the tried, tested, and true.
It looked like there was a little bit of a battle for Survey Beacon at Grandma's house.
Nothing yet.
So AG have decided, you know what, we can just go to Survey Camp and hit the beacon instead. So that's exactly what they are going to do. If you're wondering where Alliance are at the moment, they're moving through Epicenter towards the Evo Harvester that is available. They're on our screens right now. 1 point from game 1. And not a lot yesterday, Dan. It needs to start happening soon for this trio.
I was playing with a friend the other month, and they were calling it Epic Center. And it
Let's
just really
see.
reminded me of when I once said Barrow.
I guess we're starting off
It's just one
crazy.
of those that
was a tough moment for me as
when
well.
you say it quickly. It was just a polite, you know it's Epicenter, right? They were like, oh yeah, sure.
You sounded very English of you.
I tried to.
I was going to say, Cass has got nothing but the head of Cinetic to aim for there, but still somehow found the shoulder. 60 with that longbow.
So interesting, you were talking about, relying on what had happened in previous pulls. VKG relying on potentially a counter pull here in it, coming southeast, coming back down towards Landslide, towards the area where it did close out near on the previous series. So maybe they'll be rewarded with it, but there is also the ring console near to them that GK are currently hovering around in Landslide.
I think they're waiting for third beacon here, GK. They're not going to quick rotate in here. They're just taking their time, and I think that Drops probably is one of these astute players who recognizes that zone pull from earlier and wants to get that information before they make their decision on where they want to play. Zeddy having a little bit of a scrap themselves at the moment in the kill feed. You can see that Arufa has gone down as well for RC. Jelly's going to grab that Evo Harvester, who's going to be careful with it. He fragged out yesterday.
taking a
He's
screenshot.
careful that he gets back to his teammates. The Void Nexus will allow him to do so.
Back home, safe, sound. There's a pot of soup on for them as well at Grandma's house. Always wondered
Into the arms of Duplex.
Always kind of wondered what kind of food would be at Grandma's house. I think chicken soup.
Chicken soup, yeah.
Well, we're going to get a lot more info on this zone, and this also, if you've got to think about this on the minds of GK, for example, we're going to be able to hit that third ring console.
Okay.
That's
Very, very interesting. GK may have just pulled a blinder here by just sitting at Landslide and waiting for that next ring console to be available. Now, Relove are moving through the tunnel, so there's one thing to have the plan, but with VK Gaming right next to them and Relove next to them as well, it's going to be difficult to actually hit this potentially without taking damage and going down. So GK's plan is one thing. Can they execute is the other?
I think they did get it. Looking on the arrows on the screen, it looks like there was a stationary one for quite some time. And if they do have that information,
Nothing yet.
they might just leave. But at the moment, they're going to be somewhat pressured by Relove. But it looks like, no, there you go. Elsewhere, they're going to get out. Now we check in with Elite. They're going to be arriving from the south. So actually, it's going to be similar timing here for Elite arriving and GK leaving. They're going to see GK crossing. And this could be a dangerous cross indeed.
Oh, just couldn't quite connect with the final shots to get the knock. GK, though, in a little bit of a precarious situation here. Walking on ice towards the spot where they want to play. And trying desperately to get into the RV. And I think they've all somehow managed to make that cross and just about get safe.
Makes me so happy you're calling it an RV now, as well as Elite also seeing our previous winners, GG, start to arrive to the party. So these are all the teams that got third ring console information, by the way, as Light just can't quite connect with those final bullets. Blast just giving him a little bit of the wiggles in the air.
I was going to say, Blast is probably thinking he connected with enough, because he wasn't missing too many with that hemlock in his hand.
He's a nimble fellow, is Blast. Have you seen him on the dance floor?
Can't say I have.
Neither have I, but I imagine he is pretty nimble.
Move. Maybe we'll get confirmation a little bit later in the week.
I did see him as a mime, so if that's anything to go by.
I'm not sure those two things are aligned, but Elite Esports are going to press a GK continually inside of this RV. You made me question that now, by the way. I want to call that caravan again.
I tell you what, if GG keep playing this way, we might see him on the dance floor in Paris by the end of it. But they have been able to surpass the likes of GK and Elite and put themselves into a very powerful position. Now, Kinatrope approaching what looks like AG, but AG are going to back off after they'd initially set that portal on their scouting mission. And they've realized it's not going to be an easy journey. Zeta Division going to be watching from their west, Alliance now approaching from the east. And Kinatrope are setting up shop here with this Newcastle wall.
Yeah, much different pace this game to the previous one. Think about the fact that we have 3 teams alive. Zone 5 hadn't even closed yet. This one, we've got 20 teams alive. Every single player in the lobby is still on their feet. The respawns, we've had a few of them, but everyone is alive.
Nothing yet.
Now, that's Kinatrope. Are quite happy with the position that they have right now. Like you say, correctly, bunkered down. PXX still, we saw them earlier, inside of Countdown. And it's almost as if now, I'm not sure if it's going to go towards Countdown or pull down to the south. There is a team on the western side of zone that I'm very interested in, though. That's going to be Ninjas in Pajamas. They've got a Mythic spawning next to them, and their back is clear.
Well, Sen, one of our Valkyrie teams, have been able to full send themselves in and try and find somewhere to call home, but they are under pressure. RC probably don't want to allow them to reside here. And actually, one of the members of RC has gone down. They've got a portal to go back up, but they are trying to bully Sentinels away from this position. And it is going to be a fight at the moment, but you don't want to draw too much attention to yourselves here.
Yeah, Sentinel just smartly playing around the intercept pylon here, just making sure they're playing around the gen. So any damage they take, they're going to get those shields back nice and quickly, and they're going to be able to re-engage. Now, big moments for Alliance, and Aku is down. Unlucky is down. Sacred and Skittlecakes are in a 1v2 now with Hackett. The shields are already broken. Skittlecakes wants to hunt him down.
Team Nemesis was eliminated first? Oh my god, first squad wipe.
Stays alive.
Hackett has been given a lifeline, but now can you get away?
Alliance was eliminated. Oh my god. Big yikes, man. Oh, that's not good.
Really matter in the end because they go too. As Sentinels, who had previously pushed themselves in, are probably going to be pretty happy with where that zone has moved, as we'll check with
holy crap.
Because the kill feed at the moment is starting to light up. AG and Kinatrope finally getting to an engagement.
Kinatrope got eliminated as well. Oh boy.
AG looking at the skies here. It's going to be Zeta Division who are over the top of them.
I'm in shock, man. That is wild.
There is some very interesting news when it comes to where that zone is going to be going, by the way. Just to give you an indication, where the teams are at the moment, they are completely spread across where this zone is going. No one seems to be sure if it's going to the south or if it's going to the north. We'll let the zone close before you can see it, but boy, we can see it on our screen right now, and it's a very, very interesting call.
Going to be a frustrating one for some. As JDG, still 0 points at the moment, but if they get going, can certainly be a team to cause a little bit of disruption here. But they're approaching from the south at the moment, and they are surrounded. There isn't really a safe avenue anywhere. As Sentinels are still holding this position, RRQ just suddenly showed up, and they've been able to take down the first.
Sentinels in a very, very good spot. Blinks up alongside Monsoon, combining to get that knock. And that's just going to take the pressure off them a little bit here. Blitz is actually getting a little bit interesting here. He's trying to create a little bit of nonsense up on that high ground, get involved with the fight that's going down between RC and RRQ, and RRQ will be eliminated. This is
Alliance.
What we saw earlier as Alliance went down. This is AG Global, and Yanya hitting some nice shots with that longbow onto a Valkyr and deleting the rest of Kinatrope.
What goes up must come down, and
that's
sadly,
crazy.
it falls a little bit harder. As now for fun, they're starting to approach here, but RC have been able to hold this building for quite some time. I said at the start I would like to bank on a countdown area. I'm not saying I was right, but certainly they look more comfortable than some of the other teams here.
Yeah, map overhead's going to show you what we're talking about in a few moments' time as well, as we see Zeddy now down, essentially playing a mirrored spot to what we see from Sentinels on the other side. There is that zone. It has hard pulled all the way back into Countdown. And look at the map overhead. No one was sure. Nobody wanted to gamble on where that zone was going. And with the hard pull back into Countdown, though, there is 0 teams inside of where this game is going to be ending.
Yeah, maybe Trinity, ones who can somewhat capitalize the building they find themselves in just on that northern tip, but that's about it. Everyone else is going to have to fight tooth and nail to get back into Countdown, especially all of these southern teams who, as you quite rightly pointed out, may be influenced by the game we saw earlier, hesitating a little bit from the zone they had seen previously.
Also probably thinking that when they saw the zone pop that there was more on the south side and there was going to be more space. It was definitely going to pull that way. Instead, it is hard countdown. And Elite now are going to have to fight their way in towards this zone. VKG are going to do it the aerial route. They're trying to find somewhere inside of countdown to play right now. As they land down on that low ground, they're taking a little bit of damage. But most importantly for them, before the Newcastle gets CQ'd, gets that wall down.
Yeah, there is going to be pressure applied, but they should be okay for now because you can't really overcommit to trying to take down VKG. Speaking of committing, RC again still trying to take down some of these teams that were below them. Sentinels have been able to reposition slightly to get a more central position as well.
PXX just been eliminated in the meantime. 5 squads out of the lobby in this game number 2 here on World's Edge. Ninjas in Pajamas taking a little bit of an engagement by the looks of things
Thomas
as well.
that
State
winning.
division.
No, somebody else did.
As VKG rub shoulders
Oh boy.
with a couple of teams around them. Elite now having to fight their way, and they're just outside of the zone in 25 seconds until they're forced to move here. Kinda is down, the C is down, and now they are getting cued into oblivion. The focus of attention, not just the name of the ability, but certainly what everyone in the lobby seems to be doing with it.
Some of these blind void passages as well, they're risky. Henchman
Oh,
does have
I
the
see
shields
you,
to work through the
Monsoon.
player. Luckily, there has been knocks elsewhere they can certainly capitalize on, and does.
Can he survive though? That's the question. Can he get light back
Sorry,
to his feet?
eating luncheon.
It's an opportunity for a death box res, but Zeta Division just been eliminated in the meantime as well. Edgeworth's gonna
Wow.
have to do it all himself, but Elite Esports
This is not good.
Noct will now be the remaining player alive for GK. He's just fallen as well. So teams falling like Skittles as 11 squads now find themselves in the lobby. Relove will be the most recent to fall.
I feel like Henchman left his head out a little bit too long there. Maybe he wasn't expecting the sniper on the other side. Is now GG just on this southwestern side. This is actually a very similar fight to what we saw earlier. GG versus
Wow.
JD Gaming, but now Trinity are involved in the equation, which changes things completely. Deeds is very low, but is able to get back into the room and potentially gets healthy.
Lane staying alive as the solo here. You just saw AG taking a big fight with Zeddy Esports, by the way. Yanya combining with Jaguares to hit some really, really good shots. Pretty sure this is a 2v2 down the bottom of this tunnel as we switch back over now to the POV of GG.
Trinity was
GG
eliminated.
down to 2. Trinity just been eliminated in the meantime. As Jen's dad pops up on our screen, gives a little up.
It's not a land without Jen Burton's father. Let's be completely honest. Great to have him here. Is GG are looking the real deal, I have to say. I have to call it, Mark. At the moment, with the way they're playing with such confidence, they do not fear anyone, as Ninjas in Pajamas sadly get eliminated from the lobby. Again, it's an okay game, but it's nothing special from one of the best performing teams in the Americas, if not the best performing in Americas in Split 1.
Well, RC have been in this spot for essentially the entirety of the game, but now they have to make the move. Luckily for them, Wraith is in the composition. Blinks up, trying to scout the next move for Sentinels as well, which is a little bit more difficult because they do not have that ability to use the Wraith portal. Arufa just trying to dance. Sentinels are going to have to try and fight this one with the gen going down. It's going to be very difficult now for Sentinels to survive this. Blixer tries to send it, Arufa says no. Monsoon's going to be next, playing behind the knockdown, and Fun has to try and escape.
Not going to be able to, I'm afraid, as finally this fight comes to a conclusion. They've been posturing up against each other for what feels like 20 minutes at this point, as JD Gaming also will be confirmed as eliminated as well. Down to 6 now, and there's not much place to play down here in the middle.
Big fight happening between VKG down in this low ground and TIE. VKG will win it. With the mobile shield going down, Yanya's coming in for a
Nice.
kidnap but does not come up with anybody.
Uh-oh, wait, I'm sorry. Where are we now? 5 squads left. Uh-oh, I got missed.
VKG are in trouble. As VKG are just getting surrounded, they will be taken out. 4 teams now.
Wow.
City, AG Global, GG, and Reject. And there is a Craver in play.
What?
A few more teams alive than we saw in the previous game. As everybody takes a second to breathe. GG have a chance to go back-to-back here, by the way. A game 1 win for them. 30 points on the board already for this trio. And as one of the last 4, would love to make it a few more. Luca has to pop the battery here before he makes the call on what the next play is.
Obviously, if they are able to play this way throughout this series, we might already be talking about a team getting to finals already. Similarly to Liquid, with the amount of points they've been able to put on at this point. As the zone now is going to start to force these teams into each other, and actually, Zeddy, sadly, are going to be very much bombarded here for AG.
But Jelly turns it around. Yanya gets aggressive, knew the damage was there. but everybody focused those weapons onto the Raider, managed to put him on his back. That's going to allow Zeddy to get the armor swaps, get healthy again, and all of a sudden AG are now on the back foot.
Oh boy.
Reject have taken space. Look at the amount of room Reject have now. They've put that Newcastle wall down as well.
Uh-oh.
They're swinging around.
Zeddy Esports was eliminated. I guess the Miss Sentinels got eliminated. God dang it.
Esports will be eliminated. And with an L-Star in the hands of Zane, he's thinking one thing. KP, take down RC, take down AG, and let's make this back-to-back.
Or can they do the same thing they did previously? Wait for the other two teams to fight and then capitalize on their rotation. You mentioned
Wow.
they're just moving perfectly in the moment.
Like a well-oiled machine here, as Zane now steps down with that L-Star. Continuing pressurizing RC down on this low ground. But where are AG here? They have got the reset, and Yanya now peeking as GG have to move. The swing comes in from RC. GG are gone, and it's AG versus RC. GG just got sandwiched.
AG versus Reject? Oh my god. It's gonna be RC it's gonna be Reject. Holy crap, Reject Esports won.
And a fantastic pop-off and a well-deserved win for Reject as well, right from the start. And a celebration to their fans that are actually only mere meters behind us here in the commentary booth.
That's wild.
For attending and watching their favorite team. And when you think back to Reject playing Countdown early, making sure they weren't kind of forced off their position by Sentinels, and then later, making sure that Sentinels didn't disrupt their own rotation. And you had thought when the engagement happened between Reject and AG that maybe GG was going to be able to capitalize. But because both teams, they kind of hesitated, they waited, GG had no other option than to push down, and then in the end just got...
Wait, are they crying? Aww.
It's a lovely moment, of course, to enjoy the team that you've traveled so far to see win that game and get those points on the board.
Oh, they're waving to them.
I think back to champs when Euris was just what?
Oh, that's so nice.
2025. I was like, when are you going to start playing again? Well, here he is, back on that main stage, back competing and back winning once more.
I can't believe that. They finally got a win.
Important points for Reject as well. 14 kills they were able to find in that lobby, which puts up 26 from one game.
Yeah, AG just peeking up onto GG, having got healthy enough to sandwich them, just created that 3v3 scenario, but GG just did a little bit of damage in that exchange, which allowed RC to swoop up and essentially swarm around the position of AG. They were just trapped in a corner. It was a very simple finish for them, but a couple of key moments that you quite rightly highlighted there. The way that they Wraith Portal past Sentinels, were able to hold them out. Fantastic stuff coming in from them. So now we head towards our final game on World's Edge, and we'll have to see if some of the teams down at the bottom that we've been mentioning can find some form, because it's seeming like that story is continuing when we talk about Ninjas in Pajamas, when we talk about Alliance. Can't get anything going, but let's celebrate Reject for a second. 26 points on the board, 14 KP, alongside those 12 for the win.
Still going to be impressed with AG Global's performance as well. 19, and GG still put up a third place finish, able to find 9 points in the end, which just keeps tallying their points total even higher. And they will still be in the lead in the overalls at 32 points in total. So a fantastic performance from them, just unable to really thread that needle in the end. Had there been one more knock, then potentially GG could have still been able to capitalize, as they did send Zane in. Send him out to kill.
Yeah, some replays coming in from game one here that we did see on World's Edge. This was the win that came in for GG. If you're just joining us, just always good to keep you up to date with everything that's happened so far. Very simple finish for GG that you'll see in just a few seconds here as the leader forced down onto that low ground. Nemesis did steal away second in this first game. Then a second game after the crypto ban, GG had a chance, again, Dan, to win that one. And getting into the top three, I think very impressive. You compare what they did in game one to game two, I think you take a third place with some KP, considering how far they had to go.
Some words exchanged between Kurev and Raven, the coach, and that's the kind of person you need to be relying on here. Raven needs to be having words with the rest of the team to get them back in a good mental space as they move into match 3 to try and find a little bit of footing here. There is a big opportunity for NIP to just put some points on the board and make sure that tomorrow is not too much of a scary moment for them, putting too much pressure.
Well, Raven's a big Arsenal fan. I wonder if he's going to get the light bulb out there, give it an Arteta-esque team talk to the boys.
They need something. It was interesting.
Maybe it's worth a try.
Watching GG in that second game, I think they tried to replicate what they did in the first. They tried to be proactive and move around, take some space, and hope they could kind of bully teams into competing with one another and then win out. But sadly, just a very different final zone in the end. They didn't have the same protection. So there are your top 3. That's Reject. I mean, the kills they were able to put out and the damage output as well. Very impressive from the position they held right from the start in Countdown.
It was crazy.
Global as well. Consistency again for them. How many times have we seen them involved in the top 5 in an end game? They just seem to always be there or thereabouts. ZE Esports having a good end to that one as well. It seems like the form themes from yesterday are continuing into today. It doesn't seem to be much that's changed. With
So
the team
wild.
talking about putting those points on the board.
Well, there's another team who have not been able to find their footing, not just in today's series, but in the entire competition so far. Can they turn up to this tournament? You'd think bare minimum we're going to see them in the survivals lobby, but it's worrying signs for them. I'll have to see whether they can bounce back. It is only match 2 of 6 here, Mark, so 4 more remaining, and I was mentioning it earlier, you know, they are a team that just when you think you're going to count them out, they find a way to get back into things.
Well, they've done it a million times before. That's the one thing that you can rely on sometimes is history. You look back on it and you're like,
they've done it a million times of effect.
What the?
No, I would say,
I'm not disagreeing
I would
with you
say
on that
no shade thrown to Aku, but at this point, I think I'm getting there. And you have to start to wonder, when are they going to be able to turn up? So, for Alliance, there needs to be answers. It has to happen soon, otherwise it does get worrying going into tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, at the moment, the overall rankings look this way. Liquid still at the top, 118, but with the extra points gained from match 2, Gaming Gladiators now push themselves up into top 3 on set. And again, we've only played 2 matches here. You'd like to think if Gaming Gladiators continue this trajectory, they might be first.
Well, we got 3 more to go.
Sometimes I just do it for
just put me on edge. A division down in 20th at the moment. They've had a couple of good team fights, but it seems to have been a little bit late to the rotates. That was a zone I think they could have made a little bit more of. We saw them playing trials for quite some time, it felt like, on the northern side of the zone, and then looking to take to the skies late to find a place to play. I think they had a little bit better prio than maybe they recognised at the start of that game. Could have got a little bit of a better spot early. The one thing about trials, though, is if you're going to do trials, it takes quite a long time to get it done.
still relishing in the victory they just saw as well. And the amazing thing is, always with Apex, is, you know, a win is such a huge moment. It's not something that every team gets to have on LAN especially. You know, an online victory is still a thrilling thing to be involved with, but to do it on LAN in front of your fans, in front
Let's
of
go Zeta Division.
there is nothing like it. And Reject will now add one more to their tally. Of course, a very famous organization in ALGS's history.
What, Reject?
First scuba I've seen so far.
Yeah, it's one of the Japanese orgs that
Question that only
is really crazy.
I don't know. I don't have an answer.
Well, as I was mentioning
I have to
earlier,
look
by
up
the
their
way,
Brawl
Sierra
Stars
is going
team.
to be banned going into this third game, so that just means that we're going to get a big old change of pace. There's not going to be as much comfort going into a lot of these engagements, not as much information. We have no crypto, we have no seer, so you're going to have to rely on your brain.
Always a terrifying thought. Anyway, let's head into game 3 then, the final one on World's Edge here before we change things up once again and we force our teams to jump over to E-District to close out the series. Last opportunity for the teams who love a little bit of World's Edge to get those points on the board. But when I'm looking at the zone down, it looks like we're going to have a little bit a different feel to this one than we had in game number 2.
So
Alright,
more of a different
let me
feel
go
in terms
sit
of
down
where
again.
the zone's going to be going, that's for sure. I mean, can we go for maybe a southwest side of the map just to try and keep things a little bit all over the place? I guess it would only be the northeast that would... Oh, never mind. Well, that is not a zone I'm expecting to see. You'll see it shortly on your screens. As of course, Reject have won themselves loot cam as they're going to be playing the Mad Maggie, as is the majority of the lobby. 18 Mad Maggies and 18 Watsons this time, but I think because Watson was selected so much in the previous, she's going to be banned going into E-District, which also makes things interesting.
Yeah,
So
an early ban actually for Watson by this normal standards, should we say. Lava Siphon is going to be where we are heading. For Ninjas in Pajamas, you don't get much of a better opportunity to make something out of a game than when the zone is pulling directly onto you. They need to make this work now.
I think this could be tournament defining for NIP.
So this
actually.
is
If
about
we
to
do
get
not
really
find
crazy.
points here, if we do not see them succeed, I think suddenly there's a lot of eyebrows being raised if they weren't already. Capitalize on it, get some points on the board, and just finally find that momentum you so desperately need. Sad thing for them is you've got Gaming Gladiators so close to you. We've already seen with a zone like this, it's close to GG, they're very good at rotating fast and holding down that position, and they're the #1 team at the moment. Their fighting skills have been exceptional, and they're going to be full of confidence.
Speaking of quick rotators, here's GK on your screen heading towards the Evo Harvester. They should be able to get up to blue off the back of that, and we'll feel a lot more confident in doing so moving forward when it comes to those fights. Thermal station maybe where they think about having a little interact with the survey beacon. As DCG find themselves in one of these eastern buildings inside a Lava Siphon. Already Siphon's starting to look a little bit busy. A lot of room to be played inside a Siphon, Dan. One of my favorite zones to watch. You've got GG, Nemesis already there, Rejects, NIP like we mentioned. SX have just arrived, RRQ. You've got For Fun moving through Harvester already. Then you've got the likes of Sentinels and JD Gaming moving from that southern side already in towards the vicinity.
Only 6 legends in play in total, by the way. More Valkyries this time, so we are going to see a lot more people committing to the end game a little bit later. I think what's going to make this end zone in particular more interesting is the 10 altars that are still going to be available. With the building of Lava Siphon being very much in play towards the end game here, you can kind of risky commit through and go blind if you start to struggle a little bit on your rotation. So we might see a few forced fights just by taking that risk.
RRQ controlling the most eastern building. You can see that here. VKG now also falling down onto that low ground. Probably having a little bit of a second thought of thinking about looking to play this choke and wrap through the Harvester side.
Let's see.
Watson in the composition for them. Not seeing any fences down as yet. And just as I say that, we do see that. And that looks like what the plan is going
20
to be.
squads left.
Now, this position is pretty good if they want to Valcult a little bit later on and look to play some of the height that will be available in Lava Siphon. But that's a long way away for them at the moment.
So I do like actually there's a few positions teams are trying to rotate down towards launch site, perhaps expecting there to be some movement from Gaming Gladiators and also gain the information from the ring console as well. But at the moment, VKG
this
is
is
going to be happy
insane.
to hang around in and around Harvester. Harvester can be a powerful position with a zone like this because you've got a lot of room to play, a lot of objects to hide behind, but also you can capitalize on other people rotating through, sometimes even ambushing them, especially now we don't have that Seer and Crypto in play.
Zaire have been a little bit quiet. 2 games, 6 points. Not the best of performances from them, and they've got a long way to go towards this zone. Survey Beacon going to be hit here by Satuki. They haven't got any teams around them whatsoever. No surprise, considering the zone is the opposite side of the map. Now, inside of the train tunnel that's a little bit closer to the zone, you can see TIE and NIP having a little bit of an engagement. Also, RRQ and DCG having a fight inside of that eastern building that we saw taken by RRQ pretty early on. Strafing Flame, though, he finds one, but he'll be trading
Oh,
out.
wow.
He down to 50 HP. Pricey following him to something pretty similar when it comes to health, and now they look like they're in a little bit of a difficult situation.
I mean, I love the play from Strafing Flame, but sadly the rest of the team wasn't able to capitalize on it. Sometimes that happens.
Okay,
So you get aggressive,
let's
you're doing
see.
something perfect, but the rest of the team doesn't have the same abilities as you do. But a team that may be able to capitalize, Sentinels. Now hearing all this
Sentinels.
might be able to clean up what is left here of DCG.
Sentinels looking to move in to do exactly that. The knockdown shields can be frustrating though, but a breach charge certainly does help. Monsoon moves through. That's going to be DCG gone.
Whoa, DCG got eliminated.
For the third party here.
Ooh.
And now they will claim this building as their own. And one good bit of news for them, similar to something that helped them out at Champstan. There is a mobile respawn beacon blocking one of those doors that has been blown off. Now, if you take yourself back to Champs,
So crazy.
something pretty similar outside of it that really did help Sentinel stay alive.
Every little helps. You know, it's funny how these players will always find any little detail to just give you a little bit more protection. And if it's provided by another team, even better. As this zone, by the way, is already so full. Only 4 teams who haven't made their way down towards Lava Siphon at the moment. Which does mean those 4 teams are going to have a very hard time arriving. In particular, though, GK, they're currently looking towards Trinity, and Trinity are actually taking a position around them, trying to surround them, maybe looking like they're going to go for the kill here.
Here, they can get them somewhere safe.
Excuse me.
Zone's going to start to close. GK are just about safe, but I think Drop-Off's reposition here isn't really like the engagement early, especially when it's one of those ones where only one team's gone in the lobby. This is a low reward engagement here. Even if you win this one, you know, it's a couple of KP, but it doesn't help you when it comes to those placement points and the rotate that you're trying to make. Trinity being very, very aggressive onto it, though, but so GK have managed to find at least a Q out to somewhere down that low ground. In fact, Drops is going to have to jump back now. And all of a sudden, they find themselves sandwiched between Elite and Trinity. This is not looking good.
Yeah, sadly, Trinity are one of the teams that are on such little points at the moment. They're looking to try and take advantage of any possible points, even if it's KP, even if it's risky KP. And GK are probably saying, like, what do you want? What's your deal? What's your problem? Why do you need this fight? And sadly, Trinity are going to be able to surround them here, and GK may fall.
Keon takes quite a lot of damage. Drops is doing his best to just disappear through portals, and all of a sudden, Keon is left on his own with just a vault in his hands. He can make this a 1v1 though, and he can make this interesting. But GK Esports will be eliminated. Vols gonna be last alive as Elite now trying to move in to clean up the pieces. He's gonna be able to pull out by the looks of things though.
Wait, what? Come on, really?
Completely honest by Trinity, that is a horrible one that has ruined the game for GK, almost for themselves. And now Zeta Division are arriving. Elite Esports probably very delighted being able to capitalize on really taking up so much real estate.
Here comes Zeta Division.
Suddenly, Elite Esports have to turn around because Zeta also getting involved. The snowball of events that happen just from one push is crazy.
Zeta can't quite find where those remaining members have gone to. Elite have scarpered away to the safety of Harvester. I think it's a pretty smart decision. Everything got a little bit too busy on that side of the zone. Now over to Alliance. Almost feels like it's beginning to be now or never for them. After taking a lot of damage here on the Maggie, gonna have to take the time to get the shields back to full. Now, I'm gonna be safe here on the hill, but what's the next play for them? Hackett is on the Valkyrie, so they don't have to force their way into zone for now. We'll be able to do this a little bit later. As you can see, the VKG are taking a fight here against Zeddy, and Jelly has gone down. QQ got to be careful, though. Scarpa back to safety. It looks like they're just about able to do so.
I think a lot
Okay, let's see how this goes. Come on.
Into the center without risking our game here, so perhaps we do start to look for a bit more engagement. By the way, Elite Esports was still looking for.
Can't believe this. Still acting up.
Earlier, that they forced their way all the way up to Harvester, but they have also escaped Zeta Division at the same time, as Sentinels still alive on this southern side as well. Sentinels actually are in a pretty good position if they can force RRQ out of this building, but sadly,
I don't
to do so
know.
at their first attempt.
Okay, see, Sentinels
Trying to put the pressure on those
soon.
a difficult place to hold with a lot of Maggies in the lobby like we do have right now, and you're going to see it from the POV of RRQ. Easy Flash is staring at 1, he's staring at 2, and right on cue, the riot drills become a real problem for them, forcing them to take the ball. But where does that portal go? Not far enough.
Link, sir.
Great aggression, though, from Sentinels. Forces RRQ out. Again, it was one of them kind of biggest fears. Oh, what a pull it is for Sentinels as well when you get to see on it. Our world champions may have just capitalized on their aggression onto RRQ. That being said, they still need to find playable space. Now, AG are starting to smell something out, and that's the pull I was talking about. Bad news, though, for NIP. Who, as we said, they need points here in this game, and now they're going to have to go through quite a few teams if they want to get to this next zone.
Well, one team that we're going to jump into a listening with is Elite Esports. I mean, they're moving their way through Harvester at the moment, but they're about to run into Trinity and a couple of other teams. So let's see what the comms sound like for Elite.
Ooh, Trinity was eliminated.
The mythic real quick? Yeah, go. Nothing. Flying? Flying?
Okay, this is elite. Wow. Uh-oh.
I'm syringing. 1 second.
They're taking out Nemesis. GGG. Team Nemesis got eliminated by GGT. Elite's going after Zeta Division. Uh-oh. Oh! Zeta Division got eliminated by Elite. Holy. And now they're on the healing mode.
Well, you have the clutch factor as kind of wins the 1v1. That's going to be Zeta Division out of the lobby, but Elite now have to scarf. They have a long way to go from Hollister.
That is the quickest looting you're going to see as well, by the way. So many teams will probably die to zone because they don't loot quick enough, but Elite are in, they're out, and now they have to try and push on this western side. Fantastic fight, by the way, and great to be in the listening, just knowing the important comms of when to be able to bat, when to push, who's swinging. Everyone playing a part in Elite, even if they were knocked to the ground.
Here's another team in a great position for another good game. It's going to be
This is getting crazy by the moment.
We'll be safe for that next zone as well. RC also the winners of our previous game in a very, very good spot as Alliance have found somewhere to play. They have VKG holding them out, but Alliance are in a pretty good spot for this game.
Boy, do they need it. Boy, do they need points, Alliance.
Let's go to Kraber.
Okay.
It's Elite now on this western side that I was mentioning. They have a few teams that are in front of them. There's two different ways they can approach this. They can either go a little bit further north and then try and rotate all the way round to try and touch the northern tip and hope that they catch people shadowing them. Or they take their fight directly with 4 Fun here and then rotate on the southern side. But I think if they do that, it encourages GG to get involved. I like this though. Yeah, this is the northern route. This is probably the one I would have taken.
Smart to just jump through, just check it, see if there's anyone there. And then jump back through. Now, Light, infinite ammo on the Kraber as well. This man can rack up all sorts of numbers in the next few moments. We saw him hitting some crazy shots yesterday. Henchman with the longbow in his hand as well. You do not want to peek Elite Esports right now because this man will pull the trigger and give you a free ride at Blasty.
It's crazy, by the way, that Elite Esports heard 1 bullet when they void passage through, and they were like, nope, we don't fancy it. We'll go the other way.
Okay.
12 seconds on zone hit. We've got to move soon. No Valkyrie in the composition this time around for Elite, so they're going to have to take the old-fashioned route. Sentinels have just been eliminated.
Oh! No! What? That's wild!
Alliance could certainly capitalize on a good position, and also other teams starting to try and approach them from that southeast side as well. But now we follow the journey of Elite. They go into the evac tower, and they are quite literally out of the frying pan and into the fire here. But they're going to take the roof, which, to be honest, if you can stabilize and avoid gunfire,
That's wild. I can't believe that happened.
Tyler's just gone down for fun. Alliance, what have you got? Backs against the wall sometimes is where they've always done their best work. And with the rest of the lobby in front of them and their backs clear, Alliance have to make this work.
Just to give you an indication of where Alliance are in the overalls, by the way, 37th position right now, bottom 4. That would be elimination standard. GG, down to 2 players as they take their fight against RRQ. They do have a gen down. This is going to help them big time.
1v2 by the looks of things. Strafe the Flame is the last alive. Maggie Ball goes in, but from height! A team gets involved. It's going to be GG eliminated. Zeddy.
Wow. Zeddy and Gaming Gladiators got eliminated. That's crazy. RRQ is eliminated too. What the? Really?
That land belongs to them. JDG trying to move up onto the position of Alliance themselves, but Alliance are aware of it.
That is a great stabilization from Alliance, not allowing JDG to push up on them. If Alliance were to have lost that fight, obviously the inevitable would have happened, they would have died, but it would have presented an opportunity for JTG to potentially get to the late game here, and now JDG reconsidering their position. As Lava Siphon's getting a little bit tricky and sticky, VK and NIP
This sucks.
all in the same building now.
Ninjas in pajamas, this was your game as well. It pulls the Lava Siphon. You drop at Lava Siphon. You are alive in the center of zone. You have the pick of the litter as to where you want it to play. But can you maximize the points now? Light, by the way, still with that Kraber. You just see in the kill feed there. He's already found a head.
Yeah, we've seen how that Kraber can impact things across a variety of games today, as Elite will go back up to the top. And they can actually sit here when the zone does close. As now the prayers start to come through for Alliance. And perhaps they're working.
Or JDG might be swinging onto Alliance. Looks like they're safe for now. Kinatrope bang center of zone behind a Newcastle wall, by the way. As the prayers are being said by the Alliance fans.
Oh no. Aku's
down. Unlucky's down. Hackis, it's all on you. Top 10 is not good enough.
Wow, this is wild.
JDG taking a lot of damage though from Kinatrope.
Trouble is for Alliance, it's going to be near impossible to get back up to a 3 here, so it's about just trying to survive and getting those extra placement points on board. Check back at one of the replays of how damaging the Kraber can be in the right hands. As elsewhere you can see AG, they push in! Reject down, it's for fun, fall 2.
Oh, just about gets the shield swap in time, and that keeps him alive.
Reject was eliminated. God dang. AG Global was eliminated. What?
But it's more points on
No way.
Center zone once more. Can't see on your screen. The XX down to that low ground.
Elite's gone cray.
There's fireworks, and then there's the light show.
Well, the two teams we said needed points, both still alive. Alliance only have the one, the Packers, but NIP also in prime position. Light putting on a montage for us.
It's like the 4th of July out here with the fireworks popping off from the Kraber of Light. The knocks are good, but where do they play next? Still looking for some angles. A couple of frag grenades might flush that team out from behind the cover they find themselves in. That's going to be JD Gaming, who at the moment are looking to get their teammate back into the game. They're going to be able to
Oh
float
wow,
the
this
back.
is wild.
I mean, quite literally a beacon. Everyone drawn towards them as now you're going to see Light getting rezzed at the moment. Slightly overstepped, it's NIP
So who's
who are trying
next
to
to be
take that position
eliminated?
away from them, or at least stop them from dropping on top of them anyway. Could this be the game that just turns the fortunes around for NIP?
Oh, PXX. Oh, luckily the zone is going to keep them alive.
Alliance was eliminated.
It's top 7 for them as now the fight has to take place. VKG have done a lot of damage on that low ground, on that balcony. And LQ's going to be the last alive.
VK Gamer was eliminated.
He clutched a minute ago.
What?
Kinda's on 8 kills, by the way, at the moment. Elite are putting on a show. Finally, they will be
Elite Esports was eliminated.
all of these engagements on the north.
GG
now down to
Gaming.
just one. NIP in prime position to win this game from this position they find themselves in.
PXX still center zone. This is going to be for quite some time, but with the
My
angle,
foot's starting to itch.
Kurev in the wing
Wow.
to change the trajectory
The
of this game.
JD Gaming was eliminated. Oh god. Kintropa Club, it was eliminated. Oh, Ninja in Pajamas won that one. Wow.
Tournament-defining moment. We said it when the zone pulled that way. They had to find points, and that's exactly what
That's
they did.
wild.
They got a win on the board, and I think actually the win is more important than the points. It's going to give them that confidence now going into the rest. Without that, they might have been chalked.
Hey.
The bottom 4 coming into this one. They were in those elimination positions. But now maybe, just maybe, it turns things around as our #1 team from Americas this split. They finally have turned up to this tournament.
They get the zone and they make the most of it. So many times in Apex Legends you see that happen and teams let the opportunity slip through their fingers. NIP seize the moment.
That's
And what a
crazy.
moment that could be in the context of the tournament.
The relief I can imagine for those 3 gentlemen, those 4 gentlemen, I'm sure Raven was praying just like the Alliance fans were. And to be honest, speaking of Alliance, they did take a 7th place, which, you know, it's still points on the board. It's still better than what they've been doing previously. How about the performance from Elite as well, by the way? The amount of points they just put on the board just through kills alone.
Wild.
What a difficult end zone to try and navigate with the elevation that you were talking about. Of course, with the lava being involved, there's only certain places you can play, but I'm sure at this point, NIP knew the game was potentially theirs. They just had to make sure they hit their shots. And even though some of these Hemlock shots were a little bit shaky to start with, they were quite rightly nervous, because this was very much needed.
That's the kind of reaction. There's a combination of relief, and I like the reaction from Cole as well. He's like, there we go. That's what we expected. That's what we wanted to feel coming into this event. That's what we expected to be doing when it comes to these big games. And I think for them, that's just a reset of like, hey, we are still them. We are still that team that everybody has been talking about coming into this event. And that kind of a game, we always say, one game can change the entire tournament. Will we look back at that game on World's Edge being the one for Ninjas in Pajamas?
Well, a 19-point game for them, and actually in the standings for this series, it sends them into the top 5. It's just such a significant moment for them. And, you know, even if they weren't to do amazing in 4, 5, and 6, I just think the points they've been able to put here will at least put them in contention for the survival stage, right? It's getting out of the bottom of the barrel and making sure you are not sweating in those elimination positions when you get into tomorrow's group stage competition.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than going into tomorrow's games and looking back, looking down and thinking about what could be. If you're just got a little bit of separation, you're just thinking about your game. You're not thinking about the worst consequences that could be coming your way should you not make those big games count. So a big moment for Ninjas in Pajamas, a solid moment for Alliance as well.
Crazy.
But I still think there's some questions to be answered for a lot of teams as we continue this series in the next 3 games that we have. We're actually going to jump down to the floor now. I think we've got Yanya from AG available for a little interview. It's always good to catch up with him. Let's see what he's got to say.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am here on the main stage with the main man, Yanya, right now from AG Global. Yanya, let's first and foremost talk about these starts you guys are having, both yesterday and today. You guys have put up an incredible opening few matches, especially yesterday. It's actually one of the strongest openings to a LAN that you have had. What's going on? What's clicking? What's the secret?
I think we're all playing super confident. My team is literally just trusting all of my calls. They are playing so well. We're all playing our life. Like, I don't know. I feel like we finally figured out how to play LANs, I guess, again, because we didn't do that great on the last LANs. But yeah, I feel confident on this one.
What matters is what's happening right here and right now. Now, I've got to say that you guys, despite showing up to every single LAN, you guys are really underestimated as a team. Why do you think that is? And, you know, how do you not let that get to you as a player?
I use trust really much on my team. I really trust a lot on my game, my skill. Yeah, most of the teams underestimate us because we basically speak Spanish, and they just don't understand what we're saying. So they think that it's a bad play every single time. So yeah, that's why I think they underestimate us. But we always do good. So.
You do always do good. That's the point, right? I mean, you guys have all got so much experience, both as a unit, but also individually as well. Now, do you think that your synergy as a team is just improving at every single LAN? Because you guys are playing so well at the moment.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I feel like every single LAN, like, we have mistakes, and we just solve them for the next LAN. So we are having like a lot of mistakes in the past LANs, and we just figured it out, like almost all of the mistakes. And yeah, I think that's what is making us improve a lot.
Well, Yanya, to see you guys going from strength to strength, congratulations so far. You've still got a few more games to go today, so I'll let you go and rejoin your team in just a moment, because we have Rain Day standing by with another interview. Let's do it.
All right, thank you so much, Barney. We got Pandas here for Fun Esports, the coach for this team. Now, I tried to get a couple interviews. Talmatch said he doesn't have time for me, but Pandas does, so I'm going to remember that in my book right here. But honestly, he looks stressed, and I think that's what these mid-game, mid-series interviews are about. You guys are making adjustments on the fly. You said that what happened in the bans just now kind of impacted your team. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, I mean, we're a Newcastle Watson team, and Watson getting banned this early instead of a Maggie threw a wrench in our system, but I think we can figure it out real soon.
guys are a great team. You guys have proven that you know what to do. Synetic's one of my favorite interviews that we did over the split. I feel like he has that it factor, as well as Tyler, bringing in that experience, and Nags with his energy. What do you feel this team has the most to offer in terms of what they bring to a competitive allotment?
I mean, so far together, their teamwork has been amazing, no matter what, end games, early games. Right now, with Synetic being a new IGL sort of and swapping to Roller, really added an X factor into his fighting skills and IGLing skills, especially swapping over to Zone.
Yeah. Now, Pandas, you know, obviously, as a coach, you need to be kind of thinking 2 steps ahead for your players. Talmadge is worried about it. You are obviously in the same position, but I want to know, what are you doing? How are you staying composed? How are you getting your guys back on their feet, knowing that you're currently 30th overall out of 40 teams here? So it's a bit of a start that you thought you could improve upon for sure, but maybe wanted a little bit better. How do you now keep the composure, get the guys on the right direction again?
I mean, I just got to remember what we did in EMEA earlier this year and how good we are, and not to let that discourage them once we have a bad game or two.
Awesome, man. What are you looking for? Since you didn't get Newcastle Watson, what are you looking for now heading into these next 3 games?
Preferably a Maggie band, not gonna lie.
Okay. Well, bands having a big impact on Forefront Esports. Pandas, thank you so much for taking the time. I know it's stressful out here. These players, it's coming down to the wire, guys. They know that what they do in these next 3 games might decide their fate in this tournament.
Play is in our DNA.
Yeah, we'll see how that will go.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine the entire
let's see
city
here.
being built to supercharge it.
Just want to see some changes I pulled up. Make sure everything's working this time around. Okay, yeah, it's working. Good. See, D2.
NIP with that performance, pushing themselves out of the bottom 6 teams, and actually making sure that they are now in 31st. Yesterday, with this squad lace, I mean, after the series, 18th place with 18 points to that. Today, halfway through this series, is 5th place with 26 points.
Damn, I was so worried. You know, they have such an incredible performance in Pro League, right? They were dominating the region. We were all a little bit shocked. We were just sort of chatting about it. We're like, you know what, what's kind of going on here for NIP? But look, sometimes it just takes this one win to turn things around. So got extra 3 games for it. Obviously, another day tomorrow to get it there. But look, when you're in contention with these other powerhouse teams, is it going to be enough? Like,
give me a moment, guys. I'm gonna do something while I
to keep it afloat, but
keep this going.
Previous game, and we've seen it all season. I definitely feel like this is going to be something that you know, they've got in there.
Nope.
Yeah, honestly, a great series there for Ninjas and Pajamas.
Give me a moment.
And I want to go to you, Graceful, because
I
for
want to do
this squad,
something.
I mean, I just talked about it. The performance yesterday was
Screensaver.
very lackluster. It had them in the bottom
Right
6.
back.
Now with this performance here, how do you think that the players are going to be performing in this next 3
put this
matches?
down for a moment.
Like you said as well, you just sometimes need to get the ball rolling, and once that happens, it really starts snowballing. Because, as you said as well, they had a phenomenal season now in Pro League. So, if anything, this is just like, hey guys, we do have this. The same way he said as well. We know we played good in Pro League. It doesn't matter if we have a few bad games because we are that good. Let's just get to it.
I mean, we saw it happen to RRQ yesterday too. It was rough out there, and then BAM last 3 games switched it all around for them. So you know, it does just take that one little win. Even RRQ didn't even win. They actually just were getting KP sniped. But you know, it was something that can be done, but it's going to be tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we talk about some of these teams like Alliance, for example. You know, we talk about getting the ball rolling. It feels like they're pushing a square uphill, and it just seems like, you know, that 7 points might have been the best game that they've had so far. But all it does is it takes one game, but there's a lot of questions that need to be asked. We heard Gasking even mention the fact that they were in the elimination. 7 points is still not enough to get them out of the elimination pool, and this team has been the most dominant pool play for a bracket play team in one of the longest times, or group play team, sorry. And for them to lose effect and then to be at the bottom of the leaderboards, it starts to raise a lot of questions about the roster, and you really have to start wondering, when is that going to pick up? Because if it doesn't
I'm
right
gonna
now,
do something with this blank one.
final day needing a lot of points because there are teams that will start to target you. It comes down to, you know, get your biggest competition out of the matches, and if they go in
This
the
is why
elimination
I'm
pool, I wouldn't be
creative.
surprised to see some of these teams try to push them aggressively or focus them going into the following day when everyone knows where
Let's see if I can do
They're
this.
currently 10 points away from getting out of the elimination pool, at least, or matching it.
10 points away is still relatively significant. I mean, that
Here we
7
go.
points is probably their best match of the tournament so far, and that's not
And with only 9 games left, right, for them to be able to play, it's not going to be enough. Now, Grace, for you, I want to talk about some of the other squads, right? We saw actually GG, being able to perform so good earlier in the day that you got hyped up. You made sure you jumped out of the couch like, yeah, this is what I've been expecting. You've been hyping them up.
Yeah, I mean, GD is also one of those rosters. I think everybody, it took a while for them to explode, but Lufka and Black.
Uh-oh. Hang on, guys. Wait, what? What the heck? That should never came back on. What the freak? Oh God, I felt so embarrassed right now. Nope. Ay, ay, ay. Nah, wait. No. It should never happen like that. No. Okay. Let's see how I'm gonna do this. What the? Yeah, that should never happen. What the freak is going on here? It should never happen like that. Hey. Okay, you know what? It's fine. We'll do it this way. The freak is going on here? Copy, exit. Nope. Paste. There. Uh-oh. Shoot. I had to get back to the game, guys. Sorry.
That's like that combo alone. Everybody has known for such a long time in EMEA.
No.
They have been showcasing over.
The hell?
To be able to get out of that bottom six.
It truly is big. I can't believe we're sending 6 teams home. But if you're really worried and finding yourself in the bottom 6 currently, well, let's go ahead and turn the tide on that. Looking at E-District, Alliance, a Goliath in the ALGS competitive ecosystem. I was a little worried, right? But you think back to their E-District performance just yesterday. They were landing a few 2 POIs just towards their west. They're currently now up in Lotus. Now, we saw Team Liquid play from this earlier in a different set, and Team Liquid was really the thorn in their side in that prior group matchup. They were constantly sending them right off the rip. Knowing that Alliance doesn't have to deal with them in A versus C is actually great news for them, considering the first 3 matches on World's Edge did not go to their favor.
And it's about ramping up, right, all the way towards E-District and what they were able to achieve. Now, as we get started, everybody, Game 4 on E-District. We've said goodbye to Crypto, Seer, and Watson. It's been interesting because Watson was actually tied in Game 2 with Seer coming out after Reject was able to win with 14 KP. And then with Mad Maggie, it was Watson and Mad Maggie. But Watson ended up coming out on top with NIP winning that. And Mad Maggie is now available going into this first
Yeah,
game.
I needed to here.
I love that you're highlighting it because I was thinking, would we see a Mad Maggie ban in match number 3? Historically, we get that Watson ban in the last game. So knowing that she's out of here on E-District is going to change the pace of play for everyone. Alter's still going to be pretty inevitable and all over the place for the time being. I like the shakeup of seeing a couple of Caustics, the Sparrows making an early appearance, and a few Wraiths peppered in there. Now, the thing about our prior group matching is we saw a lot of Catalysts, and by a lot, I mean 3, but there's definitely more here in this lobby. And a circle that is definitely favoring City Hall. So Trinity, PXX, Elite Esports, who's already been doing so incredible throughout our group stage, is going to have a nice rotate over.
It always feels like a little dice roll, right? If it's not going to be City Hall, where is it going to go? If it's
Oh, don't worry. I will be
either
here.
Number, and then, draft away. But it's great to at least have seeing a Trinity being a team literally on the bottom end of the overall standings, have some POI advantage. Can they hold their ground is the question, as TIE are already moving up from an evac tower as well as for fun. So they're eventually going to get sandwiched here because it's the fight for the information off of the survey beacon as well as the rain console that's up on the high ground of City Hall in that very tall building. And we would take a look at Sentinels with round 1 closing in very shortly in the next 2 seconds. Lynx are already having that portal ready. They're already a full blue Evos. I like the way that they're pinging ahead too, because while they end up rotating here, Gaming Gladiators are trailing right behind them, but they're getting ahead with these fast rotates like they usually do, right? And they have no issue taking a lot of these fights when they know that their backs are against the...
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
The evac tower being dropped and already focusing on getting out and into that circle. So we'll see how that works out for them. Teams that are just coming off a fresh win in World's Edge, Ninjas in pajamas, all the way down in Shipyard Arcade waiting for information. And Trinity, who are going to be favored in this circle for City Hall.
Yeah, we'll see.
White have Sentinels landing on their faces. The triple take has been the real nemesis of our group stage. And yeah, Monsoon, that one down and out.
And this is the issue, though. When Trinity, this is their POI, they have, like, little to no space to work off of because everybody rotated here quickly, so they're stuck on full whites as Monsoon stays alive. Shitting his way around these nades while Blinkster takes a beautiful off angle. I love this. And he was able to get that Nemesis very early before they ended up going for that quick rotate, right? Rohai, though, breaks off that Evo shield, not trying to overextend with the Cosmic. Imperials really having no other choice, too. And now just trying to see if he can try to get through these windows, but they're everywhere to haunt him.
You have activated my trap card, and it's feeling really scary down there with the triple barrels. But they do get in, they destroy them, and lay claim to the lower floor of this building. For Trinity, it's really difficult. You do have that caustic. You can isolate those and throw more barrels onto this staircase to prevent them from full sending up. But with Linkser on that Wraith, can easily just portal, enter the void, and siege if they want.
And the teams, too, just kind of overlapping them with Keon also right there. For fun, by the way, the first team out of this lobby. They've only been able to get 14 points over the course of these last 3 games. And even with Game 4 and building, we're able to get Fun to barrel up in here, too. Because while they do play this safely, they're calling the zone pool over in this direction with so many other teams like Gaming Gladiators who went for a quick rotate. AGG, who's also looking at TIE. And
Let's
Trinity
see.
still managing to stay alive.
Come on, run soon.
60% of our teams currently in that next circle up by City Hall Zeddy. You know, when you really start to think
Oh,
about a team that
God.
we're expecting to perform
He's so
at this
crazy.
level, this is the
He's so
roster. And I'm really excited to
crazy.
see what they're doing because
Oh,
they're
Zeta
exceeding the
Division.
expectations of teams that we thought of like Alliance, right? But it's Zedix at the lobby. Now, here's why this is a big issue for Fun Esports, Vicky, is they are on the cusp of the bottom 6 and being sent home early after groups.
Right, because after this game, you only got 8 games left to go to actually turn things around. It's tough when so many other teams are going to start playing a lot more aggressively as these games progress to prevent these teams who are showing that weaker stance in the bottom 6 from being able to turn things around, especially when you deem them as threats, depending on how the POI draft goes when it comes to being in that survivor round. As you can already see, too, Zeddy already rotating through Energy Bank right behind RRQ, which, by the way, very surprised to see how quiet they've been thus far over the course of these last 3 games. Trying to turn things around on E-District. Alliance, too, as RRQ send one of their members to get the Evil Harvester right there closer to that ring console. And Alliance kind of trailing on the other side of that choke. But while we take a look at AG, love being able to hear from Yanya and his experience. This is a team that has gone through so many changes before they get back into being reunited once again. I love seeing how their journey has brought them to, I want to say, one of the best performances we've seen them put down in group stages.
You know what? I'll echo that sentiment because usually that is a team that will qualify on the last game of a last series in groups. And to see them starting in a 3rd place on our series today for this one,
it's up and
that's a
done
great
right.
win. For PXX, just inside the top 10 on all whites, moving towards that circle, man. We got to get those Evos leveled up.
Yeah.
It's rough out here when you're on the sticks. They took their shoes, and now they're trying to stay alive before they're going to end up rotating on the outskirts right behind NIP. That's going to be a pileup to look out for because Neon Square does have that survey beacon, so the teams that want to kind of hang around Blossom Drive, try to get some KP, will have to eventually rotate through Neon Square where PXX could wait to 3P this and then also get the Evo Harvester that's right to their south side out in the outskirts of Street Market and then try to engage more confidently here because Reject will also be waiting for that 3-squad pileup in the southern choke once a lot more of these teams find their situation in these buildings in the final zone.
One thing to note when you're talking about that pileup on the southwestern side is Zeta Division is over there on that survey beacon. Now, Zeta is actually one of the only teams to run Bangalore. They threw Yuka F on the Bangalore, and anytime I see Yuka on a Bangalore, things are about to get wild for the lobby. And if you're 17th place coming into the final 2 matches of a series, turn it up. Go back to Old Reliable, do what you gotta do.
Already a UPS company,
It ain't broke, don't fix. Sticking to your guns here while Alliance take it a little slow. They're feeling the pressure while we take a look at KNC, who are going to cryo getting that survey beacon. Looks like they were able to scan the ring console just earlier. You saw it grayed out, so they're going to be able to take that evac tower, get up onto the high ground with Team Nemesis. Are also looking to get aggressive. Taker's going to be able to reset here too. Probably have already put down the TP rather, and while you currently have Zeddy now going through Galleria, they're also going to be able to have the scan over onto that ring console. So a lot of these teams forced to play on the edge are taking their time to play objective since they have further POIs.
Well, here's what I'm scared of, Vicky, because when you think about Nemesis, you think about them having a bit of inconsistency. When you talked, I told you, I watched a massive interview that was performed by a Team Nemesis content creator talking about Sacred in particular, and when he joined that roster, he mentioned the high ceilings that that squad had, but they tend to have a bit of inconsistency. And if you can iron that out and not rely on one explosive game, that's how you find success throughout our week. So, still waiting to see that for today, but they did have a solid performance earlier on World's Edge. For JDG, it's a bit of the same, right? They're down in the bottom 6, looking to claw their way out. We talked about Naughty's first year IGLing, floating, being this kind of impeccable young player to come in, and we haven't really gotten to see them shine to their full potential just yet.
And we know they got it in them. We've seen it time and time again, but maybe finding those nerves on a land like this. Gotta be able to shake that off here, lock in and build up that momentum, especially when it comes to a game like Apex Legends. You can see the pings from afar, gonna be able to scan that care package and Evil Harvester right up ahead too, but it's not like you're gonna need it. They got the purple Evos ready to go, Nemesis as well. They're looking to rotate immediately with the evac tower. So many other teams still. Zeddy's also looking to pile up on top of Team Nemesis. That's going to be a fight over by Energy Bank, but let's take a look at Zeta currently right now. Also having this poke fight over onto the northern side of the zone before swapping over to Energy Bank. It's a TP insurance policy with the amount of ultras that we got. And now we're able to get the finishing blow and the follow-up onto Deeds before the recall comes in.
All right, through the Dark Veil we go, hunting down the last member of Zeddy. And you can see Duke out into the distance. And Nemesis, look, we're starting to heat up. At least we took down 2 for JDG. They found PXX, who have now upgraded themselves from their triple napkins to a suite of blues. Angles are needed. Alter does have to get out of jail. The nade, the mother load, things are ready to go from floating.
And after we've just highlighted how they've been falling behind here, this is an opportunity to change things up. Shubi's forced to be out of the fight temporarily. He's going to be able to pop the shield bat in the zone. They do have the TP set up, but it's inside the zone right behind them, so it's not going to be that safety net that they can rely on. Now going to be able to prio just moving up instead, and I do think it's important to highlight that Team Nemesis, after completely forcing Zeddy out of Energy Bank, they now get the prio on that Mythic bin, so they're going to have great weapons going into that next zone. And now NIP with Curve, only one shot he pulls off. I mean, he gets right behind the other side of the fence line. Hemlock shot does not find him. Streaking Flame did want to capitalize off of that, looking behind him into the zone. JDG being one of the teams to try to rotate further behind NIP through Neon Square. It's going to be tough here, especially when it comes to coming out of that southern choke.
Yeah, at first I thought it was just a solo from RRQ, but they're just taking that much space. Reunited back again alongside one another. Zeta has found themselves taking a fight here against Alliance. We've called out Alliance and challenged them to get out of the bottom 6, have a strong performance. They used to be the group stage warriors. They were the winner of the inaugural EWC and now found themselves with regular difficulty.
Different look of this team, a big shoes to fill on for Aku. Zeta also looking to get that reset. They did get the res, beautifully done, as they're going to be able to also portal right through that fence line, get safely back into their building. They decided to put one toe outside the door, immediately regretted it.
Yeah?
They are feeling the pressure.
Times 2, Satsuki there, running into a bit of a damage now. 5 seconds till he gets that shield bat finished, and we'll be back to fighting form alongside Yuka. Thanks to Bang's passive, if you're going to be out peeking with that, it's perfect for him to do so alongside an infinite ammo, 30-30. Now, they've waltzed their way into the north. We're not into the next circle just yet. Teams they're going to have to fight through, AG Global, Gaming Gladiators, but back to the south we go. Zeddy, PXX, JD Gaming, and RRQ.
It's gonna be a bloodbath here with, what, 5 of these teams, with RRQ now managing to make their way on a big pile up, giving them the opportunity and timing to now move up before they get gate kept.
Well, I have to agree with her.
On the other side of the choke, where JDG are forced to go through. Same thing for Zeddy here, as you're gonna see the kill feed light up. 19 squads left, but not for very long.
Ninjas in pajamas are eliminated. Zeddy Esports is eliminated. Yep. Vic Kitty was right. It's a bloodfest.
That's okay. We get Easy Flash back up on his feet alongside Pricey and Strafing, and they live to see another day. So long as they can contend with BKG, maybe Geekay as well, and JDG having issues of their own. Reject, a former map winner, caught between them as they look to reposition.
Moving up here though, Uris. Having a great performance, having the fans behind him. On the other side of the longbow.
Just one.
Devo though,
Just one.
Retaliation. Elite now moving up.
Just one. Nemesis, JD Gaming eliminated to the
Wow. Really? Again? Why do I feel like Nice Wig was right for something? Oh boy. I know Team Nemesis, and that was wild for Team Nemesis. They got wiped.
Crazy to think how fast time
I feel
flies.
bad.
I was there to be able to see that growth.
That,
and
like
that,
3 years ago?
Yeah, literally, right? But it doesn't even feel that long, and to be able to see the growth from kind of is just on another level. We got to keep it up here. They're sitting at 38 points, first place overall ahead of Gaming Gladiators, while Alliance. This is a big one. This is a big fight.
Uh-oh.
The fact that there's 50 spots left. The follow is beautiful from Aku and Hockey's. Just to paint the path here, Yuko getting knocked, trying to crawl away to get the finishing blow, especially with the TPs in this lobby.
Uh-oh.
Here's the deal. They're not out just yet. A member of Zeta was able to portal back to safety.
Really?
To make a full reset this late into the
Just
game.
go Zeta Division.
Another one.
As a solo, perhaps, you're seeing how they're going to be able to try to reset. It's just the Sparrow who's alive, while AG now takes skies. Where can they go? No Valkyrie insight, no human UAV. They're pinging right below. They know they're going to have to land on top of the bottom side of the building. I also heard a Kraber, by the way, as Kinda does get the follow-up knock in the feed. With 15 spots left, though, it's going to look hot here, Tiff, because there's
Zeta Division was eliminated. Oh, dang.
AG landing, also right to their left.
Satsuki figured out Zeta out of the
Oh, I see Sentinels are coming swinging.
and they want their position. Casa grabs dropped, and for now at 3v2, we expend the veil and shake it up. This is visual clutter at its finest, my friends, and you just have to stay locked.
I mean, you're going to get hit with a wrecking ball. You go right through the veil. I mean, good luck with that. It's a slow down. And now stuck as a duo, you have to play dancing around the nades on top of it. While VKG do find knock, though, it's a trade-off with Keon getting a little bit of revenge. Only 2 members left here for VKG. I love the fact that you have Mad Maggie still available in this game 4. You get that tick damage, you get just enough to finish off knock, and you die.
GK Esports. Wow.
GK Esports, but now you see Sentinels also in trouble.
Reject was eliminated as well. Uh-oh.
The entire time we lose out on reject.
What? Monsoon? Let's go, boy. Uh-oh, GG's gone crazy. Revolve DCG was eliminated.
All over his head, literally. Playing a whole different game while Alliance are holding onto the high ground. They're playing very split. I'm hearing the crowd give them their energy, and they're playing split to take space on purpose because a team who does have ring priority is Keto Trope, but RQ can capitalize off of this here. As you see Blast playing up that low ground, you see Alliance now trying to hold more of that space, but with one member down, Let's not going to be able to fight alongside GG.
We didn't get the death box reset just yet. That's why they kept that going. 7 seconds.
11 squads are left. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
34 seconds to make this from the low ground. Lufa not going to make it back in the ring.
Lufa's out.
The last Cinco likely to play as a duo, but that's okay. 2 points out of the top of the leaderboard, and it's Elite EU on your screen at the top.
They could inch forward on the edge of zone. It's still kind of over
Uh-oh.
the low ground, as we've seen the zone before, but it's that pile of man over in this building.
Uh-oh, they're gathering around Sentinels. Uh-oh. BK Gaming was eliminated.
Alliance on the back edge to try to clean up some KP.
Alliance was eliminated.
VKG have fallen. Into the top 10 we go. And the 2 and 3 teams at the top are still alive.
Can we talk about the fact that there are 9 squads left with this final ring about to close behind their backs?
Aww.
Do end up getting the rest.
We get them back. Let's go.
They're hogging the edge of the
This is
zone.
getting crazy by the moment.
Crazy to see what this pile up on the southern side where this building is, right where Trinity is standing on. The team that has
Team RRQ is eliminated.
from the beginning, a team that finds themselves on the back end of the overall standings. Can they start coming alive? They have 1 KP with 8 squads left. 23 seconds to go before this final ring closes.
They've had to kind of keep out of sight. They didn't have a ton of nades towards the end game, and only so many angles they can take. Obviously, people have been hiding from them to deny them kills, but Ty here.
Ty. That freak is going on.
Just 2 seconds too long. Do it. I see it. Grab that catalyst.
He's hungry.
Just 1
I was like counting. Nope.
Nope.
I'm like so ready. Like my heart rate is like.
Kino Trump eliminated again? Jeez.
Can we hold? By the drill. Oh, unfortunate for both of them. They take too much damage.
Oh.
They're hiding right there behind the
Let's go, Monsoon. I see there. Wow, Trinity was eliminated. Wow. No! Sentinels got eliminated! What the heck? PXX was eliminated. No. Well, okay, that was weird.
And PXX fall to AG Global just ahead of Elite. Niazul down, and then Tivo's going to shred for Gaming Gladiators. Back up to a full team of 3. They have AG Global has fallen.
AG Global was eliminated.
Last 3, Elite now move up. Like a little bit out of the fight here while Henchman gives them some press fire. Beautiful crowds.
God.
They're dancing around the portal here. Between Elite and Gaming, TIE are out of this fight. They don't have the altar. They do not have the ability to TP up. They're just forced to watch this happen as Henchman and Light, the Devo, doing just enough to find Blast. Gaming Gladiators now forced to look ahead. They know there's another team that's supposed to come.
Inside portal. He had to stay portal. They went back.
Gaming Gladiators were eliminated. So, Elite's coming fighting against TIE. Wow, Elite got that victory. Holy crud. Oh, they crud. Crazy could be.
They even had to go in through the ring there, but it's even better to see how Elite was able to hold their ground. I mean, it was a bloodbath. TIE, though, they did what they needed to do, right? With not having the right composition, they still got second place. They secured extra points there, even if they just got 2 KP, while Gaming Gladiators, who were holding the height alongside Elite, did get 4 KP, but with Elite coming in swinging the double-digit KP with 15 kills and that first place spot.
This is getting crazier by the moment.
I sit here, I look. We had this exact same circle yesterday, Vicky. And it truly was the difference between having the altar to yeet them onto the high ground for that. But for now, you think about the just chaosness that E-District brings. And as you look at it, with 2 more results to go versus C, I'm starting to get nervous.
Oh,
I mean, they have 15 kills. Elite
you got a meet and greet in Las Vegas. Good for you, man. Namaste.
There was the portal. We're going to see that here shortly on the left. F-Chen tries to make it. He's so low. Light immediately recognizes it.
It's the pressure of having to take ring damage there too, but they griefed Gaming Gladiators. They did what they wanted to do, which was get that second place spot, and there's nothing F-Chen could do. That's why he was just kind of zooming around. He's got the Graber in hand. It was just a matter of time as Elite are very thankful to TIE for moving up behind them from inside of zone and going to be able to not only harass Gaming Gladiators, who were not expecting it, but allow them to get the placement and then the dub. They were farming that game the way that they're able to clear that side of zone.
You look at their damage differential, 1,700. The only team exceeding them in this lobby was Trinity, and they dealt 4,800 more damage than they took, and that's because Trinity perched like eagles on top of that building in City Hall.
What helps is kinda, we just talked about this young gun legend on Sparrow who dropped 7 kills in that game alone. Jaguares is the next player who actually dropped 7 kills, but we did see them go out a little bit earlier, as you saw here in our match results, falling in 4th place. But taking that dub means everything. Henchman was right behind them.
Let's see.
Of the kill leaders, as he
Dang. With PXX, man.
Between groups A and C. And now with Nomad Maggie in the midst, we saw what that drove was doing for the teams with their backs against the wall, whether it be a fence line or a building, the pressure that drove was putting in.
See, here's the tough part as we kind of go to the other side of that match results, and it's Team Nemesis in 17th place. They had 18 points from match number 1.
Jeez, this stinks.
I think carried them through World's Edge. So getting 2 points here on this match in E-District. I look back to yesterday. Throughout the entire 3 games that we cast, Vicky, they acquired 13 points.
It's crazy, actually.
Jeez.
Considering who's in that bottom 6 side of the overall standings, and now with 8 games to go, we can take a look at AG, and Nizul gonna be able to get that Ryojo pick off too.
It's kind of interesting when you look back. I just love seeing the alternator plays, especially the aggression. There's a couple people that really favor it, and it's interesting to see. Zane as well, an alternator enjoyer, but that's where Diva starts to rip. They take down, you see PXX fall, and then we get into that final again. A nice knock there onto Blast from Light, who always has a braver in hand.
Oh, excuse me, guys. Shouldn't be tired like this.
Without the infinite ammo is definitely interesting to see, but when it comes to Elite, they find this consistency on E-District. Let's not forget, in day number 1, literally just yesterday in Group C and D, Elite won in a very similar way on E-District with 5 KP. That's when the Seer was banned out right afterwards, right? But that was when we started off our series with the first 3 games on E-District. That's the big difference maker when it comes to looking at a lot of these legends when they do get banned as we progress through our 6-game series. Now, as they've displayed that consistency on E-District, and no more Mad Maggie, we got to see how this game is looking like, because the likes of Alliance, Trinity, who, again, we highlighted that was their POI, Nemesis and JD Gaming are still on the bottom end side, while Zero is taking his time to look at the games from the crowd.
It just made me think of the content piece we ran on break, and it was like, what is the wildest DMs you've ever received? And you see people on phone, and I'm like,
wait. No, not right
DMs?
now.
You never know. But as we speaking of the Legends draft, we lose out on Mad Maggie. I think you mentioned this, but it's interesting because oftentimes Mad Maggie goes in map number 3 and Watson doesn't actually get banned until later. So I feel like this is already shifting what we're seeing on E-District, but having Alter just makes everything so freaking chaotic.
It does, man. Whether it be the kidnaps,
wow,
or just being able to get into a lot of these difficult rotations where you otherwise would have been helped by a team that's holding these chokes on E-District. Can be a little brutal here. Still get to see Alter and even Valkyrie, honestly, for the teams that may feel a lot more comfortable with rocking the Valkyrie, that human UAV that gets to scan through these buildings. But honestly, with the reset potential off these TPs, the Alter is just on another level.
Yeah, another level is the fact that, so Team Nemesis had 18 points in map number 1 on World's Edge. We're at 20 points, which
So
means
cray,
in
cray.
an actual set of 4 games, we are averaging 5 points per game. So a team that needs to avoid the bottom 6, I'm calling that out. Alliance as well, who entered this series in the bottom 6. You're telling me that our group stage warriors, our winners of the first EWC, have found themselves in the bottom 6. So the fans of Alliance are here to give them all of their energy to change the fate, to live to see longer in this tournament in the next 2 games.
Man, one of the loudest fans that I always have the pleasure of seeing at these LANs when it comes to ramping up and giving them their energy. This is exactly what they need with 8 games left to go to get out of this bottom 6.
Bro, absolutely savage. Unlucky's feeling it. He's ready to go. He's like, we are going to turn this around, because we look at the overall ranking.
Wow.
This really needs to paint the picture, Vicky, because 8 games separated from our 6 teams that go home. Elite Esports currently in this have usurped Team Liquid for the top, and we're not even done with this series. So not only are they winning their groups, but they're acquiring so
This is
many
wild.
points to do it. 11th through 20th, Gen G, who didn't play their best yesterday, because, I mean, they were literally 2 hours after getting here in Paris before they competed, have stepped up almost into the top 10. This is where my big question is. We saw TLN Pirates, our French squad, play earlier today. They actually got a ton of points considering, their first day performance, so I'm keeping tabs on them. But it's Alliance in 37th, it's JD Gaming in 36th, and Team Nemesis in 35. Also, Ninjas in Pajamas, after their win, have broken out of the bottom 6. So that just goes to show you, one explosive game can change your fate. We're going down to literally the very bottom. One game can do it.
That's what's at risk when it comes to these rules regarding the group stage. Just to highlight the bottom 6 teams. That's why we keep highlighting who's on the bottom 6 for the overall stand. Yeah, and I actually really like that, honestly, because when you talk about what these teams are playing for in terms of group stage, there's no winner's record, right? I mean, you get to go into that finals lobby if you're one of the top 14 teams out of the 40 who get to advance to that finals, but then you have to worry about playing in that survivor stage. Then the bottom 6 teams don't even get to see the light of day. Take a look at For Fun over on the back end side too, because they're kind of on the cusp, because it's
Okay, so nothing yet happened.
Look at the bottom half of the overall standings. For Fun do have 43 total points. right there, right behind NIP, who were able to get right out with 44 points.
I love that we're going to the Zeta fans right after seeing Suzuki on screen. So just knowing that Yuka broke out the Bangalore on that match, I'm telling you guys, I have been watching that player play for Mechanically for so many years now, and so
Wait,
many
what?
of us want to see him at the top.
And while we get ready, everybody, game number 5 on E-District. They're playing for the trophy to mark history at another EWC 2026. It's the Split 1 playoffs within the ALGS, and our pros are ready to go. We highlighted the POI draft before. We saw how this was able to benefit a zone pool over onto that northwestern side of E-District. Mad Maggie is no longer
what the hell is going on?
Capitalized off of an end zone that we saw
Did I get
yesterday.
debooted?
And now while we take a look at Elite and how comfortable they're feeling, Tiff, you talk about how they were also able to dethrone Team Liquid. Now after playing through this group alone, and remember, Team Liquid obviously do have that one lobby to go for tomorrow, just like everybody else here.
Yes. 2 more series tomorrow. The round-robin group stages have been quite interesting, but post-ban, to see the changes, we got the Gibby Newcastle Valk. Okay, love to see that here for E-District, and, you know, I'm starting to think here of where that circle could potentially be pulling, and will we see something different?
Ooh, hold on. Don't get me excited now, Tiff.
I want to see something different. Okay, look, the scriptwriters are working in JD Gaming here. Have a great prio to this circle. We saw what Trinity was able to do when it pulled over to City Hall. They made it towards endgame. They found a couple of KP. For now, Game and Gladiators, who are one of the quickest teams to rotate, I'm talking we are literally less than 2. We're at a minute 30 into this map, and they're full sending their position they want.
I mean, that's a lot of teams who go in for a quick rotate here. It's great for JD Gaming, considering that this is their POI over by Heights, and they prioritized this over on E-District. Having that draft advantage now, as they're also going to have the information off the ring console too. Gaming Gladiators trailing right behind, as you mentioned, the really quick rotate. And they won't be the only ones, because Sentinels do something very similar once they get their own ring console. 4 Fun already on the move, as well as Team Nemesis, because there's a bit of a pileup over by Hammond. It's the fight for that ring console, or rather over by Humbert, where there's that ring console over on the southern side. And Team Nemesis are looking at Zeddy. There's another team there too to try to go in for a 3P.
Triple white, that's all right. Kind of close to getting our ults already in case something does break out here in Humbert. The portal up towards the high ground. I'd imagine they're quite aware of it. Reese is going to preemptively slam the wall down. A roofer across the way, but they're not the only ones that are going to be in contention, as so many people have moved the full east.
And that's going to be a big pile up to definitely keep your eyes on, because also NIP are right behind them, while TRN, a team who is sitting on the very end of this lobby standings. BXX are looking for some easy pickings as they find right again. Need one of the first to go down. Just trying to survive here when you lose out on 2, getting them down to a solo, but also considering the amount of ults that we have. To see if that player does manage to get away, but it's BXX looking to clean that up, only leaving Trinity as a solo with just the Gibby alive.
Okay, but AG Global and Kinotrope here now on your screen. Niazo looks to wrap around to see if we can find through the mobile shield we go. The electrified buff is already down. And we've got the PK in hand, purple bolt. We portal through, back we go, behind the wall, a bit of safety, but we've already been shredded apart by damage that we have to invest. The Giddy ult, the defensive environment to slam hopefully down and keep them on their great escape.
Also in the feed, by the way, Team Nemesis, BKG, that pilot that we were looking at earlier before is looking a little grim. Zeddy as well as Reject and NIP also in the vicinity, while KNC are looking to rotate on the outskirts of Energy Bank, but would love to see that Humbert Labs pilot that we're going to have with those 4 different teams. AG also looking to get the res here, and he's also able to get away with that safely for now, but KNC will hear this and try to show face while they bring Honwadis in.
Yeah, I'm okay with letting this happen and wait to fight them on the way into the rotation, right? Kinotrope, Deep Cross Gaming with a Western POI is likely going to be in the vicinity, but you can see the shots coming through as Yanya takes a bit of damage. We don't have the mother load available should he break out, but a riot drill will force him outside of cover. Deep Cross Gaming, we talked about Roy making an approach, and their comms in particular are very set on like, hey, we can take this fight, let's jump on it, and if your Knuckle Cluster takes down Yanya, you have a 3v2. So we're throwing all of our abilities at them to be able to cross that path in time.
Oh, but look who's waiting for them from DCG. Now trying to be able to try to hold a split angle, leaving that player to feel the pressure. AG Global now on the run, while Sentinels also farm out. Fine, stay naughty. Seeing if they can try to get that reset. Again, remember, you have to consider the altar as the feed is lighting up right now. It's still that pile up over by Labs that we have hinted at. Sentinels have now moved up inside the building that you can expect a zone like this to pull towards, and unfortunately, Shubi is the victim on the other side of Monsoon's rampage.
When you think about teams that get the zone pulling to the top of their head, we talked about JD Gaming in Heights already having that. Now with one player left on that squad, having to full send and a negative rotate to hit a regain. For now, they're okay. But Sentinels, you inherit power position. For Fun Esports have also moved into there, and Deep Cross Gaming still on the trek across E-District. Have found now AG Global, the fight that's been going on, they meet again.
Oh my, they were able to get the knock though right before he was able to take the TP. They try to bring him in and then he gets finished because they're going to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, I said no.
Not this time around. DCG now just running around as a duo and getting burned in the back. Elite now in RC, this is the fight that we really wanted to highlight because we saw that kill feed lighting up. NIP were part of the action. Elite 2 now making their way from Old Town. It's because the information that Old Town provides leads them to all the action. The invite may have gotten lost in the mail. Albert Lately is also going to be able to find that next
they're
knock onto
hunting.
Deeds.
AG is sending. They are sending Deep Cross. They want to evict them from
Uh-oh.
the lobby.
Getting me whiplash. You're going to be seeing fights at every angle here because Albert Lily then gets the followed up knock onto Deeds. But it's not going to be enough as AG are also on the hunt. Sure.
Now it's just gotta eliminate what?
AG are playing out of their minds. Team Nemesis getting eliminated while Alliance up on the high ground over onto the north side. All the way, by the way, into Electrodrome outside of zone.
And JD Gaming off the reset. Alliance are sitting here looking for the 3 KP they want. Shubi behind the mobile shield, a mastiff to the face, courtesy of Aku. Did anyone escape? Where are we running to? Okay, we have one player left again of JDG to try to reset elsewhere. Team Nemesis, on the other hand, did fall.
Yeah, we saw that earlier with the pileup that we have seen over by Labs, but with a lot of these teams now taking to the sky, Alliance managing to stay alive after playing so deep into Electro.
Yo!
The survey and the KP, they know what's at stake. JD Gaming are alive just as a solo, it looks like here, and Alliance gets to freely rotate to Galleria where there is that survey beacon. With a side-by-side of how this zone is pulling and the teams that are going to be rotating over to that south side, it was NIP who managed to hold down Humbert Labs. You can currently also see Zeddy, who are going to rotate towards Reject, closer to Stadium side. They didn't really like the way that the fight was going. They're feeling that pressure. They do manage to get away with that huge pileup that we saw earlier, and they're going to be able to call in an evac tower to rotate in.
This is so scary. You've got an infinite ammo rampage behind an amped cover from ultimate height in a power position in the next circle. Sentinels are looking to and it's well needed considering top 2, you know, you're situated at points. We're at 19. We can definitely usurp a lot. And back to the replay we go to see what happened when they took down JDG, or at least a duo of them, sent them running.
We saw it a little bit earlier, but it highlights how they were able to get up onto the high ground because a lot of these end zones end up pulling onto the outskirts of either that builder or even a little bit over to the lip side of the left onto the high ground that overlooks the waterfall. Alliance now moving up. Remember, we highlighted how there was nobody in Galleria when they made their rotate originally. They got the survey beacons. They know that there could be teams that come in from their backs, such as AG Global, who were able to get the full reset as a highlight. While JD Gaming, unfortunate for them, not as lucky here, but they're trailing slightly behind, hoping that AG Global do not call them out as they're going to take a much slower rotate out of Energy Bank.
Lions still carving their path. Kinatrope just up ahead. I saw some GK. We got BKG in the mix. Charges on the defensive bombardment there from Hackett. So have to be a little wary of what they're going to be able to do. Capsup probably has some as well, but that breach hamlock to try and make them maneuver out into their line of sight. Yeah, that'll do.
The triple bombardment bombardment perk as well here, just looking ahead while holding onto the high ground. VK Gaming, the headlock, oh my gosh! Holy! Through the window to the wall.
And that's the opening that BKG needed. Will they be able to get there? Is Drop still on the ground? Knock doesn't have a ton of shields left, and through the upwards area they go. Electrified bubble down, and they're like, we have a home now.
Zooming outside of that, want no business, now flipping sides too. DK are looking to restabilize BK Gaming. Look ahead! With the 210 off the Kraber. Now get ready, set, go. Not committing onto the zip line because they have the TP instead, rocking the altar themselves and get up onto the high ground just as quickly. Now trying to reset it. This is going to be important considering they only have 11 points in total after the last 4 games. Looking to boost that up. They see the Gibby dome though. Not trying to overextend, but there's a shot from a distance. I'm seeing those charge up sentinel shots. Could it possibly be? They would be insane if it was actually sentinels in the distance, because that's just something Monsoon would do. But having to see if any of these players do get griefed from this BOI. GK now moving up onto the roof, not fully sending it after they heard the rest coming in. While Alliance take another fight.
They need every point that they can get, and they've got 2 members of Trinity down on the ground, and we're pretty healthy for Alliance here. So the KP is stabbed.
Let's see.
Volts answers back.
Really?
We're delaying the inevitable. You may take Hackett.
Trinity was eliminated. Wow.
But Aku and Unlucky need to
Bye-bye.
stick together. Do not give him isolated 1v1s. And Trinity's down.
Trinity going down, it's looking even more grim for this team, and it's looking a little grim right now as Unlucky is the last one alive for Alliance. Booking it because they're one of the few teams that don't get that reset potential, by the way. It's not like they're going to be able to have that altar instead. With Unlucky being on that Newcastle, he's going to have to skedaddle away, see if he can get to that replicator right back over to Galleria if he hasn't already used it. Maybe get the res over onto the Moby unless he can get into the edge of zone, but he won't be alone with ADG as well as JD Gaming playing on the other side of that Galleria, and with him being one literally with the Shubi unfortunately falls victim. Yanya now looking ahead but not fully coming into the mother load as a suppressed fire does come in from the other player, JD Gaming.
I'm sighing because JD Gaming yet again get a full reset and then get full sent by a team that realizes it is a double res. AG Global looking to get to the top of the leaderboard, recognize the fact they can capitalize on that. And now JD Gaming is down to a solo yet again for the 3rd time.
It's not been easy, man. Alliance at the very least, though. I've been looking to reset. Looks like it's a duo. Zeddy also moved in from the other side. AGG are fixated on PXX and IP, though. Sitting with 26 points, 17 spots still left. It's dome for dome. As Zeddy move up, and Curve is trying to lead the way. They're trying to contest him from the other side of this building. But in so many of these teams...
Wow, JG Gaming was eliminated. Jeez. Okay, nothing crazy yet. Ninjas in Pajamas was eliminated. Jeez. Zeta Division trying to clean house. PXS was eliminated. Oh, good.
Have recognized the timing of this fight. We swing around straight onto Zeta, and it's easy flash on the opener. A nice disengage for him with a quick portal. Back alongside the team. They recognize, hey, maybe if we get a quick knock on that, this is something we can invest our time in. Doesn't necessarily go their way. They retreat and recognize we can just go north into the circle. However, though, there's still a lot of teams to fight for such a small space.
Well, what came in clutch was having the evac tower right there, because then they would have been forced to be out in the line of sight of RRQ. But AG, we talked about this before, and the way that this pileup is looking like on the northern side of the zone, they can't catch a break. Yanya getting eviscerated.
Jeez.
They saw the double before and they said, all right, let's go for a reset. It's the insurance once again. Coming in when they need, because they put down that TP on the edge of that next zone. It's a good call now because round 4 is about to close it behind their backs in the next second.
I don't even know if the Knuckle Cluster made it through the bub. I would have to rewatch that, but I love that they disengaged to reset. Still, for fun, in the neighboring building, BKG live yet longer. Good standoff for them. RRQ have to deal with Zeta on the other side. They must go through Zeta to get to circle. An easy flash, repositioning with a longbow, trying to clip the wings off the valve. Doesn't quite connect.
Sentinels were trying to bank on that building that they were holding the high ground for before eventually pulls outside. Oh my, one shot literally as he finds the last pick onto Pricey. Easy flash. Looking ahead.
Wow.
Diving between both of these domes. Oh, but the third party.
RRQ's just shamelessly getting Zeta Division.
Strafing to be going for a huge nade. He gets a knock.
Oh, yep, Zeta Division was out.
Take the portal back. The Void Creature giving him a little bit of respite before looking ahead.
That's
though.
wild.
It's going to be GK, who are now on the other side of this choke. Uncontested, no 3P, because Elite are not moving from their building. They're in that next zone. And with RRQ also moving back because they took their own TP. It looked like a bloodbath. It was incredibly scary. Now we look at the action with AGG trying again, round number 2.
And we go again. Yazul down. One charge left on the defensive bombardment. And I think we're looking to try and clean this up. But for fun, they leave the building just ahead of them. They can't afford to leave that building, BKG, to push AG Global without getting third-partied. It makes things difficult, so you take to the sky.
They get the death box res here too. I mean, do you have to reset? Why not reset right in front of their face while BKG take to the skies and get the information off the Valkyrie UAV? 12 squads left. By the way, Knocked is going crazy. AG can't catch a break. Hugwadis is knocked again. Look at this. He's literally shielding him while he tries to get another death box. Yanya, the last one alive after they get the finishing blow here. Hugwadis, can he come back? Mizul didn't look like he had any more of that knockdown shield, by the way, because he had like a white knockdown shield. Oh my gosh, the Kramer! He commits. That is insane.
Yeah.
Holding on for dear life. And at this point with RC now getting the follow-up knock onto Tyler. For fun, still playing off his building, and RC giving him some help. Has knocked once again. Not Hugwadis.
Arufa trying to do what he can as a solo. The ring is collapsing. We have to go. Game and Gladiators earlier had annihilated Zeddy Esports to take their building, so they'll be able to rotate on the other side. You can see them just ahead. The Kinetic, Nags, we likely are trying to get Tyler up if we can. We need all our players.
This is crazy.
And the next battle against Sentinels. But GG, the mother load. Everything invested, the electric bubble. We've got the dark veil down. We want to secure our position.
Everything's on the table here.
Elias was eliminated.
Nade for nade. The Dome Alliance get eliminated. They had one heck of a game though in the way that they were able to survive for as long as they did, but they only got 4 KP as GG Sentinels still alive. 11 squads.
Oh my god, hang on.
This is so split up. Really, the less congested side of the zone is the western side, but Sentinels have fought to be here. Look at what they've set up with these amp barriers too to add on top of it all. Well, kinda
Moonsoon, and Geek. Whoa, Geeky Esports Gaming Gladiators were both eliminated. Holy.
Pricey portals back. They live, they reset. But they're separated. For fun has Kinatrope is still hunting down straight.
Whoa. More eliminations are happening.
Are now clearing out the side.
2 KP and climbing. Playing safe to reset and isolated on the northern side of this zone. To their side is Sentinels, TIE, who are running very similar comps, right? And then you take a look at the solos, by the way. The fact that AG Global is still alive, the fuse is another level. RC2, by the way, with a Valkyrie. Playing on opposite ends, Kinotrope, though, are trying to capitalize off of this. Before moving up, they have the Valkyrie ult, so they probably were also able to get a scan if they could. But they're actually just walking through. They find Rufa, who's trying to hide behind the fence line. Sending out that Arc Star here, but not trying to overcommit, especially since it's cleared this side of the zone.
4 full teams of 3, 2 solos. Sentinels with fun on Rampart, ready.
There's Monsoon.
If we could just get behind an amp cover. But first, you've got to rip BKG off your head, and so many Arc Stars are being thrown. It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
Uh-oh.
And Casa letting the PK rip the push.
No.
Sentinels are out. Into the top 5 we go.
Wow.
Here, Sentinels out, as you mentioned, and hiding behind the wall here from the Newcastle. It's going to be KNC TIE. AG is still alive.
Reject been eliminated.
With our last 3 full teams, Reject get eliminated. KNC are looking ahead. They're seeing at BKG. TIE may look at AGG, but a huge A coming in from the other side.
All right, I love a good sky nade. Yanya down and out. That was our last solo. You're right. 3 full teams of 3, and Kinatrope, our final boss status.
trying to stay alive. That is VKG. But currently,
Uh-huh.
are looking at the pile up in front of them. Can they clean up as VKG get eliminated? This is all for Kino Trope to take home. Have to be careful.
Wow, VK came in. Kino Trope won!
They take game number 5 with 6 KP.
That's insane.
I'm sorry, but if someone's flying over my electrified bubble and drops down with an infinite ammo L-Star, I'm out. I'm out.
Well, that's why they delayed it. You see them floating around. It's just a matter of time before they're forced out right by that zone. Playing it very safe. They knew that they had the advantage the moment they cleared the west side of that final zone. But even getting extra KP, if you're that one lone warrior, the solo left from AGG, you take those and you take the dub on top of it all.
That's a really actual good game for them at 15 points. 6 kills and a win. No, that's 18.
Okay, one more game.
My apologies. I'll go take a little class after this. It's been about 10 years.
Can't ever do math on live, Tiff. You know how it goes here.
It is. And it was spread out really nicely between the entire roster. You know, Chappie there on did a lot more damage than they took. VKG, though, 7 kills. AG Global with 8.
To highlight, too, remember that it's the top 14 teams that have found that safety net to make it into finals. Off that double are situated in top 14. On that 14 spot. Now it's about holding that and carrying on this momentum, because that was just game number 5. There was all the Gibbies in the world in that lobby, as Gibby was the most picked legend. We won't see him into this final game on E-District.
It's actually wild, honestly. That matches. We've seen Gibby around map number 4, so I'm okay with seeing Gibby go right now. That just means we're probably going to see a little bit more Newcastle, but for now, we just wait and see. We cruise around VKG on your screen. Nice little performance for them. It's at 7 kills, 8 from AG. Reject had a couple Sentinels, though. They were going through it, trying to maintain buildings, take it away from Trinity. 6 kills as we look back on that scenario with VKG trying to survive the onslaught that Ty was looking to send onto them.
I mean, like, even just looking at the journey for Sentinels, like, they held that building for so long. It doesn't usually pull on top of that building, but it usually pulls on the outskirts, right? So they wanted to take their chances. As KNC now capitalized off the fact that they cleared that entire side of the zone, it was just a matter of time. Again, because we saw the pile up right there, the nice little pop off here, too, for Kino Trope, setting them up nice with that 6 KP dub on top of it all.
Group stages, they're the proving grounds, right? And you look at those keys, and at the end of the week, you do not want your key crushed, knowing that match point finals loom in just a few days.
That is the craziest thing ever to see.
To fight, to be able to be the ones to crush everyone else's keys. That's pretty savage.
That's where the dreams are also crushed, Tiff, and that's what happens. Finding your way at EWC, VKG wanted to stay consistent too. It's even crazier to see where Alliance is kind of situated on that bottom end of the overall standings. And we take a look at the match results. Kino Trope come out on top once again. TIE also right behind them.
I know we got Elite Esports and Gaming Gladiators both fighting for the top, but they're here in 8th and 10th respectively, and about 4 and 5. So if this is our floor game, if this is our kind of throwaway, and you kind of bounce back from that, you are likely going to be solidified into that top 14 you were talking about to secure your spot further into the tournament.
Talk about the teams that have been lackluster after these 5 games alone that really do surprise me is JD Gaming. And that was a really important fight, too, at the very end for Zeta Division, who unfortunately couldn't stay alive in that pile-up. But
yeah, that was weird.
For all the right reasons, sitting in 20th place overall, that's despite getting that 7 KP, but being able to claw out of being on that bottom 6 side of these overall standings is going to be very difficult when Trinity's sitting at 39 out of 40. JD Gaming at 37 with 38 points. There is that slight gap between Dory, who's not in this lobby, and JD Gaming with 38 points, but it's that disparity that we have to highlight. 27 to 38, something that Trinity would have to climb a mountain or just come back looking completely different into tomorrow's last opportunity of the last 6 set of games.
Well, good look here at JD Gaming that you're talking about. You got Floating on your right, Naughty in the center, who's IGLing his first LAN here. They were pretty strong during the Americas Split 1 online, and we always were curious, what was that going to look like as they get to the stage? Now, this is a punishing group series. You're trying to find your footing, and you have to remember, this is only their 2nd series that they've played. with one more to go tomorrow. Knowing that you have to escape that bottom 6, it's tough. They landed heights, the circle pulled heights, and everyone shouted.
Wow.
Can it stay alive with all these quick rotations?
Kino Trope Club, Thai, and VK Gaming are nuts.
Series from JD Gaming. Floating alone has nearly put in almost 3k damage, I believe, and only securing 1k.
Weird. Red fan.
And how aggressive a lot of these teams have been. But then it's the hand-in-hand notion of the fact that we still have Alter into these legend compositions. The Alter has not been banned, and you're on E District, which is perfect. It's basically like her playground. Goodbye to Gibby, and now we get to see how Game 6 plays out for the teams that are so desperate. We'll find out how that's going to play out on the other side of this break.
Ay, ay, ay. You know what? I think Team Nemesis is being cursed out by Nice Wig. I don't want to say that, but god dang it. Let's hope they can do better. Oh.
Welcome back, everyone. We got one last game to go to end day number 2 here of the Apex Legends Global Series for Split 1 playoffs at
Oh no.
EWC 26.
My favorite casters. Actually, if I had a top 3, they'll be my third. Second, I give it to Miles Ross, and whoever he's with. I think would be Chance. But my number 1 would go to Kenny and Reddy. Oh god. I should make my top 3 favorite casters.
Also just so incredibly punishing and heart-wrenching. So for the players that show up here, that have put hours upon hours and do what they can to do their best here, because everyone wants to win for themselves, for their family, for the fans that are out there supporting. And yo, that's crazy. They put their face on a chicken. I'm so sorry. It's got to be really motivating, but I saw that.
This is the moment, too, though, where if you are one of those players, one of the teams that perform under pressure, it's time to perform now. Game number 6. With 7 total games left to go for these teams to start making a move. Crazy to see who's on the opposite side of the overall standings. Let's see if JD Gaming can do it. Alliance 2, we know what they have the potential to do. Before we get set up here for our final game on E District, our final game between groups A and C.
Well, let's have it, shall we? Let's get into the dropship. Let's get onto E District and let the chaos begin, guys. Because it is the final match of our day, the final match of groups A versus C. So if your team's not performing at their best, I'm gonna need y'all to send all of your energy towards that stage as we look to solidify our teams that are going to be in the top 14, that are going to avoid having
Excuse me, I hate that I'm burping so much.
Going home. Which of these teams will be able to find themselves comfy in the top 14? This is how you elevate yourself, K and C. Being one of those teams that find themselves exactly in 14th in the overall standing. Sure, we have an entire day to go for tomorrow, but this is what sets the pace for the way that these teams want to play going into tomorrow's matches. Depending on the legend compositions, which of these legends get banned out first, it highlights if they want to bunker down play for the final zone, play for positioning here. As we take a different trip, though, this time around, Tiff, to Humbert Labs. And remember that early pileup that we saw from teams that went in for a quick rotate to get to heights in general. And it was crazy to see. It was Team Nemesis who had that survey beacon closer to Old Town Reject, who do land on that northern side of Humbert Labs. But then you also have the Evil Harvester to help benefit them if they were able to split drop there.
Nemesis is going to realize real quick when everyone is full sprinting at Humbert Labs. Reject will find some nice fights here as well. Zeddy is looking to carve their path on that eastern side of the circle already. JDG, fresh off an evac out of Heights, are full sending. They may run into Gaming Gladiators as you see them on that eastern side. For now, we are going to divert and essentially mirror each other down.
To highlight the importance of this too and having the POI advantage by Old Town, Team Nemesis are another one of those teams who are sitting in 36 in the overall standings, trying to call their way out, eliminated.
Sentinels is we're starting with Sentinels camera and yeah, Monster's running for his life. That's what I would do if I'm not ready yet. Run away!
Don't think they're going to be able to get the Evo Harvester, but they were inside of these buildings bunkering down because we got a lot of altars here and a lot of ramparts.
That's crazy because it's not like you can throw your bubble down from Gibby. If you're caught out into the open, you just kind of have to deal with it for now. Ty on your screen, F-Chan beginning the portal as he goes further. Zeddy and Nemesis, we talked about that rotation and fighting for those circles earlier. They're just trading blows off screen for now. But here comes all the abilities letting Ty know that someone is looking directly at them.
Yep.
The light arsenal bin being right there, and you can hear the knuckle cluster from afar. Notor's going to be able to heal up safely. Sentinels are going to be able to coexist right underneath them. This is a type of zone that you can expect a lot of the teams who went for a quick rotate to coexist. Not as easy, though, for the teams that will be forced to rotate from the choke that would lead out of Shipyard Arcade, as well as the Western choke, out of labs in general, where NIP are one of those teams to try to clean up and get some KP. They're looking at Zeta as well as PXX. And they're in trouble with Cure, going to be able to get that knock onto PXX here. Would love to see how that fight is going down on the southern side of Draft Point, where they could fight for the information on terms of the ring console and survey beacon, because Zeta at the moment are just going to be able to not only look at NIP, but they have to worry about their backs with Elite Esports also pulling up.
For Zeta, we pull off the Bangalore, onto the Fuse we go, which I think is going to have a more empowering effect on those fights. Ninjas in Pajamas, who did really well to escape the bottom six with their initial win, still trying to further more their distance from the bottom. Two blues and a purple vein in the middle, calling the shots. And having Zeta already on blues and purple holding high ground is going to be scary.
Hey, PXX get to be up as a full trio, though, and it's thanks to the action that we were looking at earlier. TP was also pulled up as Elite move up right behind Zeta, and IP holding a split angle by the bridge side, and they can ensure that they will not get counter-rotated on the side of Shipyard Arcade. They can safely move up onto Humber while trying to clear and get KP from the western side of the zone. Not being alone, though, as the crowd was giving them their energy, and they're definitely going to need it. It's going to be Alliance who are now moving out of Energy Bank, where there is a survey beacon, but on the other side of that wall from the choke out of Energy Bank is also VK Gaming now as Alliance move up. A little bit of a misclick right there off the Valkyrie missile swarm, but you can see the pings as they're going to try to move up from that choke.
I was curious if they were going to keep on running towards VK Gaming and trail them in, or if they were going to dive to the other side. I'm okay with the timing of their rotation, knowing that VKG and Alliance both hail from the furthermost northern area of E-District. AG Global, on the other hand, who are 7 points outside of the top of our series, are starting to take, you know, they want to acquire as much as they can to boost their Evo shield, but they're not the only one in this area. If they're not careful, Deep Cross Gaming could find them.
Honestly, like, if you look at how close it is in the overall standing, it takes one crazy game for Alliance to push themselves up into the top 30. Seeing how that's going to go, too, because there's a slight gap between Fun and Dog Red, literally 50 to 47. But now with looking at Elite, a team that doesn't really have to worry too much with the performance that they've put on over the course of these last 6 games. NIP have taken to the high ground. This is what I was mentioning before. Clearing Shipyard Arcade as Elite now wrapped into NIP's Alliance, though. Hockey's going to be able to find that knock. Alliance want to execute off of this because they wanted to get that survey beacon originally, and VK Gaming are still feeling the pressure. Not only losing out on that player originally, but JD Gaming being around them too. So they just take the skies. They don't want to take the risk because they're also one of the very few teams not rocking out.
Let me try to share this. Something's going on.
On that altar, so not having a TP reset.
The moment Unlucky scans that search.
Final game alone.
Oh, I got distracted, guys. I'm sorry.
Down from some of these teams as Teddy actually in some trouble. It looks like they lost out on their Valkyrie here, but it's a lot of these teams now. Kinotrip also making the rotate. JD Gaming coming out of stadium. They will be gate kept by Alliance, but it's a pile up. Trinity, Zeta, while AGG are also looking ahead, and Shipyard Arcade has not let loose. Elite are
Hang on, guys. May have to do something. Wait. Just want to make sure something. Scene screen. Yeah, be right back, guys. Hang on. Nah, you know what? Never mind. No. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, guys, I'm gonna go use the bathroom, okay? Sorry.